Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. Chapter 1. A Marriage Has Been Arranged. With a sudden sharp snort, which, violent though it was, expressed only feebly the disgust and indignation seething within him, Sir George Pike laid down the current number of Society Spice, and took up the desk telephone. "Give me the Spice office," he said curtly. There was a brief interval. "Roderick?" "He has not yet returned from lunch, Sir George," said an obsequious voice. "Ah, is that you, Pilbeam?" Sir George's expression softened. Pilbeam was one of his favourites, a youth with a future, a man he had his eye on. "Kindly tell Mr. Roderick, when he comes in, that I wish to see him." "Very good, Sir George." The founder and proprietor of the Mammoth Publishing Company, that vast concern which supplies half, the more fat-headed half, of England with its reading matter, hung up the receiver, and after a few moments of frowning thought, seized a pencil and began to write. The occupation effected in his appearance a striking change for the better. His brow grew smooth, his eyes ceased to glitter. Something resembling a smile relaxed the drawn tensity of his lips. He bent over his pad, absorbed. One of the things that makes the lot of a reader of a story such as this so enjoyable is the fact that, in addition to being uplifted, entertained, and instructed, he possesses all the advantages of a disembodied spirit. He can go anywhere and see everything. Any ordinary man, for instance, who wished to enter the presence of Sir George Pike, would be obliged to go down Fleet Street, turn to the right along Tilbury Street till he came to Tilbury House, interview a discouraging official in the vestibule, fill up a form stating name and business, and hand this to a small boy in buttons. And in the end, after waiting for anything from 10 to 40 minutes, he would probably get no further than a brief word with one of Sir George's secretaries. For the man behind the mammoth does not see every one. His time is valuable, his sense of his own importance keen, and he is hedged about by a crowd of willing helpers whose chief duty it is to ensure the respecting by casual callers of that motto of all great men, "Keep out! This means you." An army with banners would be halted on the threshold, and not even cabinet ministers may crash the gate. The reader, however, being both noiseless and invisible, can walk right up to the office on the 4th floor and go in without knocking. He will find Sir George still writing. The discovery of a man in Sir George Pike's position engaged in such an occupation is surely stirring enough to thrill the most blasé. For who can say what literary task it is that occupies him? It may be anything from a snappy column article for Pike's Weekly on "Should Engaged Couples Kiss?" to an editorial for the Daily Record, a page of helpful thoughts for the Sabbath Hour, or even a bedtime story for Tiny Tots. But as a matter of fact it is none of these things. What Sir George is so busily jotting down on that large pad is a list of names. He has already written Ilfracombe, Foreshore, Wainscote, Barraclough, Wensleydale, Creeby, Woodshot, Marlinghue, and now as we look he adds to the collection the word Mitchell Heaver. This one seems to please him particularly, for he places against it a couple of crosses. Then, inspiration apparently leaving him for the moment, he pushes back his chair and, rising, begins to pace the floor. It is the custom nowadays to describe all successful men who are stumpy and about 20 pounds overweight as Napoleonic. But hackneyed though the adjective is, it must be admitted that there was indeed something suggestive of Napoleon in the part of Sir George Pike as he strode up and down his office. His generously filled waistcoat and the habit he dropped into in moments of meditation of thrusting the fingers of his right hand in between its first and second buttons, gave at any rate a superficial resemblance to the great Corsican, and this resemblance was accentuated by the gravity of his plump, determined face. He looked like a man fond of having his own way, nor in the last 20 years of his life had he often failed to get it. The desk telephone emitted a discreet buzzing sound, as if it shrank from raising its voice in the presence of such a man. "Mrs. Hammond to see you, Sir George." "Send her in, send her in. Good heavens, Francie!" exclaimed the proprietor of the Mammoth Publishing Company as the door opened. "I've been phoning your house half the morning, trying to get hold of you." "How fortunate that I happened to look in," said Mrs. Hammond, settling herself in a chair. "What is it?" Frances Hammond, née Pike, was a feminine replica of her eminent brother. She lacked his second chin, but had the same bright and compelling eyes, the same over-jutting brows which lent those eyes such keenness, and the same high colouring and breadth of forehead. Sir George was conscious once again, as he looked at her, of that little thrill of admiration which she always awoke in him. "What did you want to see me about?" asked Mrs. Hammond. Sir George drew a deep breath. He had tremendous news to impart, and an instinct for drama urged him not to spoil this moment by blurting the secret out too abruptly. But ecstasy was too strong for his sense of the dramatic. "Francie, old girl," he cried, "what do you think? They've offered me a peerage." It was not easy to shake Frances Hammond's poise, but these words accomplished that miracle. For a full 10 seconds she sat there staring open-mouthed, while Sir George, blushing and on the very verge of giggles, pulled self-consciously at his scarlet knitted wool waistcoat, the famous Pike waistcoat which was one of the sights of London. "A peerage?" "Letters over there on that desk. Came this morning." "Georgie!" Mrs. Hammond scrambled out of her chair and kissed her brother fondly. There were tears in her commanding eyes. "I thought it would please you." "I am proud of you, Georgie dear. What a culmination for your splendid career!" "And who helped me build that career, hey?" "I have always done what I could," said Mrs. Hammond modestly. "But of course it was you." Sir George thumped the desk, and happening to strike the sharp edge of a wire paper basket, wished that he had expressed his emotions a little less muscularly. He sucked his hand for a moment before speaking. "You have been the making of the business," he said vehemently, when the agony had somewhat abated. "I couldn't have got anywhere without you. Who suggested the 'How many pins does the Prime Minister's hat hold?' competition in Pike's Weekly, when it was touch and go if it could turn a corner? From that moment Pike's Weekly never looked back, and on Pike's my whole present fortune is founded. The fact is, from the very start we have worked as a team. If I had the ginger, you had the judgment. I don't suppose there's a person in the world whose judgment I respect as highly as I do yours, Francie." Mrs. Hammond beamed. "Well, Georgie, I'm sure I'm only too glad if my efforts to play Egeria have been successful." "Play what?" said Sir George, looking a trifle blank. "Egeria was a goddess who helped and inspired the Roman king Numa Pompilius. At least, so Sinclair tells me." She referred to Mr. Sinclair Hammond, the well-known archaeologist, who enjoyed the additional distinction of being her husband. "Now there's a fellow," said Sir George, "who, if he had a little drive and initiative, would go far. Plenty of brains." Mrs. Hammond forbore to discuss her husband. She had grown used to his dreamy lack of ambition, his undynamic acceptance of his niche in the world. There had been a time when she had chafed at these things, but recently she had come to accept it as her cross in this life, that she never seemed to marry anyone with ginger and pep. Her first husband, acquired in the days before prosperity had dawned on the family, had been a Mr. Herbert Shale, courteous and popular assistant in the hose and underwear department of Harrod's Stores, and him not even her powerful driving force had been able to shove higher up the social ladder than the rank of shop walker. Whatever his shortcomings, Sinclair was better than Herbert. "What title did you think of adopting, Georgie?" she asked, changing the subject. Sir George, whose massive mind never wholly relaxed, even in its social moments, was speaking into the dictaphone. "Editor Pike's Weekly, attention," he was saying. "Article next week on famous women who have inspired famous men. You know, Egeria and so forth." He turned away apologetically. "I beg your pardon?" "I said, have you thought of a title yet?" "Just jotted down a few suggestions, that's all." He picked up the pad. "How do you like Lord Barraclough? Or Wensleydale? Or Marlinghue? The one that pleased me most was Mitchell Heaver. There's a swing about Mitchell Heaver." Mrs. Hammond shook her head. "Too florid. They're all too florid." "Well, you know, a title ought to have a bit of a ring. Look at some of the ones there are already. Beaver Brook, Strathdin, Leverhulme. Plenty of zip to them." "I know, but—" "And mark you," urged Sir George, "it's deuced hard to pick something good that hasn't already been taken. The fellows who got in first skimmed the cream." "I know, but none of these you have mentioned sound just right to me. There's nothing actually wrong with them, and a man with your personality could carry them off, but they are all just the least bit ornate. You must not forget that eventually Roderick will have to succeed to whatever title you choose. We must not select anything which would seem ridiculous in connection with Roderick. His actual name is bad enough as it is. Roderick." Mrs. Hammond winced. This was a painful subject with her. How often I pleaded with poor Lucy to call him Thomas. The frown which had been so long absent from Sir George's happy face returned, blacker than ever. He had the air of one into whose cup of joy an unfriendly hand has dropped a dead mouse. "I'd forgotten all about Roderick," he said moodily. There was a pause. The future Lord Mitchell Heaver, or possibly Wensleydale, or Marlinghue, drummed irritably on the desk with his finger-tips. "How the deuce I came to have a son like that!" he complained, as many a stout father had done before him, and many would do when he was dead and gone. "Beats me." "He takes after poor Lucy," said Mrs. Hammond. "She was just the same timid, feeble creature." Sir George nodded. The mention of his long-departed wife stirred no sentimental chord in him. The days when he was plain George Pike, humble clerk in a solicitor's office, and used to thrill at the soft voice of Lucy Maynard as she took the order for his frugal lunch at the Holborn Viaduct cabin, had long since faded from his memory. That quite unsatisfactory woman had now definitely become poor Lucy, a thing to be spoken of in much the same tone as would be accorded to measles, or any other mild ailment which had attacked a great man in his infancy. "Reminds me," said Sir George, reaching for the telephone, "that I want to have a word with Roderick. I'll do it now," he said, unconsciously quoting the motto, which by his instructions had been placed in a wooden frame on every editorial desk in the building. "I rang up the spice office just before you came, but he was still out at lunch." "Wait one moment, Georgie. There's something I want to speak to you about before you send for Roderick." Sir George, always docile when it was she who commanded, put down the telephone. "What has he been doing that you want to see him?" Sir George snorted. "Huh, I'll tell you." The agony of a disappointed father rang in his voice. "I gave that boy his head far too much while he was up at Oxford. I let him have a large allowance, and what did he do with it? Published a book he had written on the prose of Walter Pater, at his own expense, in limp purple leather. And on top of that he had the effrontery to suggest that the Mammoth should take over the Poetry Quarterly, a beastly thing that doesn't sell a dozen copies a year, and let him run it as editor." "I know all that," said Mrs. Hammond, a shade impatiently. If Georgie had a fault, it was this tendency of his towards the twice-told tale. "And you made him editor of Society Spice. How is he getting on?" "That's just what I'm coming to. I started to break him into the business by making him editor of Spice, never dreaming that even he could make a mess of that. Why, the position is a sinecure. Young Pilbeam, a thoroughly able young fellow, really runs the paper. All I asked of Roderick, all I wanted him to do, was to show some signs of grip, and generally find his feet before going on to something bigger. And what happens? I would like you," said the stricken father, "just to glance through this week's issue." Mrs. Hammond took the paper. There was a silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves and Sir George's deep, overwrought breathing. "Lacks vigor," announced Egeria at length. "Lacks grip," said Numa Pompilius. "Mild." "Tame." "Wants pep." "Needs ginger." "I made inquiries," proceeded Numa Pompilius bitterly, hurling the offending journal into a corner, "and what do you think? Young Pilbeam tells me that Roderick deliberately vetoes and excludes from the paper all the best items he submits. That's his idea of earning his salary and being loyal to the firm that employs him." Mrs. Hammond clicked her tongue concernedly. "It seems incredible." "It's quite true." "But what possible motive could he have?" "Motive? A boy like that doesn't have to have motives. He's just a plain imbecile. I wish to heaven," cried this tortured parent, "that he would get married. A wife might make something of him." Mrs. Hammond started. "What an extraordinary thing that you should say that! It was the very thing I wanted to speak to you about. I suppose you realize, George, that now you are going to receive this peerage, Roderick's marriage becomes a matter of vital importance. I mean, it is even more essential than before that he should marry somebody in a suitable social position." "Let me catch him," said Sir George grimly, "trying to marry anybody that isn't." "Well, you know, there was that girl you told me about, the one that worked as a stenographer in the Pike's Weekly office." "Sacked," said Sir George briefly. "Shot her out 5 minutes after I discovered that they were having a flirtation." "Has he been seeing her since?" "Wouldn't have the nerve to." "No, that is true. Deliberate defiance of your wishes would be out of keeping with Roderick's character. Has he shown any signs of being attracted by any other girl? Any girl in his own class, I mean." "Not that I know of." "George," said Mrs. Hammond, leaning forward, "I have been thinking of this for some time. Why should not Roderick marry Felicia?" Sir George quivered from head to foot. He gazed at his sister with that stunned reverence which comes over men whose darkness has suddenly been lightened by the beacon flash of pure genius. This, he felt, was Francie at her best. This was the latest and greatest of that stream of epoch-making ideas which had begun with the "How many pins does the Prime Minister's hat hold?" competition. It was inspirations such as this that gave the lie to the theory that the female brain is smaller than the male. "Could you work it?" he quavered huskily. "Work it?" Mrs. Hammond's eyebrows rose the fraction of an inch. "I don't understand you." "Well, The rebuke to his coarse directness abashed Sir George. "What I mean is, Felicia's an uncommonly attractive girl, and Roderick—well, Roderick—" "Roddy is not at all unattractive, if you do not object to the rather weak type of young man. He inherits poor Lucy's pretty eyes and hair. I can easily imagine any girl admiring him." At this statement Sir George's mouth opened. He shut it again. The remark he had intended to make concerning the mental condition of a girl who could admire Roderick was suppressed at its source. In the circumstances he felt it would be injudicious. "And of course he is a very good match. He will have your money some day, and the title. I should call him an excellent match. Then again, I know Felicia is not in love with anybody else, and I have a great deal of influence with her." This last sentence removed Sir George's lingering doubts. Translated into less feminine English, its meaning was clear. He had a complete faith in Francie's ability to make any one do anything she wished. It was, in his opinion, asking a lot of a girl to require her to accept as husband a young man who deliberately excluded Grip and Ginger from the columns of Society Spice. But if Francie undertook to put such a transaction through, it was all over but cutting the wedding cake. "If you can persuade Roddy to propose," said Mrs. Hammond, "I think I can answer for Felicia." "Persuade him! Roderick will do anything I tell him to. My goodness, Francie," he exclaimed, "the thought of that boy safely married to a girl who has been trained by you is—well, I can't tell you what I think of the idea. I only hope Felicia's had the sense to pattern herself on you. Ah, there you are, Roderick." A timid knock had sounded on the door while he was speaking, and into the room there now came sidling a young man. He was a tall young man, thin, and of an intellectual cast of countenance. The eyes and hair, to which Mrs. Hammond had alluded, those legacies from poor Lucy, formed the best part of his make-up. The eyes were large and brown; the hair, which swept flowingly over his forehead, a deep chestnut. The rather large and straggling bow-tie which he wore was also admired in certain circles, but not by Sir George. "How do you do, Aunt Frances?" said Roderick. His manner was nervous, and suggested that of men who visit dentists, or small boys who go by request into the studies of head-masters. "Pilbeam says you want to see me, father?" "I do," said Sir George coldly. "Sit down." Mrs. Hammond rose with her customary tact. "I think I will be running away," she said. "I have some shopping to do." Roderick watched her go with something of the emotions of a shipwrecked sailor on a raft who sees a sail vanishing over the horizon. He was not particularly fond of his Aunt Frances, but almost any one who made a third at interviews between himself and his father was welcome to him. He sat down and fingered his tie uncomfortably. "Don't fidget," snapped Sir George. He glowered at the tie. "What the deuce do you wear that thing for? It makes me sick." A more spirited youth might have retorted that a man who habitually appeared in public in a waistcoat of scarlet wool could hardly lay claim to be considered arbiter elegantiarum in the matter of dress. Roderick, unequal to this shattering comeback, merely smiled weakly. "I want to talk to you about Society Spice," said Sir George severely, dismissing the minor subject of costume. He retrieved the copy of the paper from the corner into which his just indignation had caused him to fling it, and began to turn its pages with knitted brow, Roderick eyeing him the while with all the care–free insouciance of a man watching a ticking bomb. "Ha!" barked Sir George suddenly, lifting his son and heir a clear 2 inches off the seat of his chair. "Just as I thought. It isn't there." "What, father?" "The 4th instalment of that series on bookmakers' swindling methods. It has been discontinued. Why?" "Well, you see, father—" "Pilbeam told me it was a great success. He said there had been a number of letters about it." Roderick shuddered. He had seen some of those letters, the ones which Pilbeam, a jovial enthusiast, had described as the fruitiest of the bunch. "Well, you see, father," he bleated, "it was so frightfully personal." "Personal?" Sir George's frown seemed to darken the room. "It was meant to be personal. Society Spice is a personal paper. Good heavens! You don't suppose these bookmakers can afford to bring libel actions, do you?" "But, father—" "All the better if they did. It would be an excellent advertisement, and no jury would award them more than a farthing's damages." Roderick shuffled unhappily. "It isn't so much libel actions." "What do you mean?" "Well, father, it's like this. I happened to be down at Kempton Park last Saturday, and I met a man who told me that Ike Bullet was going about uttering the most awful threats." "Ike Bullet? Who's Ike Bullet?" "He's one of the bookies. The articles have been particularly outspoken about him, you know, and he was threatening that if I didn't stop them he would put the lads on to me, and they would come and butter me over the pavement." Sensational as this announcement was, it seemed to leave Sir George completely unimpressed. He did not actually snap his fingers, but he made an odd contemptuous noise at the back of his throat, which amounted to a finger–snap. Having done this, he proceeded to speak his mind. It was a manly, sturdy attitude that he adopted. He defied Ike Bullet and all his kind. Ike Bullet, he seemed to suggest, might put all the lads in the world on to Roderick, but he couldn't intimidate him, Sir George. He faced with a fine, fearless unconcern the prospect of people buttering Roderick over the pavement. Not since the days of Lucius Junius Brutus had there been a father so ruggedly careless of the comfort of his son. "The series?" said the proprietor of the Mammoth Publishing Company tersely, at the end of a striking passage, in which he had voiced some of the resentment he felt at the mean trick which Providence had played upon him in making him Roderick's father, "will be resumed at once. Understand that." "Yes, father." "And if," said Sir George valiantly, "this Ike Bullet of yours doesn't like it, he can lump it." "Very well, father," said Roderick hopelessly. Through his mind there had flashed again a recollection of those letters. Crude, almost illiterate documents they had been, written under the stress of strong emotion by rough and uncultured men. Yet not even Walter Pater, in all the glory of limp purple leather, had ever expressed his meaning with a more exact precision. He turned to go, but the painful interview was not, it seemed, yet concluded. "Wait," said Sir George, "I have something else to say to you." Roderick poured himself into his chair once more. Mr. Sinclair Hammond, easy–going consort of the Egeria of the Mammoth Publishing Company, basked in the sunshine in the garden of Holly House, his residence on Wimbledon Common. There was a notebook on his knee, and he was scribbling industriously with a stubby pencil. Mr. Hammond was fond of his garden. It was, for a suburb, quite an Eden. Several acres in dimension, and shut off from the outer world by high brick walls, it contained almost more than its fair share of trees. and later on, when summer came, it would, he knew, blaze very nobly with many-colored flowers. There were smooth lawns, hedges of lavender, and a decent-sized stone pool with goldfish. Not a bad place at all, felt Mr. Hammond, as he put down his pencil, removed his glasses, and leaned back in his deck chair. By no means a bad place for a man of quiet tastes, who asked little more from life than to be left alone to do his writing. His tranquillity now was largely due to the fact that he was alone. It had been quite an hour since anyone had bothered him. This was almost a record, and he had an uneasy feeling that it was too good to last. He was on the point of replacing his glasses and resuming his work, when he saw that his forebodings had been well grounded. A female figure had come out through the French windows of the drawing-room, and was making for him across the lawn. Mr. Hammond sighed. Fond though he was of his wife, the Pike blood in her made her occasionally a companion too restless and uncomfortable for a man who liked to sit and dream. Francie's life was a series of small wars, in which cooks, housemaids, parlour-maids, chauffeurs, and tradesmen followed one another in the rôle of enemy, and she was apt to combine in herself the parts of fighter and war correspondent. If this was Francie coming now, it probably meant that he was in for half an hour's military gossip. With the cook, if he recollected rightly, an armistice had been concluded yesterday, but he seemed to remember hearing something said at breakfast about an ultimatum to the grocer, the stringiness of whose bacon had recently been causing alarm and despondency in the Hammond household. With a little moan he put on his glasses, and was relieved to see that it was not his wife who was approaching, but his niece Felicia. This altered the situation entirely. He had no objection whatever to abandoning work in favour of a chat with Flick. They were firm friends and allies. Moreover, Flick shared his ability to see humour in the little things of life, a valuable gift in woman, and one of the few great qualities which his admirable wife lacked. He looked at her as she drew near, with the same mild wonder which he always felt when he saw her nowadays. 7 years ago, when she had been dumped on him like a parcel, on the death of his sister and her husband, Jack Sheridan, in a railway accident, she had been a leggy, scraggy, tousled-haired, freckled thing, with nose and eyelids pink from much weeping, a curious object, giving as little promise of beauty as a week-old baby. And now the sight of her suggested to him, given as he was to drawing his images from the classics, a hamadryad or some shepherdess strayed out of an idyll of Theocritus. Just when the astounding change had taken place, it would have been beyond him to say. It had come so gradually and imperceptibly, first one feature, then another, ceasing to offend the eye. Here a leg shortening to a decently human length, there a mop of amber hair miraculously tidying itself. He supposed vaguely that it was always this way with girls. "Hello, Uncle Sinclair," said Flick. She held out the overcoat which she was carrying. "Get up." "I will not get up," said Mr. Hammond. "I refuse to get up for anyone. Aunt Frances says it's getting chilly, and she wants you to put on your light overcoat." Mr. Hammond put on the coat. He knew that the sleeves would brush against the paper when he resumed his writing, thus distracting his thoughts and leading to intemperate language. But the alternative, throwing the beastly thing into the goldfish pond, was impossible. If he continued to sit out here as he was, after a lapse of 2 months caught a cold, that cold would, he was aware, be put down to his reckless refusal to take the elementary precaution of wearing the light overcoat. "You know, of course, that you are an abominable nuisance, child," he observed, reseating himself. Flick glanced up. She was looking, Mr. Hammond thought, unusually pensive. Her mouth was a little drooped, and white teeth showed below her lip. Her blue eyes, that always reminded him of a rain-washed sky, were clouded. This surprised Mr. Hammond, for as a rule she took life lightly. "Are you really busy, uncle?" "Of course not. Something on the mind, Flicky?" Flick pulled at the grass thoughtfully. "Uncle Sinclair, I know you always say you never give advice to anybody, but I wish you would give me some." "Oh, you're different. I'll give you all you want. State your case." "Roderick has asked me to marry him. What do you think I ought to do?" Mr. Hammond was appalled. Ironic, he reflected, to think that when he had found that it was Flick who was coming to disturb his privacy, he had been relieved. But who would have supposed that she intended flinging frightful problems like this at his head? He was 53 years old, and had grown to regard life as a spectacle, content to watch it without rushing in and grabbing hold of the steering wheel. He shrank aghast from advising this girl about a thing like marriage. Besides, what business had a child like her to dream of marrying anyone? And then Mr. Hammond realized that time had not been standing still. Flick was 21. "Oh, what does your aunt think?" he asked feebly, fighting for time. "She thinks I ought to, but I don't know." A pang of pity for her innocence shot through Mr. Hammond. Francie had given her decision, and here the poor child was treating the matter as if it still lay open for debate. "Your aunt knows best," he said, and blushed hotly at the words. They sounded to him like something out of one of the novels of his boyhood. "Yes, but this is something I've got to think out for myself, isn't it?" Mr. Hammond felt uneasy. He liked peace in the home, and this speech of Flick's seemed to suggest that conditions might conceivably arise to render peace a memory of the past. He personally never opposed Francie. It suited him to have a power outside himself directing his life for him. But the younger generation, he was aware, might look on the matter with different eyes. Flick's chin was round and soft, but it was a strong chin. You could not dragoon a girl like Flick. "Of course I like Roddy," said Flick meditatively. "A splendid fellow," agreed Mr. Hammond heartily, growing more cheerful. He knew as a fact little or nothing of Roderick, for he was a man who avoided the society of his juniors. But if Francie endorsed him, that settled it. Flick ran her fingers over the short grass. "He isn't very exciting," she said. "You don't want a jumpy husband, surely? Not a fellow like the chap in the Babs ballads who couldn't walk into a room without ejaculating 'boom,' which startled ladies greatly. Is that what you're yearning after?" "I don't think I've got quite the right word. I meant oh, well, this is what I mean, though it sounds horribly silly when one says it. I suppose every girl is sort of half in love with a kind of fairy prince, a sort of ideal, you know. Doesn't it sound idiotic? Still, there it is, you know. And Roderick isn't a fairy prince, is he?" Her rain-washed eyes were more cloudy and serious than ever, but Mr. Hammond stuck doggedly to light persiflage. The conversation seemed to be displaying a perilous tendency to plunge into the depths, and he disliked depths. "I know exactly what you mean," he said. "We all have one big romance in our lives, which is apt to make everything else seem commonplace and dull. A beautiful, opalescent dream, very pleasant to dig up every now and then and brood over. In my case it was the passion I conceived at the age of 14 for a lady who played in comic opera at Terry's Theatre. Heavens, how I loved that woman! Well, now, tell me your romance. From the way you were speaking, I'm sure you've had one. Some fatal, fascinating boy with a jammy face and a Lord Fauntleroy suit whom you met at a birthday party, eh?" Flick smiled indulgently. "It isn't quite so long ago as that." Bob, the Sealyham terrier, had wandered up. Flick rolled him over on his back and pulled his ears absently for a moment without speaking. "I wonder," she said, "if you remember taking me to stay with a Mr. Paradine when we were over in America. The time you did the lecture tour, you know, about 5 years ago, just before you married Aunt Francie." "Certainly. Do you suppose I'm as senile as all that? I can remember back much further. Cooley Paradine is one of my best friends." "It was then that it happened." "Oh, what happened?" "All the beautiful opalescent dream stuff." Mr. Hammond regarded his niece with grave concern. "Don't tell me you are nurturing a secret passion for old Cooley? A little elderly for you, my child? Besides, you aren't interested in old books. You wouldn't appeal to him." "Don't be silly. It was Bill." "What was Bill?" "Bill West, Mr. Paradine's nephew. He's my great love, as you would call it." Mr. Hammond frowned thoughtfully. "Bill? Bill? I must be getting senile after all. This William absolutely eludes my memory." "Oh, you must remember Bill, Mr. Paradine's nephew, at Harvard." "Bill? Bill?" Mr. Hammond's face cleared. "Of course, a pimply youth with outstanding ears." "He wasn't!" cried Flick, revolted. "Ears," insisted Mr. Hammond firmly, "which he used to hang his hat on when the rack in the hall was full." "Nothing of the kind. He was frightfully handsome and wonderful in every way." "Name one way in which he was wonderful," said the sceptical Mr. Hammond. "Well, I'll tell you something wonderful that he did. He saved my life." "Saved your life?" Mr. Hammond was interested. "How did that happen?" "We were bathing in Mr. Paradine's lake, and I went out too far. As a matter of fact, we had finished bathing, and I was supposed to be in my hut dressing, but I couldn't resist one last swim. It very nearly was my last, too. Bill had dressed, but he came out just in time and saw me struggling, and he dived in with all his clothes on." "Ass ought to have taken off his coat." "Well, perhaps he did take off his coat, and I wish you wouldn't interrupt and spoil the story. He dived in and swam out to where I was kicking and screaming, and brought me in safe and sound. I should have been done for in another half-minute. I had swallowed most of the lake." "And why is this the first I have heard of it?" "We kept it dark. Bill, I suppose, was modest. At any rate, he begged me not to say anything about it, and I didn't say anything, because I jolly well knew I should be stopped bathing again if I did. He left next day to join some friends near Boston, and I've never seen him since." Her voice shook a little. Mr. Hammond lit his pipe thoughtfully. Though sympathetic, for he understood Flick, he decided to continue in the light vein. "I shouldn't worry about him, Flicky," he said. "A fellow like that is sure to have been snapped up by now. Concentrate on the sternly practical side of things, my dear. Fix your mind on Roderick. Here's a young fellow whom you admit you like, good-looking, amiable, and the heir to a title, and more money than you'll be able to spend in half a dozen lifetimes, even if you start collecting old books. Upon my word, I think you could do worse. You can have a lot of fun in this world with a title and £1,000,000, you know. Besides, think how jolly it will be marrying into the Mammoth Publishing Company, and being able to read all the articles in Pike's Weekly days before they appear in print." Flick was silent. She was wishing in a vague and formless way that life had not arranged itself quite like this. And yet she could not have said exactly what was her objection to the existing state of affairs. After all, she did like Roddy, and she had known him a long time, not like being asked to marry a stranger. And again, though everybody was very kind and pleasant, and never so much as hinted it to her, there was no getting away from the fact that she was a penniless orphan, hardly in a position to take nebulous and fanciful objections, to the quite attractive sons of millionaires. "Yes, I think I'd better marry him," she said. A chill little wind blew across the garden, and she shivered. Mr. Hammond was glad now that he had been made to put on the light overcoat. Francie, he reflected, was always right. End of chapter 1. Bill undertakes a mission. William Paradine West sat in the middle of the road at that busy spot where 42nd Street joins Fifth Avenue. Always crowded, this center of New York appeared now to be even more congested than usual. On every side, as far as the eye could reach, vast hordes of people with peculiar faces passed and repassed, and as they went, jeered at Bill unfeelingly. A policeman, chewing gum, surveyed him with quiet dislike, offended doubtless, for police are prudish in these matters, by the fact that he was barefooted and clad only in a suit of mesh-knit underwear. Somewhere close at hand a steam riveter was at work, making a noise singularly afflicting to the nerves. How Bill had come to be in this conspicuous and embarrassing position he was not precisely clear. He could recall in a vague way riding a motor bicycle across a wide prairie and subsequently being chased by leopards through a forest. But after that there occurred a gap in his memory. Still, here he was, and it now became apparent to him that the disadvantages attached to his predicament were even more marked than he had at first supposed. On top of his head somebody had placed one of those iron spikes which road menders use in breaking up asphalt, and two men with large hammers were hitting this with a rhythmical vigor, each blow causing a jarring pain to run through his entire body. The steam riveter, which had stopped for a moment, began its hideous din once more. Bill felt ill-used and miserable. It was not so much the pain that distressed him, acute though this was, nor the fact that the men with the hammers were respectively his uncle Cooley, on whose bounty he had been subsisting for years, and Judson Coker, his best friend, hand in hand with whom he had passed through both school and college. All this he could have endured with fortitude as part of the ordinary give and take of life. The thing that cut him to the quick was the discovery that the extraordinarily beautiful girl who held the spike in position, and did it, what is more, with a radiant smile, as if she thoroughly enjoyed it, was Judson Coker's sister Alice. That really was bitter. That hurt. He worshipped that girl with a love not only volcanic, but steadfast. Since their first meeting, nearly a year ago, he had been circling coyly about her, trying to muster up courage enough to lay at her feet a strong man's honest devotion. He had given her flowers, chocolates, and on her birthday a beaded bag, and here she was jabbing spikes into his head. Women are like that. The noise of the riveter rose to a demoniacal crescendo. So insistent did it become that Bill, after stirring uneasily on his pillow, finally opened his eyes, and having blinked at the sunlight pouring in through the window, became aware that another day had begun, and that the telephone at his bedside was ringing. At the same moment the door opened, and Ridgway, his capable manservant, entered. "I think I heard the telephone, sir," said Ridgway. So did I," said Bill wanly. The mists of sleep had rolled away, and returning consciousness was revealing the fact that he felt extremely unwell. His head had swollen unwholesomely to about twice its normal size, and shooting pains shuddered through it. His mouth was full of some unpleasant flannel substance, which proved on investigation to be his tongue. Memory awoke. It all came back to him now. Last night Judson Coker had given a party. Ridgway had removed the receiver. "Are you there?" "Yes." His voice was a well-modulated coo. The young master's return home at a little after 4 in the morning had not passed unnoticed by Ridgway, and he knew instinctively that soft speech would be appreciated. "Yes, I will give Mr. West your message." He turned to Bill and cooed anew like a cushat dove calling to its mate in spring. "Roberts, Mr. Cooley Paradine's butler, on the telephone, sir. He requests me to inform you that Mr. Paradine returned from his travels yesterday, and is very urgent that you should visit him this afternoon." Bill was in but poor shape for paying calls. However, Uncle Cooley's invitations had the quality of royal commands. You cannot accept a large quarterly allowance from a man, and decline to see him when desired. "Down at Westbury?" he asked. "At Westbury, sir, yes." "Tell him I'll be there." "Very good, sir." Ridgway relayed this information to the waiting Roberts, and replaced the receiver. "Shall I prepare your breakfast, sir?" Bill considered the point. "I suppose so," he said at length, without enthusiasm. Breakfast was never a popular meal with those who had enjoyed, overnight, the hospitality of Judson Coker. "Something pretty light." "Exactly, sir," said Ridgway understandingly, and slid from the presence. Bill lay on his back, staring at the ceiling. His head seemed more grossly enlarged than ever. He wished he had told Ridgway to go out and stop those birds singing in the trees of Central Park across the road. Voluble, insufferably hearty English sparrows they were, the sort of birds that in a properly run city would be put down by law. But it was too much effort to do anything about it now. Everything was too much effort, except just to lie here very quietly, with one's eyes on the ceiling. He fell to meditation, and was still meditating when a voice spoke in his ear. It was a nasty, rasping voice, not soft and gentle like Ridgway's, and he recognized it immediately as that of Conscience. They had had arguments before. "Well?" said Conscience. "Well," said Bill defensively. "Up a bit late last night, eh?" "A little." "I thought as much." "I was at a party at Judson Coker's," said Bill. "I had promised to go, so I had to. A man must keep his word." "A man need not lower himself to the level of the beasts of the field," said Conscience coldly. "It begins to look to me as if you were something of a young waster." It was an offensive remark, but in his melancholy morning mood Bill found himself unable to combat it. He was in the frame of mind when men search their hearts and plunge into sudden reformations. "I should think you'd have more self-respect and a rudimentary sense of decency," proceeded Conscience. "You love Alice Coker, don't you? Very well, then. A man who loves that noble girl ought to consider himself almost in the light of a priest or something. But do you? Not by a jugful. Lost to all sense of shame is the way I'd put it." This also struck Bill as true. "I've had my eye on you, young man, for a long time, and I've about got you sized up. What's the matter with you, among other things, is that you're a worm, a loafer, a sponger, and a shiftless, backboneless disgrace to civilization. You wasted your time at Harvard. Yes, I am perfectly aware that you were in the football team. I'm not saying you're not a healthy and muscular young animal. What I'm complaining about is your soul. You're simply not among those present when it comes to soul, and the soul is what brings home the bacon. As I was saying, you didn't do a stroke of work at Harvard, and ever since you came out of college you've been hanging around New York, absolutely idle, living on your Uncle Cooley. It's no good to say that he can give you this allowance of yours without feeling it. That's not the point. I know perfectly well that he owns the Paradine Pulp and Paper Company and is a millionaire. What I am driving at is that you're degrading yourself by sponging on him. You're not a bit better than your Uncle Jasper." "Here, I say," protested Bill. He had been prepared for a good deal, but this was overdoing it. "Not one bit better than your Uncle Jasper, and your cousin Evelyn, and all the rest of the family leeches," insisted Conscience firmly. "Bloodsuckers, all of you. Uncle Cooley is the man with the money, and the entire family, you included, has been bleeding him for years." Bill's spirit was broken. "What shall I do about it?" he asked humbly. "Do? Why, bustle about and earn a living for yourself. Get up, you wastrel, and show there's something in you. Go to your uncle and tell him you want to work. You're 26 and haven't started yet. Do you intend to loaf through the whole of your life like this?" Bill blinked at the ceiling. Conscience's exordium had wrought powerfully upon him. That stuff about trying to be worthy of Alice Coker, that touched the spot. But what really stung was the suggestion that he was on a par with Uncle Jasper and Cousin Evelyn. That was a wicked punch. That most certainly wanted looking into. In all the world, the persons he most despised were these relatives of his who loafed around living on Uncle Cooley. Incredible, he would have said, that he, the winning and debonair Bill West, could actually be classed with these ghastly excrescences. And yet the position of affairs in the Paradine family was one that is frequently met with in this world. Cooley Paradine, by means of a toilsome youth and a strenuous middle age, had amassed a large amount of money, and now all his poor relations had gathered round to help him spend it. His brother Otis had a real estate business that required frequent subsidies. His brother-in-law, Jasper Daly, was an inventor whose only successful inventions were the varied methods he discovered of borrowing money. His niece, Evelyn, had married a man who was always starting new literary reviews. They were not people who agreed together on many subjects, but on this one point of electing Cooley to the post of family paymaster they had been unanimous. For some years now Uncle Cooley had been showing in the matter of parting with money a pleasingly docile spirit for a man whose quickness of temper had at one time been a family byword. Something had happened to Mr. Paradine recently, purging the old Adam out of him, and his relatives were inclined to think that what had brought about the change was the hobby of collecting old books, which had gripped him in his 60th year. Until he had started book collecting, Cooley Paradine had been a little too formidable and uncertain for comfort. He had chafed at the constant calls made on his purse. Once he had thrown a small chair at Jasper Daly, though unfortunately with a poor aim. But now everything was splendid. He just mooned about his library at Westbury and signed checks in that delightful absent-minded way which we like to see in our rich relatives. This was the man who had supported Bill West through college days and up to the moment when he lay in bed this morning, tortured by conscience. Yes, Bill decided, conscience had been right. Of course, he was not really as bad as Uncle Jasper and Cousin Evelyn, but he could see now that he had allowed himself to drift into an ambiguous position, and one that might easily lead people who did not know what a fine fellow he was to form mistaken judgments. Most assuredly he must go to Uncle Cooley and announce his readiness to accept a job of work. He had never felt anything of an urge towards the pulping of paper, but in this new mood engendered by remorse he rather fancied that there must be more pleasure to be derived from it than the casual spectator would imagine. He had no notion how one pulped paper, nor what one did with it when pulped, but these were small technical details, which he would doubtless master during the first week. The main thing was to get started. Filled with resolution, Bill heaved himself up with a groan and made for the bathroom. There is magic in a cold shower. In combination with youth, few ills of the flesh can stand against it. Drying his glowing body 5 minutes later, Bill, though still tender about the head and apt to leap at sudden noises, felt on the whole a new man. He thrilled with courage and determination. As he toweled his back, he reviewed the program before him. He would be content with something quite modest at first, of course, something that would just enable him to look round and get a grasp on things. This achieved, he would begin to make his presence felt, toiling with the banked-up energy of one who had never done a hand's turn in his life. He would soar higher and higher until eventually he got control of the entire outfit. It was about time that Uncle Cooley had a real live wire looking after the pulp and paper company's affairs. The old boy had been a hustler in his day, but for the last few years he had allowed a taste for travel and the fascination of his library to take up too much of his time. What the Paradine Pulp and Paper Company wanted was new blood, and he, Bill, was the man to supply it. He dressed and went in to his light breakfast. So exalted was he by now that his dreams of the future began definitely to include a lifelong union with Alice Coker. He brushed aside obstacles grandly. He felt alert and conquering. As he picked up his morning paper, he had got his plans so perfectly elaborated that he half expected to find on the front page the headlines, "Society Romance. Young Pulp Paper King Weds Beautiful Girl. Interview with Mr. West." Instead, all that met his eye was the customary, "Society Divorce. Ex-wife's heart balm love tangle." "Ugh," said Bill, disgusted, and attacked his grapefruit. "Mr. Judson Coker on the telephone, sir," said Ridgway, oozing softly in, like some soundless liquid. Bill walked to the telephone in a cold, hard, censorious mood. It was impossible for him, in his reformed condition, to think of his friend and host of last night without a puritanical shudder. Odd, he reflected, how often the noblest girls had these deplorable brothers. Bill's standard in the matter of brothers, for the goddess of his heart, was perhaps a trifle high, and it is to be doubted whether a composite of Sir Galahad, good King Wenceslas, and St. Francis of Assisi would quite have made the grade. Judson failed altogether to qualify. Why, last night, he recalled, Judson had behaved for all the world like a licentious clubman in a superfilm, being the life and soul of one of those parties out of which the censor cuts 3,000 feet the moment he sees it. Gaiety of spirit is all very well, but there are limits, especially for those closely related to the sweetest of her sex. And these limits Judson Coker had exceeded by several parasangs. "Hello," said Bill. He spoke crisply and in a manner to discourage badinage. Not that Judson, after last night's celebrations, was likely to indulge in airy quips. Bill was a little surprised indeed that the other should be able at so early an hour as this to speak at all. A voice sounded over the wire. It was the husky voice of one who has wandered far and long across the hot sands, the voice of a man delicately endeavoring to keep the top of his head from coming off. "That you, Bill, old man?" "Yes." "So you got home all right?" said the voice in tones of surprised congratulations. Bill resented this reminder of a past now discarded forever. "Yes," he said frigidly. "What do you want?" An unseen throat cleared itself feebly.
"Just remembered, Bill, old man. Most important thing. I invited half a dozen of the Follies girls to come on a picnic this afternoon."
"Well, what about it?"
"I'm relying on you to rally round."
Bill frowned, such a frown as St. Anthony might have permitted himself. "You are you?" he said sternly. "Then listen to me, you poor fish. Let me tell you that I'm a changed man, and wouldn't be seen dead in a ditch with a Follies girl, and if you'll take my advice you'll pull up and try to realize that life is stern and earnest and meant for something better than—" An odd gasp interrupted this harangue.
"Gosh, Bill,"
quavered the voice,
"I noticed you buzzing around pretty energetically last night, but I'd no notion you would be quite so bad this morning. You must have got the head of a lifetime. Absolutely of a lifetime."
The voice sank to an earnest whisper.
"What you want to do, Bill, old man, is to take a couple of never-say-dies. That's what I'm going to do. You remember the recipe? 1 raw egg in half a wineglassful of Worcester sauce, sprinkle liberally with red pepper, add 4 aspirins, and stir. Put you right in no time."
And this man was her brother. Bill shuddered. "I am feeling perfectly well, thank you," he said austerely.
"Fine. Then you will come to the picnic after all."
"I will not. I wouldn't have dreamed of doing so in any case, but as it happens I have a previous engagement. I've got to go to my uncle's place at Westbury. He got home yesterday and phoned me this morning."
"My dear chap, say no more."
The voice was cordial and sympathetic.
"I quite understand. You mean the uncle who unbelts the allowance on the first of every quarter. Of course you must go and see him. I suppose you'll grab the chance of touching him for a bit extra. It must mean you're pretty strong with him if he's so crazy to see you the moment he gets home."
"If you want to know just what I'm going to do when I see Uncle Cooley," said Bill coldly, "I'll tell you. I'm going to ask him for a job." There was an exclamation of annoyance at the other end of the wire.
"This darned phone is out of order,"
complained the voice.
"You can't hear a thing. It sounded just as if you said something about asking your uncle for a job,"
said the voice amusedly, tickled by the quaint conceit. "That is exactly what I did say." Silence.
"A job?"
"Yes."
"Do you mean work?"
"Work." The voice became almost tearful in its agitation.
"Don't do it, Bill. Don't do it, old man. You don't know what you're talking about. You aren't yourself. It's just having this head that's given you ideas like that. Do take the advice of an old pal and mix up a never-say-die. It never fails. Guaranteed to make a week-old corpse spring from its bier and enter for the 6-day bicycle race. Write the recipe down on a piece of paper so that you won't forget it. 1 raw egg." Bill hung up the receiver, revolted. He was returning to his breakfast when the telephone bell rang again. Indignant at this pertinacity on the part of his despicable friend, he strode back and spoke with wrathful briskness. "Well, what do you want now?" "Oh, Mr. West, is that you?"
It was not Judson at all. The voice was a female one, and, hearing it,
Bill tottered with indescribable emotion. All female voices sound very much alike over the telephone, but this was one which his heart would never allow him to mistake. It was she, and he, criminal, fool, misguided blackguard that he was, had spoken angrily. Ye gods, that even in error he should have addressed her so! That "well," that emphasis on the "now," it was vile, brutal, fiendish. Words poured from him in an apologetic flood. "Miss Coker, I'm terribly sorry. I don't know how to apologize. I thought it was somebody else. I didn't mean I wouldn't have hoped. I wouldn't have. I hope you aren't. I hope I haven't. I hope you won't." "Mr. West," said his audience, taking advantage of a lull, "I wonder if you would do me a great favor?" Bill's knees gave at the joints. He swayed deliriously. "Do you a favor?" he breathed fervently. "You bet I will." "It's very important. Can you come and see me?" "You bet I can." "Would you be able to manage it this morning?" "You bet I would." "Thank you so much." Bill stood for a moment breathing hard. There was a mist before his eyes. She wanted him to do her a favor. It was to him that she turned, not to Toddy Van Ryter or Eustace Bailey or any other of those who formed the court of which she was the undisputed queen. Could he come and see her? Yes, 1,000 times yes! Even if the road to her father's house were lined with fire-breathing dragons. He returned to the sitting-room, and going to the mantelpiece, inspected very carefully and reverently all the photographs of Miss Coker which it contained, 11 in all, painfully and laboriously acquired by the slow process of sneaking them one by one out of Judson's rooms. Alice was a much photographed girl, and, being devoted to her unworthy brother, kept him well supplied with her pictures. The horror of the moment when he had found that lost soul using the latest specimen to cut the pages of a detective novel had never quite left Bill. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Bill undertakes a mission. Part 2. To the sensitive visitor, alert at noticing atmospheric phenomena, there would have seemed on this April morning something not altogether right about the residence of Mr. J. Birdsey Coker on East 61st Street. The dwelling-place of the father of Alice and Judson was tastefully, even luxuriously furnished, and exhibited outwardly all the earmarks of a refined and wealthy home. But over it there seemed to brood a curious, awed hush, as if a cyclone had recently passed that way, or some great sorrow come upon the inmates. If Bill had not been so immersed in thoughts of Alice, he might have observed a scared expression in the eyes of the maid who admitted him shortly after 12:30. But, being so immersed, it was not until he reached the drawing-room and found himself looking into the lovelier eyes of the mistress of the house that he suspected any calamity. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "What's the matter?" Alice Coker was an amazingly handsome girl. She was modelled on rather queenly lines. Unlike her brother Judson, who favoured his father's side of the family and looked like an Airedale terrier, her features were perfect, her teeth were perfect, her hair was perfect. The effect she gave at a first encounter was of flawless beauty. But at the moment, what anyone presented to her would have noticed was not that she was beautiful, but that she was worried. Those who make the nation's songs
so much more admirable than its laws, advise us to look for the silver lining, to seek the bluebird, put all your troubles in a great big box, and sit on the lid and grin. To seek the bluebird, to put all our troubles in a great big box, and sit on the lid and grin. Alice Coker had been unable to follow this counsel. Old Man Trouble, that foe of the songwriters, had plainly conquered her proud spirit. "Sit down, Mr. West," she said, formal even in her agitation. For many months now this tendency to a cool formality on her part had irked Bill. With the sisters of most of his other friends he was on terms of easy comradeship, but then he had been brought up with them from a child, and though he had known Judson so long, Alice had only entered into his life a year ago. He did not know all the facts, but he gathered that the peace of the Coker home had been marred by a good deal of that ex-wife's heart-balm love-tangle stuff. At any rate, until last March Alice had lived in Europe with her mother, and only on that lady's death had come to New York to keep house for her father and disturb the peace of mind of the male members of the younger set. Bill sat down, registering devotion, sympathy, and willingness to do all that a red-blooded man may for a beauty in distress. "It was very good of you to come," said Alice. "No, no, oh, no, 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 no," said Bill. "It's about Judson." "Judson?" "Yes, father is simply furious. Not," proceeded the fair-minded Miss Coker, "that you can really blame him. Juddy did behave very badly." Bill found himself in something of a dilemma. He wished to agree with every word she spoke, but horrified condemnation of Judson at this point might, he felt, be resented. Besides, he was handicapped in the capacity of censor of morals by not knowing what his convivial friend had been doing to excite the parental wrath to such an extent. He contented himself with making a low honking noise, like a respectful wild duck. "Apparently Judson gave a party last night," said Miss Coker. She sniffed disdainfully. "A very rowdy party to a lot of impossible girls from the theatres. What pleasure he gets from mixing with such people!" She went on severely, "I cannot see." "No," said Bill virtuously. "No, you're quite right. No. The trouble with Juddy is that he is weak and his friends lead him astray." "Exactly," said Bill, trying to look like one of the friends who didn't. "Well, what happened was this," resumed Miss Coker. "We all went to bed at the usual time, and were sound asleep, when about 4 in the morning there was a violent knocking on the front door. Poor father went down in his slippers and dressing-gown, rather cross, for he had had a very hard day at the office and was tired, and there was Judson." She paused, and a look of pain came into her fine eyes. "Judson," she went on in a toneless voice, "seemed glad to see father. When I looked over the banisters he was patting him on the back. Father asked him what he wanted, and Judson said that he had lost his lucky pig, and thought he might have left it on the piano in the drawing-room the last time he was in the house. He came in and hunted about, and then returned to his apartment. About half an hour later he was on the doorstep again, banging the knocker, and when father got out of bed and went down, Judson said he had only come to apologize for disturbing us. He said he wouldn't have done it, but he had particularly wanted to show the pig to a girl who was at the party. He said this girl was one of those domestic girls, a little homebody, and might be leaving the party any moment now. He came in and had another search, then he went away again, and at 5:30 he called up on the telephone, it's in Father's room, and begged Father to have a look round and see if the pig wasn't in the study." She paused again. Bill made shocked noises. "Naturally, Father was very much annoyed." Bill nodded sympathetically. He quite saw how this might be. "You ought to have seen him when he left for the office this morning." Bill, as he listened to his adored one's word picture of the passing of her parent from the bosom of his family, was glad he had not seen him. The impression Miss Coker conveyed to his excited fancy was of something resembling one of those peculiar beasts in the book of Revelations on one of its bad mornings. J. Birdsey Coker, he gathered, not infrequently displayed a little tetchiness round about breakfast time, but the oldest inhabitant could recall nothing to approach these latest manifestations. The description of how he had behaved when the maid, unnerved by his demeanor, had dropped the eggs and bacon, was alone sufficient to chill the stoutest. "And the result is," concluded Alice, "that he says he has had enough. He says he is going to stop Judson's allowance and send him to Grandmamma's farm in Vermont, and keep him there till he gets some sense. And what I wanted to ask you, Mr. West, is this: could you fit it in with your plans to take Juddy away on a month's fishing trip?" "But you said he was going to Vermont." "Yes, but I believe that when Father has had time to cool down a little, he will agree to letting him go on a fishing trip instead, provided it is with someone who will look after him and see that he gets nothing to drink. It doesn't matter so much where he goes, you see, so long as he gets away from New York and all these people who cluster round him and lead him astray. Juddy," said Miss Coker, a break in her voice, "is such a dear boy that everybody is attracted to him, and that makes it difficult for him to be strong and resist temptation." Bill hesitated no longer. He had been doubtful for a time as to Judson's exact standing with his sister, but now that it became manifest that not all the dark deeds which the reprobate had performed on the front doorstep in the small hours could shake her divine affection, he saw his way clear. He embarked forthwith on an eulogy of his late playmate, the eloquence of which surprised even himself. It was the sort of paean of praise which would have been considered a bit fulsome, even by an Oriental monarch from the lips of the court poet. But its effect on Miss Coker was remarkable. Her proud aloofness thawed. She melted visibly, and presently, as Bill concluded a stirring passage in which he stressed Judson's essential spirituality, and came out uncompromisingly as considering him too rare and tender a soul for the rough hurly-burly of modern life as lived in New York City, she beamed upon him like the rising sun. "I knew you were a great friend of his," she said with such cordiality that Bill twisted his legs round each other and gasped for air. "That's why I asked you to come here. You don't know what it would be like for the poor boy at Grandmamma's. He would have to get up at 7 every morning, and there would be family prayers twice a day." In solemn silence they peered into this inferno, from which she removed the lid. "Prayers?" faltered Bill. "And hymns on Sundays," said Miss Coker, tight-lipped. "It would drive the poor darling off his head. and as far as his health is concerned, a fishing trip would do him just as much good, and he would enjoy it. I know how fond he is of you. I'm sure father will consent, because he likes and trusts you, and could rely on you to keep poor Juddy out of trouble. I don't know how to thank you, Mr. West, but I knew you would not fail me. I am tremendously grateful. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. It seemed to Bill that the moment of his own flood tide had arrived. At no time in the past year had so favorable an opportunity for proposing presented itself, and it might be many a long month before such a chance occurred again, for Bill was not one of your glib fellows who can tap the romantic vein at will and under any conditions. He required something in the nature of a push behind before he could dive. Though painfully conscious of that sick, empty feeling about the diaphragm which had attacked him on the occasion when he had stepped out with the rest of the Harvard football team into the Yale Bowl 4 years ago, he braced himself to play the man. "Miss Coker, I, that is to say, or putting it another way, I wonder, do you think—" He paused. He was not sure if he was making his meaning quite clear. He tried again. "I know. It isn't as if I quite see. It might happen if you would—" Still not as lucid as he could have wished. He swallowed twice and approached the subject from a new angle. "Look here," he said, "will you marry me?" Miss Coker exhibited an unruffled composure. It is to be assumed that this sort of thing had happened to her before. "Really," she said, "I wasn't expecting this." Nor was Bill. He was still stupefied by the sound of those reckless words, and wondered dazedly how he could ever have had the nerve to allow them to pass his lips. Still, they were out now, and the subject definitely placed before the meeting for consideration. He gazed at her dumbly, but hopefully. "I can't give you a definite answer now." No, of course not." "Suppose you ask me again when you have brought Juddy back quite well and strong?" The assumption that Judson was an invalid in the latest stages of egg-shell fragility did not quite square with Bill's recollection of his friend leading the revels on the previous night. But he let it go. It was unimportant. The thing that really mattered was that she had not scornfully rejected his suit and rung the bell for menials to come and throw him into the street. We'll leave it like that, shall we? "Yes," said Bill humbly. "And when do you think you will be able to start on this fishing trip?" asked Miss Coker, who inherited from her father the gift of being able to shelve sentiment in favor of business. "At once?" "Tomorrow, if you like," said the infatuated Bill. He perceived dimly that this new arrangement was going to make it difficult for him to jump right in and assume control of his uncle's pulp paper business. But that seemed of slight importance now. He basked for a moment in the warmth of the smile which she bestowed upon him, and was reminded by that smile of a request which he wished to make, for the smile was the same smile which rendered the third photograph from the left on his mantelpiece so rarely beautiful. "I wonder," he stammered, "I mean, do you think, what I want to say is, you haven't by any chance a photograph of yourself you could give a fellow?" "Why, of course," said Alice amiably. "I've been wanting one of you for a long time," said Bill. The library of Mr. Cooley Paradine at his house at Westbury, Long Island, was a room which caused bibliophiles on entering it to run round in ecstatic circles, prying and sniffing and uttering short, excited, whining noises like dogs suddenly plunged into the middle of 100 entrancing smells. Its fame, one might say, was international, for articles describing it had appeared in such widely separated periodicals as the Atlantic Monthly, the Quarterly Review, and the Mercure de France. On each wall were shelves, and on each shelf volume after volume of oddly ill-assorted sizes, here a massive tome, there next to it a squat dwarf of a book, yonder a thing that looked like a book but was really a box containing a book. The mere sight of these affected those who appreciated that sort of thing like some powerful drug. Bill, not being a bibliophile, bore the spectacle with more calm. On being shown into the library by Roberts, who informed him on his arrival at 3 o'clock that afternoon that Mr. Paradine would be disengaged shortly, and desired him to wait, he made immediately for the curtained bow window, from which, as his previous visits to the house had told him, there was a view almost ideally arranged for the contemplation of one in his emotional state. Beneath the window hung masses of laburnum, through which the observer might note and drink in the beauty of noble trees, a silver lake, and a broad expanse of shady lawn. Just what a man in love wanted, held Bill. There was but one flaw. The broad expanse of shady lawn was, he disgustedly perceived, marred at the moment by the presence of humanity, for which in his exalted condition he was in no mood. What he wanted was to contemplate nature, and, contemplating, to muse dreamily upon Alice Coker. He resented the intrusion of an old man with a white beard and a small boy in knickerbockers. These two blots on the landscape were strolling up and down the middle of the nearest lawn, and they killed the whole beauty of the scene for Bill. However, at this moment they started to move towards the house, and presently the laburnum hid them, and he was at peace again. He gave himself up once more to thoughts of Alice. His reflections induced a sort of yeasty exhilaration, akin to, and yet how infinitely purer than, that which he had felt after the third of the powerful cocktails so jovially blended yestreen by host Judson at his deplorable party. Of all the amazing things that could have happened, that he should actually have cast off the diffidence of months and asked her to marry him was surely the most amazing. No, not quite the most amazing. That dizzy niche was undoubtedly reserved for the astounding miracle that she should have received his proposal in so kindly a spirit. True, she had not actually committed herself to an engagement, but what of that? She had as good as said that, like some knight of old, he had merely to perform his allotted task, and she would be his. What could be fairer than that? Oh, love! Oh, fire! His meditations were interrupted by the opening of the door. "Mr. Jasper Daly," said the voice of Roberts. From his post behind the curtains Bill heard a testy snort. "What's the sense of announcing me, my good man? There's nobody here." "Mr. West was here a moment ago, sir." "Eh? What's he doing here?" Bill came out from his nook. "Hello, Uncle Jasper," he said, and strove in vain to make his voice cordial. After what had passed between Conscience and himself that morning, the spectacle of Mr. Daly was an affliction. The thought that it was even remotely possible that he in any way resembled this wizened, greedy-looking little person cut like a knife. "Oh, there you are," said Uncle Jasper grumpily, looking round with a pale, reptilian eye. "Mr. Paradine is engaged for the moment, sir," said Roberts. "He will be with you shortly. Shall I bring you a cocktail, sir?" "No," said Uncle Jasper. "Never drink 'em." He turned to Bill. "What you doing here?" "Roberts called up this morning to say that Uncle Cooley wanted to see me." "Eh? That's queer.
I had a telegram yesterday, myself, saying the same thing."
"Yes," said Bill distantly. He turned to look at the bookshelves. He was a broad-minded man, and hoped that he could make allowance for the lowest of God's creatures. But really it was almost indecent that one who had only recently left the golden presence of Alice Coker should have to endure the society of this old crumb. A moment later he had a fresh burden to bear. "Mrs. Paradine Kirby," proclaimed Roberts in the doorway. The arrival of his cousin Evelyn deepened Bill's gloom. Even at the best of times she was hard to bear, a stout and voluminous woman, in the early 40s, with eyes like blue poached eggs. She had never had the sense to discard the baby talk which had so entertained the young men in her debutante days.
"Oh, what a lot of great big beautiful books!"
said Cousin Evelyn, addressing apparently the small fluffy dog which she bore in her arms.
"Uncle Willie dog must be a good boy and not bite the books, and maybe Uncle Cooley will give him a lovely cakey."
"Mr. Otis Paradine and Master Cooley Paradine," announced Roberts. Bill now felt drearily resigned. To a man compelled to be in the same room with Uncle Jasper and Cousin Evelyn, the additional discomfort of Otis and little Cooley was negligible, merely registering in his mind the opinion that Uncle Otis was fatter than ever, and that little Cooley, a glistening child who had the appearance of having recently been boiled, looked like something that had come out of an egg. He turned to the bookshelves again.
"Good God!"
cried Uncle Jasper, staring at the new arrivals. "Is this Old Home Week? What are you all doing here?" "Cooley and I were specially telegraphed for," replied Otis with dignity.
"Why, how perfectly extraordinary!" said Cousin Evelyn. "So was I."
"And he," said Uncle Jasper, plainly bewildered, jerking a thumb at Bill, "had a phone call this morning. What's the idea, I wonder?" Cooley, a silent child, said nothing. He stood picking at the leather of an armchair with the nib of a pen, agitated at regular intervals by a hiccup which sounded like a diffident man starting to give 3 cheers for something and losing his confidence after the first hip. The rest of the family went into debate on the problem.
"How strange, Uncle Cooley, asking us all to come here together like this,"
said Cousin Evelyn. Uncle Otis glanced about him cautiously and lowered his voice. "If you ask me," he said, "there's something in the wind. My idea is that Cooley probably realizes that he's getting pretty old, so he's going to make settlements on us all."
"Oh, do you really think so?"
exclaimed Cousin Evelyn rapturously.
"Of course he is old, isn't he? I always say that when a man has passed 60, he's simply waiting for the end."
"I was 62 last birthday," said Uncle Otis coldly. "Settlements," said Uncle Jasper thoughtfully. He scratched his chin. Not a bad idea. Save us a lot of money in the inheritance tax." Bill could endure no more. Admitting that he was a bloodsucker, and conscience had made this fact uncomfortably clear, he had at any rate always been grateful for blood received. These ghouls seemed to have no decent human affections whatever. "You people make me sick," he snapped, wheeling round. "You ought to be put in a lethal chamber or something, always plotting and scheming after poor old Uncle Cooley's money." This unexpected assault from the rear created a certain consternation.
"The idea!"
cried Cousin Evelyn. "Impudent boy!" snarled Uncle Jasper. Uncle Otis tapped the satirical vein. "Oh, you've never had a penny from him, have you? Oh, dear, no," said Uncle Otis. Bill shot a proud, withering glance in his direction. "You know perfectly well that he gives me an allowance, and I'm ashamed now that I ever let him do it, when I see you gathering round him like a lot of vultures."
"Vultures?" Cousin Evelyn drew herself up haughtily. "I have never been so insulted in my life."
"I withdraw the expression," said Bill.
"Oh, well,"
said Cousin Evelyn, mollified, "I should have said leeches." The Paradines were never a really united family, but they united now in their attack upon this critic. The library echoed with indignant voices, all speaking at once. It was only when another voice added itself to the din that quiet was restored. It spoke, or rather shouted, from the doorway, and its effect on the brawlers was like that of a police whistle on battlers in a public street. "Shut up!" bellowed this voice. It was a voice out of all proportion to the size of its owner. The man standing in the doorway was small and slight. He had a red, clean-shaven face, a noble crop of stiff white hair, and he glared at the gathering through rimless pince-nez. "A typical scene of Paradine family life," he observed sardonically. His appearance was the signal for another united movement on the part of the uncles and cousins. After a moment of startled pause, they surged joyfully towards him. "'Lo, Cooley, glad to see you." Uncle Jasper. "Welcome home, Cooley." Uncle Otis.
"You dear man, how well you look."
Cousin Evelyn. Silence. Little Cooley. More silence. Bill. The little man in the doorway seemed unappreciative of this deluge of affection. Now that he was no longer speaking, his mouth had set itself in a grim line, and the gaze which he directed at the effusive throng through his rimless glasses might have damped more observant persons. The relatives resumed their exuberant greetings. "I got your telegram, Cooley," said Uncle Jasper.
"So did I," said Cousin Evelyn. "And darling Ickle Willie Dog and me both thought it so sweet of you to invite us."
"Hope you had a good time, Cooley," said Uncle Otis. "Lot of ground you've covered, eh?"
"How did you like Japan?" asked Cousin Evelyn. "I always say the Japanese are so cute."
"We've missed you, Cooley," said Uncle Jasper. The taciturnity of his offspring in this time of geniality and rejoicing seemed to jar upon Otis. He dragged little Cooley away from the chair on which he was operating. "Greet your dear uncle, boy." Little Cooley subjected that dispenser of largesse to the stolid, unwinking stare of boyhood. "Hello," he said in a loud, deep voice, and relapsed into a hiccup-punctuated silence again. Uncle Jasper took the floor once more. "Could you give me 5 minutes in private later on, Cooley?" he said. "I've a little matter to discuss." "I, too," said Otis, "have a small favor to ask on little Cooley's behalf." Cousin Evelyn thrust herself forward.
"Give great big Uncle Cooley a nice kiss, darling,"
she cried, extending the fluffy dog with 2 plump arms in the general direction of the benefactor's face. Mr. Paradine's reserve was not proof against this assault. "Take him away," he cried, backing hastily. "So," he said, "you aren't satisfied with sponging on me for yourselves? Started hunting me with dogs, eh?" Cousin Evelyn's face expressed astonishment and pain.
"Sponging, Uncle Cooley!"
Mr. Paradine snorted. His glasses fell off in his emotion, and he replaced them irritably. "I don't know if you've taught that dog of yours any tricks, Evelyn, but if he can sit up on his hind legs and beg, he's qualified for full and honorable standing in this family. That's all any of you know how to do. I get back here after 2 months traveling, and the first thing you all do is hound me for money." Sensation! Uncle Jasper scowled. Uncle Otis blinked. Cousin Evelyn drew herself up with the same hauteur which she had employed a short time before upon Bill. "I am sure," she said, hurt, "horrid old money is the last thing I ever think of." Mr. Paradine uttered an unpleasant laugh. Plainly he had come back from his travels in no mood of good will to all. This was a return to what might be called his early manner, that uncomfortable irritability which had made business negotiations with him so trying to the family in the days before he had been softened and mellowed by the collecting of old books. "Yes," he said bitterly, "the last thing at night and the first thing in the morning. I tell you, I'm sick of you all, sick and tired. You're just a lot of—" "Vultures," prompted Bill helpfully. "Vultures," said Mr. Paradine, "all so friendly and all so broke. For years and years you've done nothing but hang on to me like a crowd of—" "Leeches," murmured Bill. "Leeches." "Leeches," said Mr. Paradine. "Ever since I can remember I have been handing out money to you. Money, money, money. And you've absorbed it like so many—" "Pieces of blotting paper," said Bill. Mr. Paradine glared at him. "Shut up!" he thundered. "All right, uncle, only trying to help." "And now," resumed Mr. Paradine, having disposed of Bill, "I want to tell you I've had enough of it. I'm through. Done. Finished." He eyed Bill dangerously for a moment, as if waiting to see if he had any synonyms to offer. "I called you together today to make an announcement. I have a little surprise for you all. You are about to acquire a new relative." The family looked at each other with wild surmise. "A new relative?" echoed Otis pallidly. "Don't tell me," whispered Uncle Jasper in a bedside voice, "that you are going to get married?" "No," said Mr. Paradine, "I am not. The relative I refer to is my adopted son, Horace. Come here, Horace." Through the doorway there shuffled a small knickerbockered figure. "Horace," said Mr. Paradine, "let me present you to the family." The boy stared for a moment in silence. He was a sturdy, square-faced, freckled boy, with short sandy hair and sardonic eyes. His gaze wandered from Uncle Jasper to Uncle Otis, from little Cooley to Cousin Evelyn, drinking them in. "Is this the family?" he asked. "This is the family." "Gee whistikers, what a bunch of prunes!" said the boy with deep feeling. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 3. In the silence which followed this frank statement of opinion, another figure added itself to the group. This was a large and benevolent-looking man in a senatorial frock-coat, whom Bill recognized by his white beard as the boy Horace's companion on the lawn. Even from a distance this person had seemed venerable. Seen at close range, he achieved almost the impressiveness of a minor prophet. He was smiling a grandfatherly smile, the only smile of any description, it may be mentioned, on view in the room at that particular time. For a more joyless gathering it would have been hard to find at any spot in America where a funeral was not actually in progress. Uncle Jasper had sagged like a drooping lily. Uncle Otis' eyes were bulging. Cousin Evelyn gave the impression of being about to burst. As for the boy Horace, the realization of the sort of family he had allowed himself to be adopted into seemed to have taken all the sunshine out of his life. He was the first to speak, and his words revealed what was weighing upon his mind. Do I have to kiss them all?" he asked. "You are certainly not going to kiss me," said Uncle Jasper definitely, waking from his stupor. He rounded on Mr. Paradine, puffing like a seal. "What is the meaning of this, Cooley?" he demanded. Mr. Paradine waved a hand in the direction of the newcomer. "Professor Appleby will explain." The minor prophet bowed. If he felt any embarrassment, he did not show it. His smile as he spoke was as gentle and insinuating as ever. "The announcement which my good friend Paradine—" "How do you mean, your good friend Paradine?" inquired Uncle Jasper heatedly. "How long have you known him, I should like to know?" "I met Professor Appleby on the train coming from San Francisco." "It was I," said Professor Appleby, breaking gently in, "who persuaded Mr. Paradine to adopt this little lad here." He patted the boy's head and regarded his fermenting audience kindly. "My name," he proceeded, anticipating Uncle Jasper, who seemed about to speak, "is possibly not familiar to you, but in certain circles I think I may assert with all modesty my views on eugenics are considered worthy of attention. Mr. Paradine, I am glad to say, has allowed himself to be enrolled among my disciples. I am a strong supporter of Mr. Bernard Shaw's views on the necessity of starting a new race, building it with the most perfect specimens of the old. Horace here is a boy of splendid physique, great intelligence, sterling character, and wonderful disposition. I hold, and I am glad to say that he agrees with me, that it is better for Mr. Paradine to devote his money to the rearing and training of such a boy than to spend it on relatives who, I may say, have little future, and from whom he can expect, pardon me, but small returns. Mr. Paradine intends to found a family that looks forward instead of back, a family of comers instead of a family of has-beens." The relatives gave tongue. All through this harangue they had been trying to speak, but Professor Appleby was not an easy man to interrupt. Now that he had paused, they broke out, Cousin Evelyn in the lead, Uncles Jasper and Otis following close behind.
"I never heard of such a thing in my life."
"This fellow's a dangerous crank."
"Is it really possible that you intend to make this uncouth boy your heir, rather than your own flesh and blood?"
Professor Appleby intervened gently.
"One must admit," he acknowledged, "that Horace is at present a trifle unpolished. I quite see that. But what of it? A good tutor will remedy so small a defect in a few months. The main thing is that the little lad is superbly healthy and extremely intelligent."
The little lad made no acknowledgment of these stately tributes. He was still wrestling with the matter nearest his heart. "I will not kiss him," he now announced firmly. "No, sir. Not unless somebody makes me a bet about it. I once kissed a goat on a bet." Cousin Evelyn threw up her hands, causing Willie Dog to fall squashily to the floor.
"What an impossible little creature!"
"I think, my dear Paradine," said Professor Appleby mildly, "that as conversation seems to be becoming a little acrimonious, it would be best if I took Horace for a stroll in the grounds. It is not good for his growing mind to have to listen to these wranglings."
Cousin Evelyn stiffened militantly.
"Pray do not let us disturb Horace in his home."
She attached a lead to Willie Dog's collar and made for the door.
"Good-bye, Uncle Cooley," she said, turning. "I consider I have been grossly and heartlessly insulted."
"Hey!" exclaimed Horace, pointing. "You've dropped your knitting, and it's dragging."
with one long silent look of repulsion, Cousin Evelyn gathered Willie Dog into her arms and passed out. Uncle Jasper stumped to the door. "Good-bye, Jasper," said Mr. Paradine. "Good-bye. I shall immediately take steps to have a lunacy commission appointed to prevent you carrying out this mad scheme." "And I," said Uncle Otis, "I have only to say, Cooley, that the journey here has left me out of pocket to the extent of $3.79. You shall hear from my lawyer." He took little Cooley by the hand. "Come, John," he said bitterly, "in future you will be known by your middle name." Horace observed this exodus with a sardonic eye. "Say, I seem to be about as popular as a cold Welsh rabbit," he remarked. Bill came forward amiably. "I've got nothing against you, buddy," he said. "As far as I'm concerned, welcome to the family." "If that's the family," said Horace, "you're welcome to 'em yourself." And placing his little hand in Professor Appleby's, he left the room. Mr. Paradine eyed Bill grimly. "Well, William? Well, Uncle Cooley? I take it that you have gathered the fact that I do not intend to continue your allowance." "Yes, I gathered that." His young relative's calm seemed to embarrass Mr. Paradine a little. He spoke almost defensively. "Worst thing in the world for a boy your age to have all the money he wants without earning it." "Exactly what I feel," said Bill enthusiastically. "What I need is work. It's disgraceful," he said warmly, "that a fellow of my ability and intelligence should not be making a living for himself. Disgraceful." Mr. Paradine's sanguine countenance took on a deeper red. "Very humorous," he growled, "very humorous and whimsical. But what you expect to gain by— Humorous? You don't imagine I was being funny, do you? I thought you were trying to be." "Good Lord, no. Why, I came here this afternoon fully resolved to ask you for work." "You've taken your time getting round to it." "I didn't get a chance to mention it before." "And what sort of work do you suppose I can give you?" "A job in the firm." "What as?" Bill's extremely slight knowledge of the ramifications of the pulp and paper business made this a difficult question to answer. "Oh, anything," he replied with valiant spaciousness. "I could employ you at addressing envelopes at $10 a week." "Fine, said Bill. "When do I start?" Mr. Paradine peered at him suspiciously through his glasses. "Are you serious?" "I should say so." "Well, I'm bound to say," observed Mr. Paradine after a pause, seeming a trifle disconcerted, "your attitude has taken me by a good deal of surprise." Bill thought of murmuring that his uncle did not realize the hidden depths in his character, but decided not to. "It's an odd thing, William, but the only member of my family for whom I still retain some faint glimmer of affection is you." Bill smiled his gratification. "And you," boomed Mr. Paradine, "are an idle, worthless, good-for-nothing. Still, I'll think it over. You're not going back to the city at once?" "Not if you want me." "I may want you. Stay here for another hour or so." "I'll go and stroll by the lake." Mr. Paradine scrutinized him keenly. "I can't understand it," he muttered. "Wanting to work. I don't know what's come over you. I believe you're in love or something." For about a quarter of an hour after the parting of uncle and nephew, perfect peace brooded upon Mr. Cooley Paradine's house and grounds. At the end of that period, Roberts the butler, agreeably relaxed in his pantry over a cigar and a tale of desert love, was startled out of his tranquillity by the sound of a loud metallic crash, appearing to proceed from the drive immediately in front of the house. Laying down cigar and book, he bounded out to investigate.
It was not remarkable that there had been a certain amount of noise. Hard by one of the colonial pillars which the architect had tacked on to Mr. Paradine's residence to make it more interesting, lay the wreckage of a red two-seater car, and from the ruins of this there was now extricating itself a long figure in a dust-coat, revealed a moment later as a young man of homely appearance, with a prominent arched nose and plaintive green eyes. "Hallo!" said this young man, spitting out gravel. Roberts gazed at him in speechless astonishment. The wreck of the two-seater was such a very comprehensive wreck that it seemed hardly possible that any recent occupant of it could still be in one piece. "Had a bit of a smash," said the young man. "An accident, sir?" gasped Roberts. "If you think I did it on purpose," said the young man, "prove it." He surveyed the ruins interestedly. "That car," he said sagely after a prolonged scrutiny, "will want a bit of fixing." "However did it happen, sir?" "Just one of those things that do happen. Coming up the drive at a pretty good lick when a bird settled in the middle of the fairway. Tried to avoid running over the beastly creature, and must have pulled the wheel too far round, because all of a sudden I skidded a couple of yards, burst a tire, and hit the side of the house." "Good heavens, sir!" "It's all right," said the young man reassuringly. "I was coming here anyway." He discovered a deposit of gravel in his left eyebrow, and removed it with a blue silk handkerchief. "This is Mr. Paradine's house, isn't it?" he asked. "Yes, sir." "Good. Is Mr. West here?" "Yes, sir." "That's fine. I wish you would tell him I want to see him. Coker's the name. Mr. Judson Coker." "Very good, sir." Something in the butler's manner, a certain placidity and lack of emotion, appeared to displease the young man. He frowned slightly. "Judson Coker," he repeated. "Yes, sir." Judson looked at him expectantly. "Name's familiar, eh?" "No, sir." "You don't mean to say you've never heard it before?" "Not to my knowledge, sir." "Good gad!" said Judson. He reached out a long arm and detained the receding Roberts by the simple process of seizing the tail of his coat. Even in his moods of normalcy there was never anything aloof and reticent about Judson Coker. He was always ready to chat anywhere at any time with anyone. And now his accident had brought about in him a still greater urge towards loquacity. Shocks affect different people in different ways. Judson's had left him bubblingly confidential. "Do you mean to tell me honestly, as man to man," he demanded incredulously, "that you have never heard the name Judson Coker before?" "No, sir." "Don't you ever read Broadway badinage?" "No, sir." "Nor town gossip?" "No, sir." "Good gad!" The failure of this literacy test seemed to discourage Judson. He released the butler's coat-tail and relapsed into a moody silence. "Shall I bring you a whiskey and soda, sir?" asked Roberts. It had come home to him by this time that the young visitor was not wholly himself, and remorse swept over him. Long ere this, he told himself, he should have been playing the part of a kindly physician. The question restored Judson's cheerfulness immediately. It was the sort of question that never failed to touch a chord in him. "My dear old chap, you certainly may," he responded with enthusiasm. "I've been wondering when you were going to lead the conversation round to serious subjects. Mix it pretty strong, will you? Not too much water, and about the amount of whiskey that would make a rabbit bite a bulldog." "Yes, sir. Will you step inside the house?" "No, thanks. Sit right here, if it's all the same to you." The butler retired, to return a few moments later with the healing fluid. He found his young friend staring pensively at the sky. "I say," said Judson, breathing a satisfied sigh as he lowered his half-empty glass, "coming back to that,
You were kidding just now, weren't you, when you said you didn't know my name?"
"No, sir, I assure you."
"Well, this is the most extraordinary thing I ever heard. You seem to know about as much of what's going on in the world as a hen does of tooth powder. Didn't you ever hear of the Silks?"
"Silks, sir?"
"Yes, the Fifth Avenue Silks."
"No, sir."
"Good gad! Very famous walking club, you know. Used to assemble on Sunday mornings and parade up Fifth Avenue in silk pajamas, silk socks, silk hats, and silk umbrellas in case it rained. You really never heard of them?"
"No, sir."
"Well, I'm darned. Doesn't that just show you what fame is? I shouldn't have thought there was an educated man in the country who hadn't heard of the Silks. We got a whole page in the Sunday magazine section of the American the week the police stopped us."
"Indeed, sir?"
"We certainly did, with a picture of me. I founded the Silks, you know."
"Yes, sir."
"Oh, yes. I've done a good deal of that sort of thing. I went up in an airplane once, scattering dollar bills over the city. I'm surprised you've not heard of me."
"We live very much out of the great world down here, sir."
"Ah, I suppose you do," said Judson, cheered by this solution. "Yes, I guess that must be it. Quite likely you might not have heard of me if that's so. But you can take it from me that I've done a lot of things in my time. Clever things, you know, that made people talk. If it hadn't been for me, I don't suppose the custom of wearing the handkerchief up the sleeve would ever have been known in America."
"Indeed, sir?"
"I assure you."
To some men these reminiscences might have proved enthralling, but not to one who, like Roberts, was in the middle of Chapter 11 of Sand and Passion, and wanted to get back to it. He removed the decanter gently from the reach of Judson's clutching hand, and tactfully endeavored to end the conversation. "I made inquiries, sir, and was informed that Mr. West was last seen walking in the direction of the lake. Perhaps if you would care to look for him there."
Judson rose. "You're perfectly right," he said earnestly. "Absolutely right. I've got to see old Bill immediately. Came here specially to see him. No time to lose. Which way is this lake?"
"Over yonder, sir. Ah, but here is Mr. West coming up the drive."
"Eh?"
"Mr. West, sir, coming up the drive."
And having indicated Bill's approaching figure to the visitor, who was peering vaguely in every direction but the right one, Roberts withdrew into the house. He paused in the hall to telephone to the occupants of the local garage that there was a man's work for them to do in Mr. Paradine's front garden, then returned to the pantry and resumed his reading. It was the unwelcome arrival on its grassy shores of Professor Appleby and the boy Horace that had driven Bill from the lake. He was in no mood for conversation, for it had suddenly become plain to him that he had got to do some very tense thinking. Events since his coming to Mr. Paradine's house had marched so rapidly that he had not had leisure until this moment to appreciate the problems and complexities with which life had filled itself. Brooding now upon these, he could see that fate had maneuvered him into a position where he was faced with the disagreeable necessity of being in two places at one and the same time. Obviously, if his newly displayed enthusiasm for toil was to carry weight, he must enter Uncle Cooley's office immediately. Obviously, also, if he entered Uncle Cooley's office immediately, he could not take Judson off for a fishing trip. If he went off now upon a fishing trip, what would Uncle Cooley think of him? And conversely, if he canceled the fishing trip, what would Alice Coker feel but that he had failed her in her hour of need, after buoying her up with airy promises? Bill staggered beneath the burden of the problem, and was so preoccupied that Judson had to call him twice before he heard him. "Why, hello, Judson. What on earth are you doing here?"
He wrung the hand of the founder of the Fifth Avenue Silks with considerable animation. Since their somewhat distant talk on the telephone that morning, his mental attitude towards Judson had changed a good deal. In his capacity of practically accepted suitor of Sister Alice, Bill had taken on a sort of large benevolence towards her entire family. He found himself glowing with brotherly affection for Judson, and even conscious of a certain timid desire to fraternize with the redoubtable J. Birdsey. He massaged Judson's shoulder lovingly. Quite suddenly it had come to him that the problem which had been weighing him down was no problem at all. He had been mistaken in supposing that two alternatives of action presented themselves. Now that the sudden spectacle of Judson had, so to speak, stressed the Coker motif in the rhythm of life, he saw clearly that there was only one course for him to pursue. At whatever cost to himself and his financial future, he must keep faith with Alice. The fishing trip was on. The spectacular entry into the pulp and paper business off.
"Hello, Bill, old man," said Judson. "Just the fellow I want to see. As a matter of fact, I came out here specially to see you. Had a bit of a smash," he added, indicating the debris. "Good heavens!" Bill quivered with a cold dismay at the thought of her brother having motor smashes. "You aren't hurt?" "No, just joggled a bit. Say, listen, Bill. Alice has been tipping me off about what's happened at home. There's no mistake about this fishing trip, is there? Because if there is, I'm sunk. A week at the old lady's would finish me."
"That's all right." Bill patted his shoulder. "I promised Alice, and that's enough. The thing's settled." Bill hesitated blushfully for a moment. "Judson, old man," he went on, his voice trembling, "I asked her to be my wife. Breakfast every morning at 7:30, if you can believe it," said Judson, "and working on the farm all day." "To be my wife," repeated Bill in a slightly louder tone.
"And if there's one thing that gives me the pip," said Judson, "it's messing about with a bunch of pigs and chickens. I asked Alice to marry me. And then family prayers, you know, and hymns and things. I couldn't stand it, old man, simply couldn't stand it." She wouldn't give me a definite answer. "Who wouldn't?"
"Alice. Alice."
"What about?"
Bill's attitude of general benevolence towards the Coker family began to undergo a slight modification. Some of its members, he felt, could be a little trying at times. "I asked your sister Alice to marry me," he said coldly, "but she wouldn't actually promise."
"Well, that's fine," said Judson. "I mean, you can get out of it all right, what?"
Revolted as Bill was, and he gazed at his friend with a chilly loathing which might have wounded a more sensitive man, his determination was not weakened. Judson might have rather less soul than a particularly unspiritual wart-hog, but he still remained Alice's brother. "Wait here," he said stiffly. "I must go and see my uncle."
"Why?"
"To tell him about this fishing trip."
"Does he want to come too?"
asked Judson, perplexed. "He wants me to go to work in his office at once, and I must tell him that it will have to be postponed." Mr. Paradine had left the study when Bill got there, but familiarity with his habits told Bill where to look. He found him in the library, perilously perched upon a long ladder, browsing on a volume which he had extracted from an upper shelf. "Uncle Cooley." Mr. Paradine gazed down from the heights. He replaced the book and descended. "I wanted to see you, William," he said. "Sit down. I was just going to ring for Roberts to tell you to come here." He lowered himself into the deep chair which had been the object of little Cooley's recent attentions. "I have a suggestion to make."
"What I wanted to say—"
"Shut up," said Mr. Paradine. Bill subsided. His uncle scrutinized him closely. There was something appraising in his glance. "I wonder if you have any sense at all," he said. "Shut up," said Mr. Paradine. He sniffed menacingly. Bill began to wish that he had some better news for this fiery little man than the information that he proposed to abandon the idea of work and go fishing. "You've always been bone idle," resumed Mr. Paradine, "like all the rest of the family, but there's no knowing whether you might not show some action if you were put to it. How would you like me to continue your allowance for another 3 months or so?" "Very much," said Bill. "Mind you, you'd have to do something to earn it." "Certainly," agreed Bill. "After I come back from this fishing—" "I can't go myself," said Mr. Paradine meditatively, "and I ought to send someone. There's something wrong somewhere. You see—" "Shut up! Don't interrupt. This is the position. The returns of my London branch aren't at all satisfactory. Haven't been for a long time. Can't make out why. My manager there struck me as a very shrewd fellow. Still, there's no getting away from it. The profits have been falling off badly. I'm going to send you to London, William, to look into things." "London?" said Bill blankly. "Exactly." "When do you want me to go?" "At once." "But—" "You're wondering," said Mr. Paradine, placing an erroneous construction on his nephew's hesitation, "just exactly what I expect you to do when you get to London. Well, frankly, I don't know myself, and I don't quite know why I'm sending you. I suppose it's just with the faint hope of discovering whether you have any intelligence at all. I certainly don't expect you to solve a mystery which has been puzzling a man like Slingsby for 2 years. "Slingsby?" "Wilfred Slingsby, my London manager. Very capable man. I say, I don't expect you to go straight over there and put your finger on the solution of a problem that has baffled a man like Slingsby. All I feel is that if you keep your eyes open and try to learn something about the business and take an interest in its management, you may happen, by luck, to blunder on some suggestion which, however foolish in itself, might possibly give Slingsby an idea which would put him on the right track." "I see," said Bill. The estimate of his potentialities as factor in solving the firm's little difficulties was not a flattering one, but he had to admit that it was probably more or less correct. "It'll be good training for you. You can go and see Slingsby, and he can tell you something about the business. That will all help," said Mr. Paradine with a chuckle, "when you come back here and start addressing envelopes." Bill hesitated. "I'd like to go, Uncle Cooley." "There's a boat on Saturday." "I wonder if I could have half an hour to think it over?" "Think it over?" Mr. Paradine swelled ominously. "What do you mean, think it over? Do you understand that I am offering you—" Oh, yes, I quite see that. It's only—Look here, let me just pop downstairs and speak to a fellow." "What are you talking about?" demanded Mr. Paradine warmly. "Why downstairs? What fellow? You're gibbering." He would have spoken further, but Bill was already at the door. With a deprecating smile in his uncle's direction, intended to convey the message that all would come right in the future, he edged out of the room. "Judson!" he said, reaching the hall and looking about for him. He perceived that his friend was engaged at the telephone. "Half a minute," said Judson into the receiver. "Here's Bill West. Just talking to Alice," he explained over his shoulder. "Father's come home, and he says it's all right about that trip. Ask her to ask him if it will be as good if I take you over to London instead," said Bill hurriedly. "My uncle wants me to go over there at once." "London?" Judson shook his head mournfully. "Not a chance. My dear old chap, you're missing the whole point of this business. The idea is to dump me somewhere where I can't—" "Tell her to tell him,"
urged Bill feverishly, "that I will pledge my solemn word that you shan't have a cent of money or a drop of drink from the time you start to the day you get back. Say, you'll be just as safe in London with me as—" Judson did not permit him to finish the sentence. "Genius," murmured Judson, a smile of infinite joy irradiating his face. "Absolute genius. I should never have had the gall to think up anything like that." His face clouded again. "I doubt if it'll work, though. Father's not a chump, you know. Still, I'll try it." There was a telephonic interval, at the end of which Judson relaxed and reported progress. "She's gone to ask him, but I doubt. I very much doubt. Hello? Hello?" He turned to the telephone again and listened for a space. He handed the instrument to Bill. "She wants to speak to you." Bill took the telephone with trembling hands. "Yes," he said devoutly. Impossible to say anything as coarsely abrupt as "hello." The musical voice of Alice Coker trilled at the other end of the wire. "Who is that?" "It's me. Bill." "Oh, Mr. West," said Alice. "I've been speaking to Father about Judson going to London with you." "Yes?" "He was very much against it at first, but when I explained to him that you would take such great care of Juddy—" "Oh, I will. "You really will see that he has no money at all?" "Not a cent." "And nothing to drink?" "Not a drop." "Very well, then, he may go. Thank you so much, Mr. West." Bill was beginning to try to put into neat phrases the joy he felt at the thought of doing the least service for her, but a distant click told him that his eloquence would be wasted. He hung up the receiver emotionally. "Well?" said Judson anxiously. "It's all right." Judson uttered a brief whoop of ecstasy. "Bill, you're a marvel! The way you pulled that stuff about not letting me have any money, as solemn as a—what-do-you-call-it? That was what turned the scale. As quick a bit of thinking as I ever struck," said Judson with honest admiration. "Gosh, what a time we'll have in London! There's a place I've always wanted to see. All those historic spots you read about in the English novels, you know, Romanos, the Savoy Bar, and all that. Bill, old man, we'll paint that good old city bright scarlet from end to end." It became apparent to the horrified Bill that young Mr. Coker had got an entirely wrong angle on the situation. Only too plainly, it was shown by his remarks, the divine Alice's deplorable brother had mistaken his recent promises for mere persiflage, evidently holding them to be nothing but part of a justifiable ruse to assist a pal. He choked. "Do you really think," he said, slowly, struggling with his feelings, "that I would deceive that sweet girl?" "You betcher," said Judson sunnily. For a long moment Bill eyed him in cold silence. Then, still without speaking, he strode off up the stairs to inform Mr. Paradine that his services were at his disposal. Down on the lawn that ran beside the lake, Professor Appleby paced to and fro with the boy Horace. His white head was bent, and one viewing them from afar would have said that the venerable old man was whispering sage counsel into his young friend's ears, words of wisdom designed to shape and guide his future life. And so he was. "Now, listen to me, kid," he was saying, "and get this into your nut.
I've got you in good and solid in this house, and now it's up to you. You don't want to hang around here picking daisies. A nice quick clean-up. That's what we want from you, young man."
The boy nodded briefly. The minor prophet continued.
"It's got to be an inside job, of course, but I'll have Joe the Dip get in touch with you and stand by in case you need him. Not that the party's likely to get rough if you only do your end of the thing without bungling it. Still, it's as well to have Joe handy, so keep an eye out for him."
"Sure."
"And don't go getting lazy just because you're in soft in a swell home where you'll probably have lots of good things to eat. That's the trouble with you. You think too much of your stomach. If you were left to yourself, you'd lie back in a chair, stuffing yourself forever, without giving a thought to the rest of the gang. You can't run a business that way. Just remember that we're waiting outside, and that what we want is quick action."
"It's no good rushing me," protested Horace. "I mayn't be able to do anything for weeks. Got to fix up a house party, haven't I, so there'll be lots of women around with jewelry." Professor Appleby clutched his white beard in anguish.
"Gosh darn it," he moaned. "Are you really so bone-headed, or are you just pretending? Haven't I told you a dozen times that we aren't after jewels this time? You don't suppose a hermit like old Paradine gives house parties to women, do you? Didn't I tell you till I was hoarse that what we want is those books of his?"
"I thought you were kidding," pleaded Horace. "What's the use of a bunch of books?"
"If you'll just do as you're told and not try to start thinking for yourself," said Professor Appleby severely, "we may get somewhere. Those books may not look good to a little runt like you who doesn't think of anything outside of what's for dinner, but let me tell you that there isn't one of them that isn't worth 4 figures, and lots of them are worth 5.
"That's so?" said Horace, impressed.
"It certainly is, and what you've got to do is to snoop around and find out just where the best of them are kept, and then get away with them. See?"
"Sure."
"It oughtn't to be hard," said Professor Appleby. "You've got the run of the place. Everything's certainly working nice and smooth. The old man swallowed those references of yours, hook, line, and sinker."
"Well, why wouldn't he?
"Gee," said Horace with feeling, "when I think of all the Sunday schools I've had to go to get 'em."
Professor Appleby frowned. The boy's tone offended him.
"Horace," he said chidingly, "you must not speak in that way. If you're going to say a single word against your Sunday school, I just won't listen. Do you get me, you little shrimp, or have I got to clump you one on the side of the bean?"
"I get you," said Horace. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Flick pays a call. There is something about the manner in which spring comes to England which reminds one of the overtures of a diffident puppy trying to make friends. It takes a deprecating step forward, scuttles away in a panic, steals timorously back, and finally, gaining confidence, makes a tumultuous and joyful rush. The pleasant afternoon which had lured Mr. Sinclair Hammond out to sit in his garden had been followed by a series of those discouraging April days when the sun shines feebly and spasmodically, easily discouraged by any blustering cloud that swaggers across its path, and chilly showers lie in wait for those who venture out without an umbrella. But now, 2 weeks later, a morning had arrived which might have belonged to June. A warm breeze blew languidly from the west, and the sun shone royally on a grateful world, so that even Wimbledon Common, though still retaining something of that brooding air which never completely leaves large spaces of public ground on which the proletariat may at any moment scatter paper bags, achieved quite a cheerful aspect, and the garden of Holly House, across the road from the common, was practically a paradise. So at least it seemed to Flick, strolling on the lawn. The trees that fringed the wall were a green mist of young leaves. A snow of apple blossom covered the turf of the little orchard. Daffodils nodded their golden heads on every side. There was a heartening smell of new-turned earth, and the air was filled with mingled noises, ranging from the silver bubbling of a thrush in the shrubbery to the distant contralto of Mrs. Francis Hammond taking a conscientious singing lesson in the drawing-room. And such was the magic of the day that not even this last manifestation of spring fever could quell Flick's mood of ecstasy. She was trying now to analyze her feelings. Why was every nerve in her body vibrating with a sort of rapturous excitement? Certainly not because at 4:30 that afternoon she was to call at Roderick's office in Tilbury House, and be taken by him to tea at Claridge's. She was fond of Roderick, but whatever his merits, the thought of seeing him was not enough to intoxicate any girl, even though she and he might be engaged to be married. No, what was thrilling her, she decided, was just that vague feeling of something nice about to happen, which comes to the young at this season of the year. We graybeards, who have been deceived so often by the whisper of spring, are proof against the wheedlings of an April morning. We know that there is nothing wonderful lurking around the corner, and consequently decline to be lured into false anticipations of joy. But at 21 it is different, and Flick Sheridan had that feeling. She paused in her walk to watch the goldfish in their cement-bottomed pool. The breeze was stronger now, and it ruffled the surface of the water, so that the goldfish had for the moment a sort of syncopated appearance. The breeze became stronger still, and shifted from west to east, and, as if spring had repented of its effusiveness, the air grew chilly. The white clouds which had been flitting across the face of the sun began to bank themselves. Flick turned towards the house to get a wrap, and as she did so there came through the open window of Mr. Hammond's study on the ground floor a cry suggestive of dismay and wrath, followed instantly by the appearance of papers, which took to themselves wings and fluttered sportively about Flick's head. Mr. Hammond came into sight, framed in the window, his hair ruffled and a splash of ink on his forehead. "Ass of a maid opened the door and started a draught. Pick 'em up, there's a good girl." Flick collected the papers. She handed them in through the window. Mr. Hammond vanished, and simultaneously the weather did another of its lightning changes. The wind dropped, the sun shone out stronger than ever, and Flick, abandoning all ideas of wraps, returned to her stroll. She had just reached the lawn again when she became aware of a derelict piece of paper, overlooked in her recent gleaning. It was gambolling over the turf in the direction of the pool, hotly pursued by Bob, the Sealyham terrier, who was obviously under the impression that he had before him one of the birds which he spent his life in chasing. The paper dodged and doubled like a live thing. It paused till Bob was almost on it, then playfully skipped away. Finally, finding that Bob stuck to the chase, it took the only way out and dived into the pool. Bob, hovering uncertainly on the brink, decided to let the matter rest. He turned and trotted off into the bushes. A last puff of wind from the expiring breeze attached the paper to a lily pad, and Flick, angling with a rake, was enabled to retrieve it. She was just reaching down to lift it ashore when her eyes fell on the opening words. "Sir, if you would save a human life." Flick, who had nice views about the sanctity of other people's letters, read no further, but her heart was beating quickly as she raced across the lawn towards Mr. Hammond's study. "Uncle Sinclair!" There was an exclamation of patient anguish on the other side of the window. Mr. Hammond was having a little difficulty with his article for the Fortnightly on "Crawshaw and Francis Thompson, a Comparison and a Contrast," and this was the third time he had been interrupted since breakfast. "Well?" The window framed him once more, and his severity diminished. "Oh, it's you, Flick. Will you kindly get right out of here, young woman, and give a man a chance to work? Go and make daisy chains."
"But, Uncle Sinclair, it's frightfully important."
She held up the letter.
"I couldn't help reading the first line. It says something about saving a human life. I thought you ought to have it at once."
Mr. Hammond reached behind him cautiously. The next moment a flannel pen wiper sailed through the air and hit Flick between her earnest eyes. "Good shot!" crowed Mr. Hammond exultantly. "That'll teach you to come interrupting me about begging letters in the middle of my work."
"But—"
"I remember the letter. I get dozens of them. They all say that the bed will be sold from under some poor dying woman unless £1 7s. 3d. is sent by return of post, and they are all written by nasty, grubby men who need a shave. Incidentally, if you ever set up in the begging letter business, Flick, never ask for any round sum like £5. Nobody ever gives £5. But the world is full of asses who will tumble over themselves to send £1 7 3, or £2 11 5."
"But, Uncle Sinclair, how do you know?"
persisted Flick, with the resolute perseverance of her sex. "Because I've looked into the thing. When I have leisure I will give you some statistics from the charity organization. They prove that 9/10 of the begging letters which go out are written by professionals who make an excellent living at it. Now leave me, child, first restoring to me that pen wiper. If I hear from you again before lunch, I will brain you with the poker."
"But this may be one of the really genuine."
"It isn't."
"How do you know?"
"Instinct. Away with you to your childish pastimes."
"Do you mind if I read it?"
"Frame it, if you like. And don't forget what I said about that poker. I am a desperate man." Flick returned to the lawn. She read the letter as she walked, and the sun, though it was doing its honest best now to pretend that midsummer had arrived, seemed to fade out of the sky. A chill desolation stalked through the pleasant garden. It was all very well for Uncle Sinclair to talk like that, but how could he know? This was the first begging letter which had ever come Flick's way, and she drank it in, with that agonized sinking of the heart which begging letter writers hope for so earnestly in their clients, and so rarely bring out. To Flick every word of it rang true, and she shivered with sheer misery at the thought that such things could be on a planet which 10 minutes before had seemed filled to overflowing with pure happiness. The letter was not that of a stylist, but it told a story, written by a Mrs. Matilda Pawley, of No. 9 Marmont Mansions, Battersea. It raised the curtain on a world of whose very existence Flick had until now been but dimly aware, a world of sickness and despair, of rent overdue, of wolves and landlords howling about the door. Flick, as she read it, sickened with sympathetic horror, and the gong for lunch, which reached her as she paced the lawn in agony of spirit, seemed like the cry of a mocking fiend. Lunch! Hot, well-cooked meats, toothsome salads, fruit, potatoes, all the bread you wanted, and Mrs. Matilda Polly, of 9 Marmont Mansions, Battersea, so reduced by fate that only £3 16 and fourpence, sent promptly, could save her from the abyss. Suddenly, as if a voice, that of Mrs. Polly possibly, had spoken in her ear, Flick remembered that in her bedroom upstairs she had certain gewgaws, rings, necklaces, a brooch. She walked to the house, and halfway there espied the corduroy trouser seat of John, the gardener. He was bending over a flower bed, a worthy and amiable fellow, with whom she had become almost chummy in February in connection with a matter of bulbs. "Them tulips," observed John, not without a certain paternal pride, hoisting himself up at the sound of her approach, "'ll be out now before you know where you are, miss." An hour ago Flick would have plunged light-heartedly into chatter about tulips, but not now. Tulips, once of absorbing interest to her, had ceased to grip. Mrs. Polly's pneumonia had put them where they belonged, among the lesser things of life. "John," said Flick, "have you ever pawned anything?" John's manner took on a certain wariness. His story about that missing pair of shears back in July had been well received, and he had assumed that the matter was closed. But you never knew in this world, for the world is full of scandal‐mongers who spread tales about honest men. To gain time he hitched up his corduroys and gazed woodenly at an aeroplane, which purred in the blue like a distant cat. He was about to secure a further respite by stating that there had been none of them things when he was a boy, but Flick spared him the necessity. "I was reading in a book about somebody pawning something, and I wondered how they did it." John was relieved. Now that he was assured that the subject was purely academic, he could approach it with an expert's ease. He proceeded to do so, and a few minutes later Flick was able to go in to lunch a mistress of the procedure of what Gardener John described as "putting up the spout," or, more briefly, popping. The lunch was just as well cooked and appetizing as Flick had supposed it would be, but it did not turn to ashes in her mouth. She had found a way. Something of the effervescing happiness which, until the intrusion of Mrs. Matilda Polly, had animated Flick in her garden at Wimbledon, was making life a thing of joy and hope for Bill West at the hour of 1 that same afternoon, as he strode buoyantly along Piccadilly. For who would ride in cabs or busses on such a day? To keep a tryst at Mario's restaurant with Mr. Wilfrid Slingsby, the London manager of the Paradine Pulp Paper Company of New York. It was not only the weather that seemed to Bill to have lost its bleakness, but life itself. This morning, for the first time since their departure from America 2 weeks ago, Judson Coker had emerged from his black cloud of gloom and shown a disposition to amiability. And in a small furnished flat it is amazing what a difference a touch of cheerfulness can make in the atmosphere. Judson, there is no disguising, had taken Bill's disciplinary measures hardly. From a point coinciding with the passing of the 3-mile limit by the steamship Aquitania, he had run through the gamut of the emotions, from blank incredulity to stunned despair. The negativing of his suggestion, made almost before the Aquitania had got her stern across that vital spot in the ocean, that Bill and he should adjourn to the smoking-room for a small one, had struck him at first as rich comedy. Bill, he had felt, was ever a kidder. Whimsical of him to keep up with a perfectly straight face that farce of not letting a fellow have money or liquid nourishment. But towards the middle of the afternoon Judson's view began to be that, while a joke was a joke, and he as fond of a laugh as any one, there was such a thing as overdoing a jest, running it to death. And when Bill firmly declined to collaborate with him in that ante-dinner cocktail, without which, as everybody knows, Food can hardly be taken into the system. Tragedy definitely reared its ugly head. From that moment shades of the prison house began to chase about the growing boy, so to speak, and our gentle pen must decline to pursue the subject in detail. It is enough to say that Judson Coker arrived in London a soured man, and it had required many a glance at Alice's photographs to console Bill for having to pass the days in the sufferers' society. Apart from anything else, Judson's piteous appeals for even the smallest sum of money would have wrung the toughest heart, and life had been but a dreary affair in the flat which Bill, after 2 days' experience of expensive hotels, had rented furnished for 3 months. But to day things seemed different. Whether it was the influence of spring, or whether Judson's abused liver had at last begun to pick up a bit, Bill could not say; but the fact remained that the teetotaler appeared noticeably more cheery. Twice Bill had caught him smiling to himself, and at breakfast that morning, for the first time in 13 days, he had actually laughed. A short, sad, rasping laugh, to evoke which it had been necessary for the maid of all work to trip over the carpet and spill a pint of coffee down Bill's legs. But still a laugh. This, thought Bill, was encouraging. Things, he felt, were looking up. This lunch with Mr. Slingsby was the outcome of 1 visit to the office and 2 telephone conversations. Mr. Slingsby may have been letting the profits of the business fall off, but he certainly appeared to be no loafer. Time was money with him, and it was only now, 5 days after Bill had presented himself and announced his identity, that he had been able to find leisure for a sustained conversation. Even in their brief acquaintance, Mr. Slingsby had rather overpowered Bill. In the few moments which the manager had been able to give over to casual chat, his personality had made a deep impression on the young man. Wilfrid Slingsby was one of those shiny, breezy, forceful, nattily tailored men, of any age from 40 to 50, who always look as if they had just had a shave and would be needing another in the next few hours. A dark jowl was Mr. Slingsby's, perfectly setting off his flashing smile. His smile flashed out as Bill entered the lobby of the restaurant. He came forward with an outstretched hand, radiating efficiency and good will, and once more Bill had the feeling that this man's personality was something out of the common. He felt in his presence like a child, and what is more, like a child with flat feet and one lobe of its brain missing. Mr. Slingsby led the way into the restaurant, sat down at his reserved table, urged Bill into another chair, straightened his tie, and called for the waiter. And it then became apparent that he was one of those dominant men who have a short way with waiters. He addressed the waiter in a strong, carrying voice. He heckled the waiter. He bullied the waiter, until finally another waiter suddenly appeared, and the first one flickered away and was seen no more. Next morning, one felt, a body in dress clothes with a spot on the shirt front would be taken out of the Thames. Banished from Mr. Slingsby's presence, the man had seemed to feel his disgrace acutely. "Yes, sir," said the second waiter briskly. He had a pencil and a notebook, which the other had lacked. In fact, the more one thinks the thing over, the more convinced one becomes that the first waiter was, in the truer and deeper meaning of the word, no waiter at all, but merely one of those underlings whose bolt is shot when they have breathed down your neck and put a plate of rolls on the table. This new arrival was made of sterner stuff altogether, and Mr. Slingsby, seeming to recognize a kindred spirit, became more cordial. He even deigned to ask the newcomer's advice. In short, by the time the ordering was concluded and the hors d'oeuvres on the table, a delightful spirit of camaraderie prevailed, and Mr. Slingsby had so far relaxed from his early austerity as to tell a funny story about an Irishman. This completed, and the fish having arrived, he embarked on genial conversation. "So you're the old man's nephew, eh?" said Mr. Slingsby. "Great old boy! And what have you been doing with yourself since you arrived?" Bill related the simple annals of his first week in London, touched on Judson, mentioned 2 theatrical performances of a musical nature which he had attended. "Oh, so you've seen the girl in the pink pajamas?" said Mr. Slingsby, interested. "How did you like it? Think it would go in New York? I own part of that show, you know." Bill's feeling of belonging to a lesser order of creation became more marked. He had not Judson's airy familiarity with the theatrical world, and men who owned parts of shows were personages to him. "Really?" he said. "Oh, yes," said Mr. Slingsby carelessly. "I do quite a lot of that sort of thing." He nodded in friendly fashion at a passing exquisite. "Renfrew," he explained. "He's starring in 'It Pays to Flirt' at the Regent. You ought to go and see that. Good show. I'm sorry I didn't take a part of it when they offered it to me, but somehow or other the script didn't seem to read right. One misses these chances." Bill was perplexed. For a manager of the London branch of one of the largest firms in America, pulp paper seemed to mean very little in Mr. Slingsby's life. He began to think that the solution of the mystery of the fallen off prophets might be simpler than Uncle Cooley had supposed. Something akin to dislike of this splendid person crept over him. Mr. Slingsby made him feel inferior, and Bill was not fond of feeling inferior. And what right, Bill asked himself with some warmth, had fellows to make fellows feel inferior when fellows, the first fellows, couldn't handle an excellent business in such a manner as to make it show a decent profit? He looked critically across the table at Mr. Slingsby. Yes, he disliked the man, and if the bounder continued trying to impress him with his beastly theatrical ventures and his rotten theatrical friends, he ran a grave risk of being told precisely where he got off. In fact, decided Bill, no time like the present. He would give him this information now. True, he was the man's guest, and full of his hors d'oeuvres and meat, but as these doubtless would be charged up to the office, no nice scruples need restrain him. "Uncle Cooley," he said, changing the subject with an abruptness perhaps a trifle brisk, for Mr. Slingsby had just been commenting, apropos of a spectacular young lady who had recently passed the table, on chorus girls, their morals, and the opportunities a man financially interested in the theatre had of enjoying their stimulating society. "Uncle Cooley," said Bill coldly, now thoroughly convinced that his dislike amounted to positive loathing, "asked me while I was over here to try and find out why the profits on the London end of the business had fallen off so badly. He's very worried about it." There was a pause. The introduction of the cold business note seemed to have stunned Mr. Slingsby. He looked surprised, hurt, astonished, wounded, pained, amazed, and cut to the quick. "What?" he cried, and his demeanor was that of one who has been stabbed in the back by a trusted friend. For half an hour he had been honoring Bill with his cordial geniality, and now this had happened. You could see that Wilfrid Slingsby was shaken, but he pulled himself together. He laughed nastily. "Profits fallen off," he said, regarding Bill unfavourably. He did not try to conceal his opinion that Bill, a brief while before the companion of his revels, now ranked in his esteem about on a level with the first waiter. "If you ask me, I should say your uncle ought to be glad there are any profits at all. Let me tell you that there aren't many men in my position who could show such a good balance sheet. Not many, believe me." He glowered darkly at Bill. You understand the pulp and paper business thoroughly, of course?" "No," said Bill shortly. It was just the sort of question this sort of man would ask. Bitter regret for a misspent youth surged through him. If only he had employed those wasted hours in learning all about pulp paper! And what more entertaining subject could a young man in the springtime of life find for his attention? He would now be in a position to cope with this Slingsby. As it was, he feared that Slingsby was going to trample on him. His surmise was correct. Mr. Slingsby trampled all over him. "Ah!" said that gentleman with odious superiority, "in that case it is hardly worth while for me to go into the matter. Still I will try to put it in the simplest nursery language." Mr. Slingsby's idea of putting it in simple nursery language was to pour over Bill a flood of verbiage about labor conditions, rates of exchange, and economic practicabilities which had his young friend gasping like a fish before he had spoken 10 words. No wood entering Mr. Paradine's paper factory had ever been more well and truly reduced to pulp than was Bill at the end of 15 minutes. And when, after taking a quick breath at the conclusion of this period, his host showed signs of beginning Chapter 2, he could endure no more. He realized that he was retiring in disorder and leaving the field to the enemy, but that could not be helped. Glancing at his watch, he muttered an apology and rose. Mr. Slingsby, restored to his old cheery self by this triumph, became instantly cordial once more. "Got to go?" he said. "Perhaps I ought to be moving myself." He called for the bill, signed it in a bold hand, hurled silver on the plate, nodded like a monarch in acknowledgment of the waiter's charmed gratitude, and led the way out. "Coming my way?" "I think I'll be getting back to my flat. I have some letters to write." "Why not go to your club?" "I don't belong to any clubs in London." "Hope you're comfortable in this flat of yours. If you feel like moving, mention my name at the Regal, and they'll treat you right." "I have taken the flat for 3 months," said Bill, resolved that nothing would ever induce him to mention this man's name anywhere. "Where are you living?" "Battersea, Marmont Mansions." Mr. Slingsby raised his black eyebrows. "Battersea? Why on earth do you want to go and bury yourself in a hole like Battersea?" "Because it's cheap," said Bill between set teeth. "Taxi," said Mr. Slingsby, scorning to plunge any deeper into the degrading subject, and bowled swiftly away like a Roman emperor going somewhere in his chariot. So strangely is human nature constituted that it was this unconcealed contempt on the other's part for his little nook that definitely set the seal on Bill's dislike. The captain of industry manner, the theatrical swank, the lecture on pulp paper, all these things he might have forgiven. It would not have been easy, but he might have done it. But this was unpardonable. Be it never so merely rented furnished, a man's little home is his little home, and if he is a man of spirit, he resents fellows with blue chins sneering at it. By the time Bill put his latchkey in the door of No. 9 Marmont Mansions, he was in a state of such nervous hostility to Mr. Slingsby as only tobacco and the ungirt loin could soothe. He removed his coat, his collar, his tie, and his shoes, lit a pipe, and settled down on the sofa in the sitting-room. He brooded sullenly. "Darned gas-bag!" He brooded further. "Pulling all that stuff." He brooded yet again. "I believe the man's a crook, and I'm going to keep an eye on him." He was still chewing on this stern resolve when the door-bell rang. He got up reluctantly. He assumed the ringer to be Judson, who had a habit of forgetting his latchkey. He went along the passage and opened the door. It was not Judson. It was a girl. There was a pause. It is always disconcerting for a young man of orthodox views on costume to discover, after going to the door to admit a male friend, and not having bothered to put on his coat, collar, or shoes for the task, that he is face to face with a strange girl. And this was a distinctly attractive girl. Bill, as we know, was in love with Alice Coker. Nevertheless, his eyesight remained good, and he was consequently quite able to see how distinctly attractive this girl was. Girls, of course, fell into two classes, Alice Coker and others. But there was no distinguishing the fact that his visitor came very high up in the ranks of the others. She was a slim, fair–haired girl, with a trim figure, delightfully arrayed in a dress of some brown material. It was not really brown, it was beige, but Bill had not an eye for these niceties. He was particularly aware of her eyes. They were very blue, and seemed unusually large. She was staring at him, and to his embarrassed thinking, staring with a sort of incredulous horror, as if he hurt her in some sensitive spot. Bill blushed pinkly, and endeavoured to wriggle his feet under the mat. In the shop in the Burlington Arcade, where he had purchased them, those socks had looked extremely pleasing, but now he would fain have hidden their gleaming pinks and greens from sight, and he reflected moodily how rash a young man is who in this world of sudden and unexpected crises takes off his shoes in the daytime. So that, taking one thing with another, Bill in that first instant contributed nothing towards the task of making this interview go off with a swing. The girl was the first to speak. "Good gracious!" she said. Bill felt that this was getting worse and worse. "Surely," she went on, blinking those large blue eyes, "it's Mr. West?" To his other discomforts Bill now became aware that a species of cold perspiration had added itself. It was bad enough to encounter this distinctly attractive girl in a shoeless, coatless, collarless, and, as he now perceived, a hole in the sockful condition. But to make it worse, she seemed to remember meeting him before, and he couldn't even begin to place her. It was not one of those cases of a mere name slipping from the mind, preventing the sufferer from applying a label to a remembered face. She was a complete stranger. "You've forgotten me." "Forgotten you?" responded Bill stoutly, feeling the while as if some muscular person were stirring up his interior organs with a pole. "I should say not. Forgotten you?" He laughed metallically. "What an idea! It's just the fact is, I'm bad at names." "Felicia Sheridan." Bill felt that his face must be turning gray. "Felicia Sheridan," he said. "Sheridan, of course." "Well, considering that you once saved my life," said Flick, "I should have been hurt if you had forgotten me altogether." One of the advantages of being sparing in one's acts of heroism is that it makes them easy to remember. Bill was in the happy position of having saved only one life in his whole career. A wave of the most poignant relief flooded over him. "Good heavens, yes!" he ejaculated. He stared at her with an intensity that rivalled her own of a few moments back. "But you've altered so," he said. "Have I? Have you?" babbled Bill. "When I saw you last, you were a skinny kid, all legs and freckles. I mean—" He gave it up. "Won't you come in?" he said. They went into the sitting room. Bill hastily thrust his feet into the shoes which lay brazenly near the sofa, and feverishly started to don his collar. All this took time, thereby enabling Flick, who had looked delicately away during the operation, to inspect the room. Inspecting the room, she could hardly fail to observe the photographs of Miss Alice Coker. If she had missed half a dozen of them, she was bound to see the other 6. She observed them. Something like a shadow seemed to fall upon Flick. She endeavoured to be reasonable. It was hardly to be expected that a splendid fellow like Bill would have remained uncaught after 5 years. Besides, he had only met her about 10 times, when she was, as he had justly remarked, a skinny kid, all legs and freckles. Furthermore, she was engaged to be married to an estimable young man, of whom, she told herself, she was very, very fond. Nevertheless, a shadow did fall upon her. Bill, meanwhile, shod and no longer in the semi-nude, had leisure to speculate on the mystery of her visit. It puzzled him completely. "I expect," said Flick at this moment, "you're wondering how on earth I come to be here. The fact is, I must have called at the wrong address. The policeman at the corner told me this was Marmont Mansions." "It is." "Marmont Mansions, Battersea?" "Marmont Mansions, Battersea." "Number 9?" "Number 9." "Then who," demanded Flick, "is Mrs. Matilda Polly?" Bill could make nothing of the question. "Mrs. who?" "Polly, Mrs. Matilda Polly." Bill shook his head. "I never heard of her." "But she lives here." The implied slur on the bachelor respectability of his little home drew from Bill a shocked denial. "Well, that's the address she gave in her letter," said Flick, fumbling in her bag. "Look, this letter came for my uncle. You remember my uncle? It came this morning." Bill's face, as he took the letter, expressed only bewilderment. This bewilderment, as he started to read, seemed to Flick to deepen. And then suddenly there came a startling change. All his features appeared to dissolve in one enormous grin, and the next moment he had tottered to the sofa and was holding on to its friendly support, laughing helplessly. "It's Judson," he moaned, meeting Flick's astonished eyes, and reading in them a demand for some clue to this strange behaviour. "Judson?" Bill's hand swept round in a spacious wave of indication at the photographs. "Man who lives with me. Judson Coker, brother of the girl I'm engaged to." "Oh," said Flick. She spoke dully. Women are inexplicable. There was no reason why she should have spoken dully. She was engaged herself to an estimable young man, of whom she was very, very fond, and she was even now on her way to pick him up at his office and be taken by him to tea at Claridge's. What could it matter to her if a comparative stranger like Bill West was engaged too? Nevertheless, she spoke dully. Bill was wiping his eyes. "I brought Judson over from America with me. He's been cutting up a bit too freely, and I'm acting as a sort of nursemaid to him. He isn't allowed to have any money at all, and this is the way he's trying to get it. I thought he looked more cheerful the last day or two. Can you beat it? I could expect almost anything of old Judd, but writing begging letters is a new one." Flick joined in his laughter, but a little wryly. No high-spirited girl likes to realize that she has been wrong and her elders right. "Well, I wish I had known that before," she said. "I pawned my brooch to get money for this Mrs. Polly." Bill was touched. He had still quite a lot of unexpended laughter left inside him, but he decided that it would be best to keep it in. "That was awfully kind of you. Don't leave it here for Judson." "I won't. And if you feel like hitting your friend Judson with something hard and heavy when he comes in," said Flick forcefully, "don't stop yourself because you think I may not approve. I'd like to be here to see you do it." "Why not? He'll be back soon. Stay on." "I can't, thanks. I've got to be in Fleet Street in half an hour. Good-bye, Mr. West. How strange our meeting again like this. How is your uncle?" "Oh, very fit. And yours?" "Very well, thanks." Reassured as to the health of their respective uncles, they seemed to find difficulty in selecting a topic of conversation. Flick moved to the door. I'll come down and put you into a cab," said Bill. "No, don't bother," said Flick. "It's such a lovely day. I think I'll walk as far as Sloane Square." Here, Bill perceived, was an opening for him to offer to accompany her. But a boat was sailing to morrow, and he had not yet written his bi-weekly letter to Alice. Alice's claims were paramount. "Well, good bye," she said. "We shall meet again soon, I hope." "I hope so. Good bye." Bill, as the front door closed, suddenly realized that he had omitted to ascertain where she lived. For a moment he thought of running after her and inquiring. No, he really must get on with that letter to Alice. He returned to the sitting-room. Flick, as she walked out into the sunshine, had an odd feeling that life, promising as it had seemed this morning, was in reality rather flat. And strangely, but women are strange, she found herself thinking a little unkindly of Roderick. Bill had finished his letter to Alice, read, reread, sealed, stamped, and addressed it, when a key clicked in the front door, and presently there entered to him Judson Coker. "Any mail for anybody?" inquired Judson. Physically, enforced abstinence had done Judson good. His face had lost a certain unwholesome pallor which had characterized it a fortnight back, and there had begun to steal into his cheeks quite a rosy pinkness. His eyes, moreover, were clear and bright, and he no longer indulged in that little trick of his of blinking and wriggling his neck around the edge of his collar. Against these corporeal gains must be set a gravity of demeanor which was entirely new. Judson's habitual manner was now that of the man who has looked upon life and found it a washout. "You're always asking for mail this last day or two," said Bill. "Well, why not?" said Judson defensively. "Why shouldn't a fellow ask for mail?" "Anyway, there isn't any," said Bill. "You must be patient, my lad. You can't expect people to answer by return of post." Judson started. The recently acquired pink left his face. He licked his lips. "What do you mean?" "I think it's a shame," said Bill vehemently. "If you've got pneumonia, and are behind with the rent, and haven't tasted food for 3 days, why the devil doesn't Mr. Polly get busy and support you?" Judson stared hideously. Through a mist he saw that his friend was giving way to unseemly mirth. "How did you find out?" he choked. Bill partially recovered himself. He sat back, feeling weak. There had been moments since their departure from America when he regretted having taken Judson along with him. But the sight of the other's face now more than made up for all the trifling discomforts he had had to undergo. "There was a girl in here just now," he explained, "who was so touched by your letter that she had pawned her brooch to get money for you." Judson shook with emotion. "Where is it?" he asked eagerly. "Where's what?" "The money the girl brought." His face assumed a cold expression. "I need hardly remind you, West," he said stiffly, "that that money belongs to me, legally, I shouldn't wonder. So if you have poached it, I'll thank you to hand it over immediately." "Good Lord, man, you don't suppose I've got it, do you? Directly we found out that it was you who had written the letter, I told her to take the money away." Judson gave him one withering look. "And you call yourself a friend," he said. Bill, undaunted by his attitude, followed him as he swung off and strode down the passage. He wanted to clear up further points that had perplexed him. "How did you come to think of this stunt?" he asked, as Judson opened the front door. "It was the smoothest trick I ever heard of." "Father was always getting begging letters," said Judson coldly. "I saw no reason why it shouldn't work." "But how did you happen to pick on Miss Sheridan?" "I never sent any letter to any Miss Sheridan. She must have an uncle or something whose name begins with an H.
I wrote to all the H's in Who's Who."
"Why the H's?"
"Why not? That's where the book happened to open." He withdrew his coat sleeve aloofly from Bill's grasp and proceeded down the stairs. Bill leaned over the banister, still curious. Another aspect of the matter had occurred to him. "Half a second," he called. "Where did you get the money to pay for the stamps?" "I pawned a gold pencil." "You haven't got a gold pencil." "You had," said Judson, and clattered out into the great open spaces. CHAPTER 4. Activities of Judson Coker. Rapidity of movement had never been congenial to Judson Coker. He disliked having to hurry. Finding, therefore, on reaching the end of the Prince of Wales Road, that he was not being pursued, he slowed down. At a leisurely walk he turned the corner into Queen's Road, and presently found himself on Chelsea Bridge. Here he decided to halt, for Judson had man's work before him. He intended to count his money. He took it out and arranged it in 3 little heaps on the palm of his left hand. Yes, there it was, just as it had been this morning, last night, and the night before: 13 shillings, 2 sixpences, and 5 pennies. The view from Chelsea Bridge is one of the most stimulating in London, but Judson had no eyes for it. However picturesque, it could not hope to compete with the view afforded by the palm of his left hand. 13 shillings, 2 sixpences, and 5 pennies. A noble sum. His business correspondence had entailed an expenditure which had eaten sadly into the original proceeds from the sale of Bill's pencil, but he had no regrets. If you don't speculate, Judson was well aware, you can't accumulate. He gloated for a few minutes longer, then salted the treasure away in his pocket and resumed his walk. Students of character who have been examining Judson Coker since his appearance in these pages may seem to detect at this point a flaw in the historian's record, finding themselves unable to reconcile the fact that he had had the sum of 14 shillings and 5 pence in his possession 2 nights before with the statement that he had in his possession 14 shillings and 5 pence now. They are too hasty. They do not probe deeply enough. Judson was not one of your shallow fellows who will fritter away here a sixpence and there a penny, until they wake up to find their capital gone and nothing to show for it. It was his intention, difficult though it might be, to hold off until he had the chance of shooting the entire works in one majestic orgy, a binge which he could look back to and live again in the lean days to come. He walked on, luxuriating in the pleasurable anguish of a thirst that grew with every stride. He left Chelsea Barracks behind him, and the cosy little dolls' houses in Lower Sloane Street, where the respectable live in self-contained flats. The rattle of busy traffic greeted his ears. It was like some grand, sweet anthem, for it meant that he had arrived at that haven where he fain would be, the King's Road, full from end to end of the finest public houses, practically one per inhabitant. An admirable specimen of this type of building chancing to rear its hospitable facade almost in front of him, he made for it like a homing rabbit, and it was only when he reached its doors that he discovered that there lay between them and himself a securely padlocked iron gate. As he stood there, pawing in a feeble, bewildered fashion at this astonishing and unforeseen barrier, a passer-by stopped to gaze at him, a fellow of Bohemian aspect, clad in a frock coat, flannel trousers, and a pink cricket cap, and wearing upon his feet cloth bedroom slippers, out of one of which peeped coyly a sockless toe. To him Judson appealed for an explanation of the ghastly state of things which he had come upon. The man seemed like one who would know all there was to be known about public houses. "I can't get in," moaned Judson. The other cleared his throat huskily. "They don't open till 6:30," he replied, amazed that in the heart of London
that hub of civilization, there could be walking the public streets a man ignorant of this cardinal fact of life. He groped for light. "Stranger around these parts, ain't yer?" he hazarded. Judson acknowledged that this was so. "Foreigner, ain't yer?" "Yes." "From Australia, ain't yer?" "America." "Arrah!" said the Bohemian, nodding. He spat sagely. "I hear you can't get a drop of no description or kind whatsoever in America." Judson was about to refute this monstrous slur on the land he loved by giving a list of the places in New York, A, where anybody could get the stuff, and B, the more select where you could get it by mentioning his name, when his companion moved on, leaving him alone in the desert. A hideous gloom came over Judson. He was now enduring the extremes of drought. 6:30 seemed eons ahead, like some dim, distant date lost in the mists of the future. The thought of passing the time till then weighed on his soul like a London fog. Eventually, deciding that if the time had to be passed, it would be perhaps a little less dreary living it through up in the West End, he made for the Underground station at Sloane Square, bought a ticket for Charing Cross, and descended to the platform. A train was just leaving as he came down the stairs. He shuffled dully to the bookstall to see if there was anything there worth reading. The bright cover of Society Spice caught his eye. He knew little of the weekly papers of London, but its title seemed promising. He yielded up 2 of his pennies. A train came in. He sat down and began to turn the pages. The 2d. which Judson had spent on Society Spice proved an excellent investment. The Church Times or the Spectator he would not have enjoyed, but Society Spice might have been compiled for his especial benefit. It gripped him from the first page. Even though the issue in his hands was one of those on which Roderick had tried so hard to exercise a depressing influence, that craven's co-worker, young Pilbeam, had by no means failed in his efforts after Zip. The "Vice in the Pulpit" article, for instance, was full of body. Nor was there any lack of fruitiness in the one on "Night Clubs which are Living Hells." Judson began to feel happier. And then, like an electric shock, a shudder ran through his entire frame. It was as if somebody had beaten him over the head with a sandbag. His heart seemed to stop, his scalp bristled, and there escaped from his twisted lips so sharp a yelp that it drew all eyes upon him. But Judson did not notice the eyes. His own were glued upon an article on page 6. It was not an article of which young Pilbeam had been particularly proud. He had had to dig it out of the archives in a hurry, when Roderick's veto of the Bookmaker series had caused a gap in the make-up on the eve of press day. It was headed "Profligate Youth," and it dealt with the behavior and habits of the idle offspring of American plutocrats. The passage which had so stunned Judson ran as follows: "Another instance which may be cited is that of the notorious Fifth Avenue Silks, as they were called, a club whose habit it was to parade up Fifth Avenue on Sunday mornings in silk hats, silk socks, silk pajamas, and silk umbrellas. This was founded and led by the well-known Toddy Van Ryter, the recognized chief and guiding spirit of these young sparks." Judson shook as with an ague. Not even on the morning after seeing in a new year had he ever felt so thoroughly unstrung. Of all his great exploits, the one of which he was proudest, the one on which he relied most confidently to hand his name down to posterity, was the founding of the Fifth Avenue Silks, and to see that masterpiece of ingenious fancy attributed to another, and to Toddy Van Ryter at that, his humble follower and henchman, was more, he felt, than a man should be called upon to bear. It seemed to steep the soul in abysmal blackness.
The well-known Toddy Van Ryter. Ha! The recognized chief and guiding spirit. Oh, ha, ha! It was monstrous, monstrous. These papers simply didn't care what they said. The train rattled on, bearing a raging Judson eastward. Something tremendous, he felt, must be done, and be done without delay. A sweeping and consummate vengeance for the outrage alone could satisfy him. But what to do? What to do? He toyed with the idea of a libel action, but he had no funds for one. Then how ensure that justice be done and the righteous given their due? There was only one way. He must see the editor and demand that a full apology and retraction appear in the earliest possible issue. He searched the paper, but could find no editor's name. All he learned was that the lying sheet was published by the Mammoth Company of Tilbury House, Tilbury Street, E.C. Well, that was enough to work on. The train had stopped, and he got out, steely cold and filled with a great purpose. And the authorities of the Underground Railway increased his general wrath by their pin-pricking policy of demanding from him another penny for having allowed his reverie to carry him on a couple of stations farther than the scope of his ticket. Having given them this, with an awful look, he went up into the street and inquired the nearest way to Tilbury House. In alighting at Blackfriars instead of at Charing Cross, Judson had done better than he knew, for the policeman in the middle of the road outside the station informed him that to Tilbury House from where he stood was but a step. He strode off and was presently standing in a dingy alleyway before a large gaunt building of discoloured brick. That this was the object of his quest was hinted by the rumble of presses within, and confirmed by the scent of printers' ink and paper, gallantly endeavouring to compete with that curious smell of boiling cabbage which always pervades any mean street in London. Nevertheless, Judson decided to make quite certain by verbal inquiry of the commissionaire in the doorway. "Is this Tilbury House?" asked Judson. Said the commissionaire. He was a soured, moody-looking fellow with a ragged moustache, a man who seemed to have a secret sorrow, which the spectacle of Judson did nothing to allay. He gazed at him with a bilious eye. "Is this where Society Spice is published?" I want to see the editor." The commissionaire wrestled for a moment with his sorrow. "D'ye mean Mr. Pike?" "I don't know his name." "Mr. Pike's the editor of Society Spice. If you want to see him, you'll have to fill up your name and business." These formalities irked Judson. He resented this check. The spirit of Tilbury House had descended upon him, and he wanted to do it now. He wrote his name on the form handed to him, fuming. A buttoned boy appeared from nowhere and regarded him with what seemed to Judson's inflamed senses silent mockery. He did not like the boy. The boy looked as if he might be in this plot to exalt Toddy Van Ryter at the expense of better men. "Take this," he said haughtily, "to Mr. Pike." "Jem wants to see Mr. Pike," added the commissionaire, with the air of one interpreting the ravings of a foreigner. The boy glanced disparagingly at the document. He had the trying manner of a schoolmaster examining a pupil's exercise. "You ain't filled up your business," he said superciliously. Judson was in no mood for literary criticism from boys in buttons. He spoke no word, but he cut at the stripling viciously with his stick. The boy, dodging expertly, uttered a derisive cry and disappeared. The commissionaire picked up his evening paper. "You'll have to wait," he said. He turned to the racing page and began to read. Up on the third floor in the office of Society Spice, Roderick, a prey to a gloom which almost rivalled that of the commissionaire, was lugubriously watching young Pilbeam ginger up the next issue. There seemed to Roderick something utterly gruesome in the fellow's cheerful industry.
His emotions were not unlike those of a man shut up in a small room with a lunatic who has started juggling with sticks of dynamite. Sustained by the verdict of the Court of Appeal, the sub-editor of Society Spice was giving the freest play to his ideas of what a paper that provided weekly scandal should be, and some of the choice items which he had read out from time to time had chilled Roderick to the marrow. To Roderick it seemed utterly inconceivable that even the mildest of these paragraphs should not bring about an immediate visit from indignant citizens with shotguns, and when he remembered Mr. Isaac Bullett's brief but pregnant remarks concerning the lads, his heart turned to water within him. A fairly frequent attendant at race meetings in the neighbourhood of London, Roderick knew all about the lads. They ranged the world in gangs, armed with hammers. Sandbags and knuckle-dusters were to them mere ordinary details of what the well-dressed man should wear. They lay in wait for those at whose actions they had taken offence, and kicked them with heavy boots. In short, if there was one little group of thinkers in existence whose prejudices ought to be respected by a man with any consideration for the pocket of his life–insurance company, it was these same lads. And here was Pilbeam going out of his way to jar their sensibilities. Roderick groaned in spirit, and turned absently to take the form which was being held out to him by the boy in buttons, who had just entered. "What's this?" he asked, his eyes still on young Pilbeam, who was hammering away at a typewriter in the corner. Pilbeam had just emitted a low chuckle of childlike pleasure at some happy phrase. To Roderick it had sounded ghoulish. He was torn between the desire to know what his young assistant had written, and a strong presentiment that it was better not to know. "Jem waiting to see you, sir." Roderick wrenched his mind away from the essayist in the corner, and inspected the card. His attention was immediately enchained by the same omission which the boy had detected. "He doesn't say what his business is." "Wouldn't feel up his business, sir," said the boy eagerly. A sensationalist at heart, this fact now appealed to him as pleasingly sinister. It appealed in precisely the same way to Roderick. "Why not?" he said uneasily. "Dunno, sir. Just wouldn't do it. I says to him, 'You ain't filled up your business,' I says, and all he done was take a crack at me with his stick." "Crack at you with his stick?" echoed Roderick pallidly. "Crack at me with his stick," repeated the child with relish. "Dunno what's the matter with him, but he seemed in a fair old rage, sir. Bilin' over, he seemed to be." Roderick blenched. "Tell him I'm busy." "Busy, sir? Yes, sir. All right, sir." The boy disappeared. Roderick sat down at his desk, and gazed before him with unseeing eyes. The clatter of young Pilbeam's typewriter still rang through the room, but he did not hear it. At last, he felt, the blow had fallen, and the avenger had arrived. Just which of the paragraphs printed during his editorship had brought this on him he could not say, but he was strongly of the opinion that almost any one of them might have done so. His nightmare had come true. Roderick Pike, as has perhaps been sufficiently indicated by the remarks of his Aunt Frances, was not of the stuff of which heroes are made. He was, as she had justly observed in her conversation with Sir George, a timid, feeble creature. There was once an editor of an organ of opinion, catering to the literary wants of a western mining camp, who, sitting in his office one day, noticed a bullet crash through the glass of the window and flatten itself against the wall behind his head, upon which a relieved and happy smile played over his face. "There!" he exclaimed. "Didn't I say so? I knew that personal column would be a success." Roderick Pike was the exact antithesis of this stout–hearted man. He liked peace and quiet, and shrank from all turbulent forms of life. where a sturdier fellow would have welcomed with joy the prospect of an interview with a boiling stranger who cracked at people with his stick, Roderick quailed. He sat huddled in his chair, in a sort of catalepsy of panic. This cataleptic condition had not passed when Flick arrived to be taken out to tea. Marked as Roderick's air of gloom was, Flick did not observe it. She was feeling oddly preoccupied. Something strange seemed to have happened to her since she had parted from Bill, expressing itself in a vague and general discontent, combined with a curious dreaminess. She greeted Roderick mechanically, and mechanically allowed herself to be introduced to young Pilbeam, who, ever a warm admirer of the sex, had ceased his writing and risen gallantly at her entrance. There was not much that went on in Tilbury House that Pilbeam did not get abreast of, and the news of Roderick's engagement had long since reached him. So this was the boss's niece, a delectable girl, much too good for Roderick. He bowed genteelly, smiled, spoke a courteous word or two, opened the door. The young couple passed out. Pilbeam heaved a not unmanly sigh, and returned to his writing. Much too good for Roderick, he was now certain. He held no high opinion of his superior officer. Roderick escorted Flick downstairs. He led her by secret ways, for it was not his purpose to use the main stairway, which ended in the vestibule guarded by the commissionaire. The information that he was busy had, he hoped, brought about the departure of the stick-cracking visitor, but he was taking no chances. He emerged with Flick from a small and insignificant door farther down the street, and, looking apprehensively about him, saw with relief that no danger was in sight, except for the usual fauna of localities in which printing houses are situated, short-sleeved men with blackened faces and the like. Tilbury Street was empty. Somewhat calmed, Roderick proceeded on his way. Unfortunately, it chanced that at this precise moment the commissionaire, who had finished the racing news, elected to step out for a brief breath of air; and still more unfortunately, Judson, tired of waiting, and realizing that the fortress was carefully guarded, and that he was merely wasting time remaining in the vestibule, decided to get up and go home. The two came out almost simultaneously, and Judson was only a yard or so in the commissionaire's rear, when the latter, sighting Roderick and wishing to show zeal and possibly acquire a small tip, touched his hat and uttered these fateful words: "Shall I call you a cab, Mr. Pike?" Judson, hearing the name, froze in his tracks. "No, let's walk along the Embankment," said Flick, "and go to the Savoy instead of Claridge's. It's such a lovely day." The commissionaire, disappointed, but apparently feeling that in a world of sorrow this sort of thing was only to be expected, withdrew. Flick and Roderick turned down the street towards the Embankment, and Judson, recovering from his momentary trance, had just started off in hot pursuit, when he was delayed by the sudden arrival of a large truck, which drew up across his path and began to unload rolls of paper. By the time he had rounded this obstacle, his quarry was out of sight. But Judson had caught the word embankment. He needed no further clue. He hurried on in the direction of the river, and there, sure enough, halted opposite a taxicab which had drawn up at the pavement, was the man he sought. He seemed to be trying to persuade the girl to ride, while the latter appeared to favor walking. Judson dashed feverishly up. "Are you the editor of Society Spice?" he thundered. Roderick spun round. The voice sounded to him like the voice of doom. He had had his back turned, and so had been unaware of Judson's approach until the latter spoke, and one may perhaps be permitted charitably to assume that it was the suddenness and unexpectedness of the onslaught that undid him. Some excuse, some theory in extenuation of his behaviour is, one cannot deny, urgently needed, for at the sound of these words Roderick disintegrated. His fatal timorousness, that disastrous legacy from "poor Lucy," was too strong for him. He cast at Judson a single quick, horrified look, then, jettisoning in one mad craving for self-preservation all thoughts of manhood and chivalry, he sprang from Flick's side, leaped into the cab, hissed in the driver's ear, and was off, wafted away like some Homeric warrior snatched from the thick of battle in a cloud. His departure, not unnaturally, created in both Flick and Judson a certain astonishment. Judson was the first to recover. With an anguished cry he started to race after the receding taxi, leaving Flick standing on the pavement. For some moments Flick stood there motionless, her gaze on the flying Judson. A dull flush had stolen into her cheeks, and an ominous, steely light was turning the blue of her eyes to glazed stone. Then she beckoned to another taxi that was ambling up from the east, and got in. Had Flick waited a minute longer before taking her cab, she would have perceived Judson returning baffled from the chase. Even in his Harvard days, when he was young and lissom, athletic feats had never been in Judson's line, and nowadays a 20-yard dash was about the limit of his sprinting capacity. This being in the nature of a special occasion, he had extended himself to a matter of 50 yards before admitting defeat. But at that point his legs and lungs had united in a formal protest, too vigorous to be overruled. But, though checked, Judson was not checkmated. Even as he paused, doubled up and gasping, with his back against the friendly railings of the Embankment Gardens, an idea had come to him. When, or if, he got his breath back again, he would return to Tilbury House and there acquire certain information. He was now on his way to put this scheme into action. The commissionaire was still out having his breath of air when he reached the familiar vestibule. In his seat there sat a boy in buttons, not the one with whom Judson had had the little unpleasantness, but another and more likeable-looking lad. To him Judson addressed himself. "Say, listen," said Judson. "Sir?" said the infant courteously. Judson bent nearer and lowered his voice. "I want to know Mr. Pike's private address." The boy shook his head, and into his manner there crept the dawning of a new austerity. "Ain't allowed to give private addresses." Judson had hoped not to be compelled to call up his last line of reserves, but it seemed unavoidable. From the slender store in his trouser pocket he produced a shilling and a sixpence. He held them up in silence. The boy wavered. "It's against the rules," he said wistfully. Judson spake no word, but he clinked the coins meditatively in his hand. The little fellow's agitation visibly increased. "What do you want to know it for?" he quavered. Judson, with masterly strategy, dropped the shilling, allowed it to roll in a wide circle, then picked it up and clinked it once more against the sixpence. The boy was but flesh and blood. He stole to the foot of the stairs and listened intently for a moment, then creeping back, whispered in Judson's ear. The money changed hands, and Judson took his departure. It was nearly 7:30 when Flick returned to Holly House. She had driven in her cab to the Savoy Hotel, and there, in one of the writing rooms, had remained for a considerable period of time, most of which was spent in chewing a pen and staring straight in front of her. Eventually, seizing a sheet of notepaper, she had dashed down a few lines, and without stopping to reread them, had sealed the envelope and posted it in the lobby. Then, feeling oddly uplifted, she had walked composedly out and taken an underground train to Wimbledon. She felt defiant, but calm. Her heart sang rebel songs as she walked up the drive, songs as old and dangerously intoxicating as the spring itself. Mrs. Hammond came out of the drawing-room as she was crossing the hall. "How late you are, Felicia! Be quick and dress. Your Uncle George and Roderick are coming to dinner at 8." This was news to Flick. "Are they?" she said. "Surely Roderick told you," said Mrs. Hammond. "It was settled just after lunch on the telephone. It is the only night your uncle can manage, as he is obliged to go to Paris to morrow, and expects to be away at least a week. The Bagshots and one or two other people are coming. Very strange Roderick saying nothing about it to you." "He left me in rather a hurry," said Flick. "I suppose he would have mentioned it if he had not been interrupted." "Poor Roderick! I suppose he is kept very busy," said Mrs. Hammond. "How was the dear boy?" "Very agile." "Agile?" Mrs. Hammond stared. "What do you mean?" Flick stopped at the foot of the stairs. "Aunt Frances," she said, "I've something to tell you. I am not going to marry Roderick. I have written to him, breaking off the engagement." Chapter 5.
Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. Night operations at Holly House. While the stirring events just recorded were in progress in and about the headquarters of the Mammoth Publishing Company at Tilbury House, Bill West had been sitting in markedly gloomy meditation on the little balcony which ran outside the dining room of his flat in the Prince of Wales Road, Battersea. He had come out here because the silent reproach in the lovely eyes of the 12 photographs of Alice Coker in the sitting-room had proved after a while too much for his sensitive conscience to endure. The disappearance of Judson had left him ill at ease and apprehensive, filling him with a guilty sense of having failed in his duty as a guardian, and the photographs, staring at him like so many accusing angels, deepened this feeling. "Why," they seemed to ask, "were you so remiss? You were my brother's keeper. Why did you not bean him with a shoe before he could make his getaway?" The question was unanswerable. The most rudimentary intelligence should have told him that the course he ought to have pursued was to jump on Judson's neck, even if it involved diving down 2 flights of stairs, and thus prevent that earnest young inebriate from galloping out into the heart of London with money in his pocket. Now, goodness knew what would happen, or when, and in what shape the heir of the Cokers would return to the fold. These Prince of Wales Road balconies are pleasant eyries. From their agreeable eminence you can see over the trees into Battersea Park, and revel, if you are in the mood for it, in the delicate green of turf and shooting leaf. You can also see down the road for quite a distance both ways. And so it came about that, just as dusk had begun to fall and the golden lamps shone out in the street below, Bill was aware of a familiar figure tramping along the pavement towards the entrance of Marmont Mansions. At first he was blankly incredulous. It could not be Judson. Judson must now be miles away, out where the West End begins, slaking a 2-weeks-old thirst with cocktails. But the figure came into the light of a lamp, and it was indeed Judson. He entered Marmont Mansions, and Bill, leaving his balcony and hurrying to the front door, could hear him wheezily negotiating the stairs. The flat was on the 5th floor, and there was no lift, 2 facts of which Judson had frequently and vehemently complained. He arrived now, puffing painfully, and for a space was deaf to Bill's reproaches. "Eh?" he said, eventually, a little restored. "I said, so here you are," observed Bill, selecting for repetition one of the milder of his recent remarks. Judson led the way into the sitting-room, where he sank down on the sofa, and, as Bill had done earlier in the afternoon, removed his shoes. "Nail or something," he explained. "You're a nice chap," said Bill, returning to the attack. Judson was defiant and unashamed. "As a matter of fact," he replied stoutly, "I haven't had even one. To start with, I find that in this infernal country the saloons don't open till midnight, or some ghastly hour.
so I couldn't get a drink at first, and after that I was too busy."
"Too busy to get a drink?" cried Bill. He followed his friend, bewildered. Judson had risen from the sofa and proceeded to his bedroom, where he now began to put on another and more congenial pair of shoes. "Too busy to get a drink?" repeated Bill.
"Well, too preoccupied,"
said Judson. He poured out a basin of water, washed his travel-stained face and hands, and moving to the mirror, brushed his hair.
"I've had a very disturbing afternoon, Bill, old man."
"How much money have you got on you?"
"Never mind about money, old fellow,"
said Judson, waving aside the tactless question.
"I want to tell you about my disturbing afternoon."
He lit a cigarette and returned to the sitting-room.
"Can only stop a minute, Bill," he said. "Got to go out again in a second."
Bill laughed a frosty laugh. "Any old time you go out."
"Must,"
said Judson.
"Matter that affects my honor. Got to see a fellow and have justice done me."
"You don't want justice done you," said Bill, beginning to doubt his friend's professions of abstinence. There was a wild look in Judson's eye, and his manner was peculiar. "If they started doing justice to you, you'd be in the penitentiary." Judson drew pensively at his cigarette. He seemed not to have heard this opprobrious remark.
"Most disturbing afternoon," he continued. "You ever read a paper called Society Spice, Bill, old man?"
"No. What about it?"
"Only this," responded Judson. "There's a piece in it this week saying that it was Toddy Van Ryter who founded the Fifth Avenue Silks. Toddy Van Ryter!"
A spine-chilling laugh escaped him.
"You know as well as I do, Bill, old man, that a poor fish like Toddy wouldn't have been able to hit on an idea like that in a million years. I was the little guy that founded those silks, and I'm not going to have all England thinking I wasn't." "Toddy Van Ryter!"
sneered Judson.
"I ask you, Toddy?"
The cigarette burned his fingers, and he threw it into the grate.
"I read that while I was on a train in the subway, and I went straight to the place where the rotten rag was published and asked to see the editor. Fellow must have a guilty conscience, because he refused to see me. And when I cornered him on the street a bit later, he just shot into a cab and streaked off. But I was too smart for him,"
said Judson with a hard chuckle.
"It will be a cold day when any pie-faced scandal-sheet buzzard can make a monkey out of me. I got his home address. I'm going right now to see him and insist on an apology and retraction in the next issue."
"You aren't going to do anything of the sort."
"I am, believe me."
Bill tried an appeal to his reason. "But what does it matter if the man did say Toddy founded the silks?"
"What does it matter?"
Judson's eyes grew round. He stared at Bill as if questioning his sanity.
"What does it matter? Do you think I'm going to have the whole of Europe believing a thing like that? Not while I have my strength. I suppose if you were Marconi, you'd take it lying down if people went about saying you hadn't invented the wireless. Well, mustn't waste time sitting here. See you later."
6 photographs on the mantelpiece gazed at Bill pleadingly. 3 on the whatnot, 2 on the console table, and 1 on a bracket near the door, caught his eye and urged him to be firm. "Where does this Society Spice man live?" he asked.
"Number 7 Litterdale Mansions, Sloane Square,"
said Judson promptly. He had no need to consult the back of the envelope in his breast pocket, for the address was graven upon his heart.
"I'm going there now."
"You aren't going there or anywhere," said Bill firmly, "without me."
What do you think?" he choked. "What do you think she would say if I let you run about all over London getting into trouble?"
Judson followed his sweeping hand in the direction of the mantelpiece, but showed little emotion. Too few brothers in this world are capable of being melted by a sister's photograph. But though he appeared unimpressed by the thought of Alice and her possible concern, a certain bias towards Prudence did seem to enter his mind.
"Not a bad idea your coming too," he admitted. "Quite likely fellow may turn nasty. Then you could sit on his head while I kicked him in the slats. Only way with these birds. Treat 'em rough."
Bill was cold to this outline of policy. "There isn't going to be any rough stuff," he said firmly, "and you aren't going to butt in and start anything. You will leave the whole business to me. This sort of affair needs a man with a calm, clear mind. I want you to understand right from the beginning that I am handling this. You stay in the background and leave me to do the talking. No violence."
"Not if he doesn't turn nasty. If he does," said Judson, "we will form a wedge and sail in and disembowel the mutt."
"He won't turn nasty. Why should he? He will probably be only too glad to correct an error in his paper."
"He'd better be," said Judson grimly.
The descent through the roof of Holly House and subsequent explosion on the drawing-room carpet of a large bomb would doubtless have caused a certain excitement and dismay among the inmates of that fair home, but such consternation could hardly have been more marked than that which had followed Flick's announcement that she had broken off her engagement to Roderick Pike. Sir George, arriving in a luxurious limousine a few minutes after the blow had fallen, was in nice time to join the commission appointed by his sister to inquire into and examine the tragedy. "She gives no reason," wailed Mrs. Hammond for the 10th time. For once in her masterly life this great woman was completely unnerved. Any ordinary disaster she might have coped with, but this was too shattering. The ghastly suddenness of it was perhaps its most appalling feature. No warning, no shadow of a warning had preceded the blow. Shortly after 2 o'clock, Flick had left the house, thoroughly and completely engaged to Roderick, and at 7:30 she had come back with a hard gleam in her blue eyes, freed from all sentimental entanglements. And that was all that Mrs. Hammond or anybody knew, for Flick, as she was now remarking for the 11th time, gave no reason. In addition to being terrible, the thing was achingly mysterious, and quite half of Mrs. Hammond's exasperation and fury was due to the fact that she was being excluded from sharing in a secret. She raged impotently, and when Sir George was ushered in by Wace, the butler, demurely grave as only a butler can be when something is up above stairs, she had just snubbed the unfortunate Sinclair rather ferociously for the second time in 3 minutes. Upon receipt of this second rebuff, Sinclair Hammond had withdrawn from the discussion. As a rule, so long as people did not interrupt him when he was writing, or attribute to Basius Secundus sentiments which had actually been uttered by Aristides of Smyrna, it was not easy to ruffle Sinclair Hammond. But irritability was in the air tonight, and having twice been requested for goodness sake not to talk such nonsense, he retired wounded into a corner and buried himself in a first edition of Robert Burns' poems, chiefly in the Scottish dialect, printed by John Wilson, Kilmarnock, 1786, uncut in the original blue wrappers. How deeply he had been hurt is shown by the fact that even this did not altogether soothe him. Sir George, taking his place in the debate, was at first as helplessly concerned as anyone. It was he who pointed out the dramatic feature of the affair, to wit, that poor Roderick, who could not possibly have received Flick's letter yet, might be expected to arrive at any moment in complete ignorance of what had happened. How, Sir George demanded, was the news to be broken to him? The question started a train of thought. How also, Mrs. Hammond inquired feverishly, was a scandal to be kept from the half-dozen or so of Wimbledon's elect, who had been invited to dine to-night expressly to meet the about-to-be-happy couple. The Wilkinsons from Heath Prospect were coming. The Bing Jervoises from the Towers were coming. Pondicherry Lodge was contributing Colonel and Mrs. Bagshot. What possible explanation could be made to these leaders of society of Felicia's absence?
Felicia's absence?
Sir George started.
What do you mean, Felicia's absence?
She refuses to come down to dinner.
Tell them she's got a headache,
said Mr. Hammond, glancing up from his Burns.
"Oh, do be quiet, Sinclair," begged his suffering wife.
Mr. Hammond returned to his reading. Sir George, whose face and bearing had taken on that stiff solemnity which always reminded his employees at Tilbury House so strongly of a stuffed frog, puffed vigorously.
"Refuses to come down to dinner? I never heard of anything so ridiculous. I will speak to her. Send for her at once."
"It's no good sending for her," moaned Mrs. Hammond. "She has locked herself in her bedroom and won't come out."
"Which is her room?"
"The second door to the left on the first landing. What are you going to do, George?" Sir George turned on the threshold.
"I am going to speak to her," he said.
There was an interval of some 3 or 4 minutes. In the drawing-room a tense silence prevailed. Mrs. Hammond sat rigid on her chair. Bob, the Celium, slumbered on the rug. Mr. Hammond put down his Burns, and rising, walked to the French windows and threw them open. He stood looking out into the gentle night. The garden slept under the stars, and a breeze floated across the lawn. Peace, peace, everywhere save in this stricken home. A distant rumble from above proclaimed that Sir George was still speaking to her. Presently the rumble ceased. Footsteps descended the stairs. Sir George entered. His face was red, and he was breathing a little heavily.
"The girl's mad," he announced briefly. "There is nothing to be done for the present but make some excuse to these people who are coming here tonight. Better tell them she's got a headache."
"An excellent idea," said Mrs. Hammond, with enthusiasm. "We will."
"Colonel and Mrs. Bagshot,"
proclaimed Wace, the butler, in the doorway. His slightly prominent eyes swept the little group before him with respectful commiseration.
"Do the best you can,"
his glance seemed to say.
"It's beyond me."
A taxicab drew up at the door of Lidderdale Mansions, Sloane Square. Bill West alighted and spoke through the window. "You wait here," said Bill. "I'll go up and see this man." Judson appeared doubtful.
"Well, I don't know," he said. "Seems to me this is a business that wants handling. Are you sure you're equal to it?"
"If only you keep out of it, I can settle the whole affair in 2 minutes," said Bill firmly. He felt unusually calm and capable as he entered the building. As a rule, it is a nervous task to call upon a perfect stranger and ask favors of him. But Bill felt no diffidence. He looked forward to an amusing chat. It was only when he had gone up a couple of floors in the lift and was interrogated by the attendant as to where he wished to stop that he remembered that he had omitted to ask Judson the name of the man he had come to interview. A little ruffled by the captious manner of the attendant on being requested to take him down again after a brief indulgence in what the latter evidently looked upon as a joy-ride, he went out to the cab. "Well?" said Judson eagerly, popping out like a cuckoo out of a clock. "What did he say?"
"I haven't seen him yet," Bill explained. "I forgot to ask you what his name is."
"Look here," said Judson in an anxious voice, his faith in his ambassador now plainly at 0. "Are you sure you're equal to this? Hadn't I better push up?"
"You stay here," said Bill.
He had lost that easy calm.
"I have a feeling that you'll bungle it."
"Don't be a chump. What's his name?"
"Pike, but—"
"Pike. All right. That's all I wanted to know." He re-entered the lift and was shot up to the 3rd floor, only to receive another check. If Bill had been a superstitious man, he would have realized at this point that the omens were bad and that it would be a wise course to abandon the expedition. A manservant, answering this ring, informed him that Mr. Pike had gone out.
"Just gone this moment, sir."
"But I've only just come up," argued Bill. "Why didn't I meet him?"
"Perhaps Mr. Pike walked downstairs, sir."
It seemed a tenable theory. At any rate, the man was gone. Bill, unwilling to trouble the lift attendant again, walked downstairs himself, and reaching the cab, found Judson in a state bordering on the febrile. Judson was dancing on the pavement. "I knew you would bungle it," he cried. "The fellow sneaked out half a second ago. Tried to get into my cab." "Tried to get into your cab?" "Yes. Didn't know there was anybody in it. He peered in, saw me, turned deadly pale, and—" Judson broke off, pointing. "Look, quick! There he is, getting into that taxi over there. Get in! Jump in, you poor fish!" The affair, which had started out in so orderly and well-planned a manner, was now beginning to take on a hectic aspect which flustered Bill. The jerk with which Judson dragged him into the taxi helped further to disorder his faculties, and when his companion, leaning across him and speaking out of the window, uttered those words familiar to every reader of detective stories, "Follow that cab wherever it goes," the enterprise stepped definitely into the ranks of waking nightmares. To call upon a stranger and ask him civilly to insert in his paper a correction of an inadvertent error is one thing. To hound him about London in cabs, quite another. Bill had a well-regulated man's dislike of scenes, and it seemed to him that this pursuit could only end in a scene of the most disagreeable nature. Already Judson had begun to babble harsh comments on the man whose taxi, keenly pursued by their own, was moving rapidly down the street towards Sloane Square. It was Judson's firm belief that the fellow was in the pay of Toddy Van Ryter. If not, why should he jump 10 feet sideways every time they met? Taken by and large, the whole thing looked like a pretty black business to Judson. He seethed with generous indignation, and even went so far as to state his intention, should they ever catch up with him, of busting the fellow one on the snoot. As the moments went by, it almost seemed as though these sentiments must have communicated themselves by some sort of telepathy to the man in the other cab, for his taxi went on and on and on. The theory that he was going out to dine somewhere now seemed thin. Would any diner out dine so far out as this? Already they were well into the Fulham Road, and he showed no signs of stopping. They rattled over Putney Bridge, they climbed Putney Hill, and still the taxi in front moved forward. It began to appear absurd, even to Bill, reluctant as he was to abandon the common-sense view, that this Pike could simply be on his way to dinner. It seemed more probable that his intention was to go on till he reached the coast and then jump off the edge. In attributing these qualms to Roderick, his pursuers had erred. True, Roderick had had what amounted to the start of a lifetime, when that glance into Judson's taxi had informed him that the mysterious stranger was still on his trail. But panic had passed as soon as he had got into a cab of his own and driven off. It had not occurred to him that he was being chased. Arriving at Holly House, he paid his driver and rang the doorbell without even a look behind. It was only as he waited on the step for Wace to answer the bell that the crackling of gravel in his rear caused him to turn his head. The shock he received on observing a second cab tearing down the drive was severe. A faint hope that this might be a peaceful cab containing blameless dinner guests of his Aunt Frances vanished as he perceived Judson's inflamed face protruding from the right-hand window. He lunged desperately at the bell again and waited for Wace, as the Duke of Wellington in another crisis had waited for Blücher. The cab stopped. From one door Judson shot out, from the other Bill. Roderick rang the bell again, staring glassily over his shoulder. Oddly enough, it was the sight of Bill that set the seal on his horror. And yet, had he but known, Bill was here in the purest spirit of pacifism. What had caused Bill to project himself so vigorously out of the cab was the kindly desire to be on the scene of action in time to keep Judson from committing the mayhem of which he had spoken so feelingly at practically every stage of the journey. Bill was the wise, cool, clear-headed man who was there to stop any violence. But to Roderick he seemed the most dreadful thing that had come along in the whole course of this dreadful day. Judson, so held Roderick, was bad enough. He was pretty scared of Judson. But about Judson there was this consoling feature, that he had a certain weediness, a lack of thews and sinews. With Judson, a fellow, if driven into a corner, might possibly cope. But Bill was quite another matter. A man cannot fulfill the exacting duties of left tackle on a Harvard football team without having a fairly impressive physique. No mere amiability or charm of manner will fit him for the post. He must be equipped with india-rubber legs, a chest like an icebox, and the shoulders of a prize-fighter. These qualifications Bill possessed. He stood 5'11" in his socks, and weighed on the hoof 193 pounds. And Roderick, watching him bound up the drive, unhesitatingly cast him for the role of star in this murder scene. The consequence was that when Bill reached the steps just as Wace opened the door, Roderick, trapped and desperate, saw nothing for it but to sell his life dearly. Whirling his stick madly in the air, he brought it down with a solid whack on Bill's head. Bill, totally unprepared for anything of this kind, tripped and fell. Judson, hurrying up, stumbled over Bill, and Roderick, snatching at the chance thus presented of effecting a masterly retreat, dashed into the house and slammed the door after him. Of all the things calculated to modify a wise, cool, clear-headed outlook on life, few are more effective than a brisk buffet on the skull from a heavy stick. In this case, the blow was rendered all the more powerful by the striker's terror. And Bill's hat having fallen off in his sprint down the straight, there was nothing to break the force of it. He remained for an appreciable space of time sitting dazedly on the gravel, and when eventually he rose, his mood had undergone a complete and remarkable change. No trace remained of his recent desire to keep this business free from violence. Violence was what he wanted more than anything on earth. He looked on the world through a crimson mist. In this new frame of mind, the spectacle of Judson hopping about in a futile manner exasperated him intensely. He was in the mood when men, usually tolerant of their fellow creatures, conceive a sudden dislike for whoever happens to be nearest. He glowered at Judson. "Go and sit in the cab," he commanded with set teeth. "But look here, Bill, old man." "Go on. I'm going to attend to this business." "What are you going to do?" Bill's finger was on the bell, and he kept it there without pause. A few short hours before, life had been a thing opening out before him in a prismatic vista of manifold ambitions. He had had all sorts of plans for making a fortune, plans for marrying Alice Coker, plans for scoring off Wilfred Slingsby. Now all these rainbow visions had passed from his mind, and he had but one object in the world, just one, and that was to get into this house, find the fellow who had sloshed him on the bean, and methodically kick the man's spine up through his back hair. He was in the mood which used to send ancient Vikings berserk, which makes modern Malays run amok and prod the citizenry with long knives. Like most big men, Bill West was good-natured. He did not readily take offence, but hit him an absolutely unprovoked wallop on the head with a stick, and you started something. He continued to ring the bell. "I'm going to have a heart-to-heart talk with that fellow," he said grimly. Judson's feelings were now those of a child who, sporting idly with a pocket-knife beside a reservoir, finds suddenly that he has bored a hole in the dam. He had unchained passions which overawed him. Frothily though he had talked of inflicting violence on the erring Roderick, Judson had never really intended business. He knew now that he would not have proceeded beyond words. But in Bill's program, words had only too plainly no part at all. To see Bill, that mild and good-humored young man, standing there with his teeth bare, his eyes glittering, and a thin trickle of blood running down his forehead, appalled Judson. He felt weakly unequal to the situation. With a pale face and limp knees he returned to the cab, and as he did so the door opened. Wace the butler had been annoyed by the strident persistence of the bell. It was with the intention of administering a severe rebuke that he now presented himself. But the words he had framed were never uttered. Something large and solid brushed Wace out of the way, and staggering back he saw a big man without a hat careering along the hall in the direction of the drawing-room. "Hi!" he said feebly. The intruder paid no attention. He had stopped for an instant as if uncertain of his destination, but now a burst of voices from behind the door put him on the scent. His fingers closed on the handle. "Hi!" said Wace again. "Stop!" Bill did not stop. He plunged on into the drawing-room. The drawing-room was full of men and women dressed and eager for the feast. Here Mr. Wilkinson of Heath Prospect chatted about the weather to Mrs. Hammond. There Mrs. Bing Jervois of the Towers spoke to her host of new plays. Colonel Bagshot was drinking sherry and entertaining Mrs. Wilkinson with an account of his most recent passage of arms with the local council. Sir George and Mr. Bing Jervois were talking politics. Roderick, a solitary figure attached to no group, stood by the open window. Into this refined gathering Bill charged like a ravening wolf, and Roderick, turning with the others at the sound of the opening door, and catching sight of his ghastly face, acted promptly. This was the fourth time to-day that he had felt the imperative need of flight from forces beyond his control, and nimble though he had shown himself on each of the previous occasions, his movements then had been leaden-footed compared with the turn of speed which he exhibited now. He shot out into the garden like a cannon-ball, with Bill in close attendance. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. The young need careful handling. Into the life of the most docile and well-regulated girl there comes crises where only tact and sympathy can avert disaster. And ever since Flick Sheridan had made her momentous announcement respecting Roderick, tact and sympathy had been very notably absent from the attitude of her immediate circle. It was perhaps unfortunate that Mrs. Hammond, always prone to supersede her husband in the conduct of delicate operations about the home, had declined with some asperity to allow the amiable Sinclair to go up and have a chat with his niece, for this eliminated from the situation the one person to whom Flick, in her mood of bristling defiance, would have listened with any calmness. Instead of a gentle talk with Uncle Sinclair, Flick had been plunged into a battle royal with her Aunt Frances, a contest which had left her, though undefeated, badly shaken. And immediately on top of this had come Sir George's brief address through the locked door. At about the time when the cab of Roderick and that of Bill and Judson were toiling up Putney Hill, she was seated on her bed, staring into the future. It was not a very agreeable future for any girl to look at, certainly not a girl who, like Flick, was of a quick and gallant spirit, and had always held herself to be the captain of her soul. It was a future filled with wrangling arguments, cold, hurt silences, a never-ending strain. Never-ending, that is to say, unless she meekly yielded and consented to marry Roderick. And at the thought of marrying Roderick, Flick's teeth clicked together and she blinked rebelliously. Nothing should ever induce her to marry Roderick. She loved Bill West. Uncle Sinclair had spoken flippantly about juvenile romances, but that extraordinary meeting with Bill this afternoon had shown her that these were not things to jest about. They were beastly solid facts that hurt you indescribably. Oh, she knew how absurd it was of her. She knew that Bill was in love with some starry-eyed cat of a girl out in America, and wouldn't look at her anyway. But that made no difference. If she couldn't have Bill, she wouldn't have anyone, least of all Roderick, who jumped into cabs and left her standing on the pavement at the mercy, for all he knew, of men who looked like Airedale terriers. She jerked up her head with a sudden unconscious movement of defiance and resolution. She had made her decision. The next moment she was opening her bag and feeling in it for the money earmarked earlier in the day for the relief of the distressed Mrs. Matilda Polly. She pulled out the notes and dropped them in a rustling heap on the bed. They made an encouraging display. If she had ever thought of weakening and drawing back, the sight of this money gave her strength. It seemed to her a vast sum, the sort of sum on which a girl of careful habits could face the world indefinitely. And in the distant future, when she had spent all this wealth, there was all the rest of her jewelry to fall back on. She hesitated no longer. She went to cupboards, ransacked drawers. She pulled a suitcase out from under the bed. After a thoughtful interval, devoted to making a selection of the things she could not possibly do without, she packed the suitcase. She scribbled a hasty note in pencil and fastened it to her pincushion. She tore the sheet from the bed and tied knots in it. She attached the sheet to the rail of the bed, dragged the bed to the window, and had just flung the window open when from the garden below there came to her ears a sudden uproar. With a startling abruptness, the quiet night had become filled with noise and shouting. Flick leaned out, deeply interested. If there is one spot in the world free as a rule from alarms and excursions, it is the aristocratic quarter of Wimbledon, that row of large mansions along the edge of the common, where wealth and respectability dream and let the world go by. In all the 5 years of her residence at Holly House, Flick could recall no event of any description that had even bordered on drama. Yet now, if she could believe the evidence of her ears, drama was stalking abroad in the night as nakedly as in the more vivacious portions of Moscow. Dark figures were racing about on the lawn. Voices shouted hoarsely. She could detect the deep bay of Colonel Bagshot of Pondicherry Lodge, the shriller yapping of Mr. Bing Jervois of the Towers. Her Uncle George was bawling to somebody to fetch a policeman. Flick forgot her troubles in the thrill of these amazing goings-on. She leaned farther out of the window, annoyed by the fact that her vision was much impeded by the roof of a sort of outhouse immediately below her window. A few moments before she had been extremely grateful to Providence for having supplied this outhouse roof as an aid to her escape, but now she resented its presence. The spirit of youth called to her not to miss a bit of this, for it was good, and she chafed to think that she was missing practically all of it. The shouts increased in volume. The flying figures continued to fly. Then suddenly there echoed through the night a tremendous splash. Even an onlooker whose view was cut off by an outhouse roof could interpret the inner meaning of this. and Flick understood it instantly. Somebody had fallen into the pond. She hoped it was her Uncle George. It was her Uncle George, and he made his own personal needs so manifest in a vigorous speech from the depths that the pursuit ceased on the instant, and all present rallied round to lend him aid and comfort. All except Bill. Bill was otherwise occupied. Retired altogether now from the maelstrom of activity on the lawn, he was crouching in the shadow of a large bush, reviewing his position. The first fine frenzy that had carried Bill through the front door into the drawing-room and through the French windows of the drawing-room out into the garden in pursuit of Roderick had kept him going nicely for perhaps 2 minutes. At the end of that time, the folly of chasing people about strange gardens in the dark was brought home to him in no uncertain manner by a wheelbarrow left by Gardener John in the shadows at the edge of the lawn. It was a low, underslung wheelbarrow, quite invisible in the gloom, and he had dived over it with a shattering bump, which gave him a momentary impression that Wimbledon and neighborhood had been convulsed by an earthquake. A young man less accustomed to falls on the football field might have lain there indefinitely, but Bill staggered dizzily to his feet, and it was at this point that he discovered that the fever of the chase had completely left him. As he stood there, dazedly wishing himself elsewhere, he perceived that the whole aspect of the world had undergone another change. A moment before it had been a roomy place with nobody in it but Roderick and himself, but now there appeared to be people everywhere. Large though the garden was, it seemed uncomfortably crowded, and the chase, which had started out as a straight issue between himself and Roderick, had become quite a public affair. The thing had developed into a sort of Walpurgis night. Phantoms whizzed to and fro. Demon voices bellowed advice and threats. An unseen dog was barking its head off. Bill was appalled by his position. That is the worst of berserk moods. They lure you into stupendous acts of imbecility, and then coolly abandon you to extricate yourself as best you can. A chilly remorse flooded over him. He saw now where his initial mistake had lain. He ought to have taken from the start an attitude altogether more dignified and formal. Instead of charging into the house of a complete stranger, breathing fire through his nostrils, and seeking whom he might devour, he should have gone quietly away, and on the morrow approached some good lawyer, with a view to bringing suit against the man Pike for assault and battery. Not having taken this prudent course, he was, he ruefully admitted, in a distinctly unpleasant hole. The descent of Sir George into the goldfish pond had given him a respite, but it was plain that it was not to last long. A nasty spirit of vindictiveness prevailed in the enemy camp, and voices were urging once more that the police be summoned. He must get out of this infernal garden, and that right speedily before they started to make a systematic search. Unfortunately, it was only too clear that to leave the garden now he would have to fight his way out, for already people were shouting to other people to guard the exits. The task that lay immediately before him was to find some nook, some haven, some retired spot where he might hope to avoid discovery. The night, as mysteriously happens when we stay out in it for any length of time, had now become appreciably lighter. Objects previously hidden began to reveal themselves, and among them was a sort of outhouse place that stood against the wall of the building some 6 feet from the bush in which he was lurking. Only a fraction of a second passed between the sighting of this outhouse by Bill and his realization that here, if anywhere, safety lay. The entire strength of the company appeared to have their attention concentrated at the moment on the goldfish pond, from which proceeded squashy sounds as of some solid body being gaffed and hauled ashore. Bill seized his opportunity with the promptitude of a strategist. Sliding softly out of his bush, he heaved himself in one scrabbling leap onto the outhouse roof, and lay there motionless. Nobody appeared to have observed him. A detachment of the enemy forces moved across the lawn and passed beneath him, Sir George walking squelchily in their sympathetic midst. The others, calling to one another at intervals, were prowling about, beating the bushes. But nobody thought of examining roofs, and after a lapse of time which might have been 10 minutes or 10 hours, the pursuit finally sagged away to nothingness. First one, then another of the prowlers gave the thing up and drifted back into the house, until at long last the garden was its silent, sleeping self again. But Bill remained where he was. At times of tense emotion we tend to extremes, and the vanishing of the berserk mood had been followed by one of the utmost wariness. He had the night before him, and he meant to allow himself a generous margin of safety. The longer he waited, the better his chances of slipping away without any uncongenial brawling. He had had all the brawling he wanted for one night. At length, however, when he had begun to feel that he had been lying on the roof since early childhood, he decided that it was safe to make a move. He slithered cautiously into a sitting position and rubbed his cramped limbs. And then, as he was about to rise and lower himself to the ground, every nerve in his body leaped simultaneously and twisted itself at the ends. Something had fallen with a thud, not 2 feet from where he stood. Spinning round defensively, he discovered that it was a suitcase. Why people were throwing suitcases out of windows at such an hour, he could not imagine. His speculations on this problem were interrupted by the sight of something even more remarkable, a dark figure apparently crawling down the side of the house. A man with all the world, or at any rate part of Wimbledon, against him, inclines naturally to see enemies everywhere, and Bill's reactions on becoming aware of this figure descending onto what he had grown to regard as his own private roof were at first purely militant. He retired a few steps and braced himself for combat. It was too dark to get a clear view, but the person who was crawling down the wall appeared to be of a slender physique, and he looked forward to the coming encounter with a bright confidence. For while he was not afraid of the bulkiest foe, it is always pleasanter, if you are going to have a rough and tumble, to have it with somebody a trifle undersized. He could eat this midget, and unless the midget behaved itself, he proposed to do so. The figure alighted, and at the same moment Bill made his spring. It was only when a startled squeak rang out in the darkness that he was embarrassed to discover that he was grappling with a girl, at which point the militant mood vanished abruptly, to be succeeded by one of amazed consternation. The man who lays a hand upon a woman, save in the way of kindness, is justly looked askance at by society. What then can be said for the man who tackles her as if she were trying to get past him on the football field? Bill was bathed in a prickly shame. "I beg your pardon," he cried. Flick did not reply. It had never occurred to her when she began her descent of the knotted sheet that violent giants were going to bound out at her from the night, and the shock had almost caused her to faint. She stood there, panting. "I'm awfully sorry," said Bill contritely. I didn't know. I had an idea. I've dropped my purse," said Flick dizzily. "Allow me," said Bill. A match sputtered. Its light shone on Bill's face as he groped about the roof on all fours. "Mr. West?" cried Flick, amazed. Bill, who had just found the purse, sprang upright. Of all the bizarre events of the night, this was the most astonishing. "I'm Felicia Sheridan," said Flick. Such was Bill's perturbation that for a moment the name conveyed nothing to him. Then he remembered. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" "I live here." "But what are you doing crawling down walls, I mean?" "I'm running away." "Running away?" "From home." "You're running away from home?" said Bill, mystified. "I don't understand."
"Don't speak so loud," whispered Flick. "They may hear."
The good sense of this warning appealed to Bill. He lowered his voice.
"Why are you running away from home?"
he asked.
"What are you doing on this roof?"
asked Flick.
"What's the idea?"
inquired Bill.
"What has been happening out in the garden?"
countered Flick.
"I heard all sorts of noise and shouting."
Bill felt it would be a beginning in the direction of clearing up the situation if he answered her questions before putting his. Otherwise they might stay here all night, conducting an endless duologue. It was not a brief task, explaining the motives which had brought him to this house. But this done, the rest of his story was simple and straightforward. He related it crisply. "The man biffed me over the head with a stick," he concluded, "and after that, nothing in the world seemed to matter except getting in here after him. It was a crazy thing to do, of course. I see that now. But it seemed a darn good idea at the time." "Biffed you over the head with a stick?" said Flick, marveling. "Who hit you with a stick?" "This fellow. Pike, his name is."
"Roderick."
"No, Pike."
"His name," said Flick, "is Roderick Pike. That's why I'm running away."
This struck Bill as a non sequitur. Women do eccentric things, but surely the most temperamental girl would hardly leave her home simply because a man's name was Roderick Pike.
"They wanted me to marry him."
Bill's mystification vanished. He shuddered with sympathetic horror. A moment before he had been conscious of a certain disapproval of Flick's scheme of running away from home, and had intended, when the opportunity presented itself, to try to dissuade her. But this piece of news altered the whole aspect of the matter. Naturally she was running away. Anybody would. No lengths to which a girl could go to avoid marrying the bounder who had biffed him with a stick appeared extreme to Bill. There and then he executed a complete change of attitude, and was now wholeheartedly in favor of the project, and resolved to do all that in him lay to push it along.
"Marry that blighter?"
he exclaimed incredulously.
"Of course, in some ways he's quite nice."
"He is not," said Bill vehemently, and passed a gingerly hand over his corrugated skull. To his sensitive imagination the lump under his hair seemed to stick up like a mountain peak.
"Well, I'm not going to marry him anyway," said Flick, "so the only thing to do is to run away. The trouble is," she said ruefully, "I don't in the least know where to go." "Your best plan is to come back with me to Marmont Mansions," said Bill. "We can talk it over quietly there, and decide on something." "I suppose that is best." "We certainly can't stay on this roof. Any moment somebody may come along and find us." Flick betrayed some agitation. "I wonder if it's safe to try to get away." "There seems to be nobody in the garden." "I can't hear anybody. I suppose they've all gone in to dinner. There was a dinner party on tonight, and I know Colonel Bagshot, for one, wouldn't want to wait too long for his food, whatever had been happening. What do you suppose the time is?" "I haven't an idea. It must be long past 8. It was nearly that when I got here." "I tell you what," said Flick, "you jump down and creep round the house till you get to the front door. If the windows next to it are lighted and you can hear voices, it will mean they're in at dinner." "Good idea. If everything's all right, I'll whistle." Flick stood in the darkness, waiting. The tremulous excitement which had filled her as she started to climb down the sheet had given way to a calmer and more agreeable mood. Bill, it seemed to her, had been sent from heaven to assist her in her hour of need. She had had only the vaguest idea of what she intended to do when she had escaped from Holly House, but now there was someone she could lean on.
Bill was so big and comforting, a rock of strength. Slightly overestimating his mental capacity in her enthusiasm, she considered that there was no problem in existence too big for Bill to tackle. A low whistle cut through the little night sounds of the garden. She leaned over the edge of the roof. "All right," said Bill's voice in a cautious whisper. "Drop me down your suitcase." Flick dropped the suitcase. He caught it skillfully. She lowered herself over the roof and was seized by a strong pair of hands and deposited gently on the ground. "They're all in at dinner," said Bill. "Shall we get out by the front, or do you know a better way?" "There's a door in the wall across the lawn. It'll be safer using that." They crept cautiously across the lawn. Something small and white snuffled in the darkness. Flick stooped with a little cry. "Bob!" She rose with a dog in her arms. For the first time a sense of bereavement swept over her. "Oh, I can't leave Bob." "Bring him along," said Bill. Flick's heart swelled with adoration for this godlike man who made no difficulties, raised no chilling obstacles or objections. She choked. Bob, who had had a great night so far and approved of the way things were shaping, licked her face frantically as they passed through the door. The latch, closing behind her, clicked a brief farewell. Holly House was a thing of the past. Flick stood in the road with the world before her. "All right?" said Bill understandingly. "Quite all right, thanks," said Flick, but in a voice that shook a little. Bill stood with his back against the mantelpiece of his sitting room and smoked a thoughtful pipe. He was glad to be safe once more in the castle-like seclusion of Marmont Mansions. Apart from the spiritual relief of being several miles away from the house from which he had, probably quite illegally, helped a young girl to escape, there was the bodily comfort of being warm again. Almost immediately after the exodus from Holly House, the mellowness of the night had changed to a raw chill, aided and abetted by a penetrating wind that sprang up from the east, and they had had to walk a shivering mile before they found a cab. Now they were home, the fire was blazing, and everything was jolly. He looked down at Flick. She was lying back in an armchair with her eyes closed, Bob the Sealyham slumbering on her lap. The sight of her did something to diminish Bill's sense of well-being. And yet, mysteriously, at the same time it seemed to make it deeper. It was as if two conflicting voices spoke simultaneously in Bill's subconscious, one saying, "You poor impulsive ass, what have you let yourself in for?" The other, "It makes the old home look very cozy, does it not? A girl sitting in an armchair with her hat off and a dog in her lap?" He weighed the contending claims of these two voices. Most certainly there was much in what the first voice said. Not legally, perhaps not even morally, but beyond a doubt romantically, he was responsible for this girl. The gods of high adventure do not permit a young man in the springtime to smuggle a girl away from her home by night, and then bid her a civil good-bye and think no more of her. Bill, as has been repeatedly stated before, was pledged for all eternity to Alice Coker, whose 12 photographs stared down from the mantelpiece, and what not. One might have said a little austerely, but he felt very keenly a bond between himself and Flick. The details of the thing could be thought out later, but about the broad outline there was no argument possible. Here she was, under his charge, and somehow or other he had got to look after her and see that she came to no harm. He managed after a while to quiet the first voice by advancing the suggestion that a girl would not run away from home without some sort of a plan in her mind. And moreover, living in a house of that magnificence, she probably had a large private income. She would be all right, he urged. He then had leisure to listen to the second voice. There was no denying the truth of what the second voice was saying. The presence of Flick did make the place look cozy. She was not Alice Coker, of course, But somehow at the moment the fact did not seem to matter so much. Bill found himself oddly soothed by the mere act of looking at Flick. To attempt to pretend, simply because his whole soul was wrapped up in Alice Coker, that Flick had not a decorative effect on his sitting-room would have been merely foolish. He admitted freely that she had. Indeed, without the slightest disloyalty, of course, he was obliged to own that in such a position her flower-like prettiness had certain advantages over Alice's queenly, and to a diffident man, rather overpowering beauty. The thing turned on a matter of personality. Flick, if one might put it that way, blended gently and harmoniously into the atmosphere of a fellow's sitting-room. Whereas there was that about Alice's stupendous loveliness that always seemed to make her hit any place which she entered like a shell bursting in the midst of a fanfare of trumpets. Before Bill could penetrate any further into the depths of analysis, Flick gave a little sigh and sat up. She stared for a moment at her surroundings, as if bewildered. "I couldn't think where I was," she said. "Have I been asleep?" "You did doze off for a minute or two." "How rude of me." "Not at all," Bill assured her. "How are you feeling now?" "Hungry," said Flick. "Starving. I haven't had a bite to eat since lunch." "Good Lord! And I had a very light lunch because it seemed wicked to be stuffing oneself with food when people like Mrs. Matilda Polly hadn't tasted a thing for 3 days. That reminds me, didn't you say that your friend lived here with you? Where is he?" Bill lowered his pipe in sudden consternation. "I'd clean forgotten about Judson," he exclaimed blankly. "Good heavens! He may be running all over London." "When did you see him last?" "When the man Pike whacked me over the head, I told him to go and sit in the cab." "You don't think he's still sitting there?" "It'll be awfully expensive if he is. I suppose the clock was ticking up 3 pences all the time." "No, he must have left, of course. Then goodness knows," said Bill dejectedly, "where he is now." Flick was a healthy girl and had a healthy appetite. The question of Judson's whereabouts competed but feebly for her interest with the thought of food. "You haven't such a thing as a biscuit or anything, have you?" she asked wistfully. "Or a leg of mutton, or a tongue, or a round of beef, or a piece of cheese, or anything like that?" "I'm awfully sorry," said Bill, aroused to a realization of his position as host. "I should have got you something long ago. I'll forage in the larder." He left the room hurriedly and returned some minutes later with a laden tray, which he nearly dropped on the threshold in his dismay at the sound of a muffled sob. He did drop a knife and 2 forks, and the clatter caused Flick to start and turn a tear-stained face in his direction. "It's nothing," she assured him. Bill put the tray down on the table. "What's the matter?" he asked, agitated. Like most men, he was conscious of a grisly discomfort in the presence of a crying woman. "Can I do anything?" "It's nothing," said Flick again. She dabbed at her eyes and smiled a faint smile. "Do cut me some of that ham. I'm simply famished." "But look here." Flick attacked her meal composedly. She appeared to have woman's gift of rapid change from mood to mood. "Is that coffee?" she said. "How splendid!" She drank a mouthful. "It warms one, doesn't it?" she said. "Makes one feel braver. I was only crying because I was a little scared. And, well, yes, because I suddenly happened to think of Uncle Sinclair." "Uncle Sinclair?" "Do you remember him? He was staying with your uncle the time you saved my life. He hadn't married Aunt Francie then, and he and I were together all the time." She choked. "This coffee is hot," she said in a small voice. "I remember him," said Bill. "Good Lord, isn't it funny how things come back to one? I liked him. I love him," said Flick simply. There was a silence. "Some more ham?" said Bill. "No, thanks." Flick stared into the fire. "It's horrible to think of leaving him," she said. "But what was I to do?" Bill nodded sagely. "I had to run away." Bill coughed. He wished to approach as delicately as possible the question of future plans. "Talking of running away," he said, "I was rather wondering, had you any particular idea in your mind?" "Only to get away." "I see." "You mean," said Flick, "had I decided what to do afterwards?" "It did cross my mind," admitted Bill. Flick pondered. "Do you know," she said, "at the time I don't think I had the slightest notion, but I'm beginning to see now. I think I had better write a letter, don't you? I did leave a sort of note pinned to my pincushion, but that just said I was going away because I wouldn't marry Roderick." "You mustn't on any account marry that chap," said Bill decidedly. He still had a slight headache. "Oh, no, I'm quite determined about that. But I think I'd better write and say that I'll come back if they promise that I needn't marry him." "What made you suddenly find you couldn't go through with it?" asked Bill. "It was something that happened this afternoon. A man came rushing up to him when he was with me on the embankment, and Roderick was so frightened that he leaped into a cab and flew for his life, leaving me on the pavement." "Good Lord!" said Bill. "That must have been Judson." He poured her out another cup of coffee. "I'll tell you exactly what to do," he said. "Write this letter and tell them that if they want you to come back on your conditions, to advertise in the personal column of the Daily Mail. Have you got any money?" "Oh, yes, plenty, thanks." "Then all you have to do is just to stick it out. They'll probably quit in under a week." "I don't know," said Flick doubtfully. "Uncle George and Aunt Francie are frightfully determined people. Uncle George is one of those little square-jawed men who never give way an inch." "He was the one who fell into the pond," she said, bubbling reminiscently. "No, really?" said Bill, amused. "He made a pretty good splash, didn't he?" "I've never heard anybody fall into a pond before. I only wish it had been daylight so that I could have seen it." "If it had been daylight," Bill pointed out, "he wouldn't have gone in." "No, there's always something, isn't there?" Flick agreed. She got up. "Well, I certainly feel ever so much better," she said. "I needed that food. I suppose I ought to be going now, though I do hate leaving that fire. Have you ever noticed how cozy a room looks just when you have to leave it?" "Going?" said Bill. "What do you mean?" "Well, I've got to find a room, haven't I? Somewhere to sleep tonight." She looked ruefully at the Celium, who was on the rug gnawing the remains of a chop. "I'm afraid Bob's going to be rather a burden. Do you think a landlady would make a fuss about my having him? They usually own cats, and Bob gets so temperamental when he sees a cat." Bill spoke decidedly. "It's absolutely impossible for you to go about trying to find a room at this time of night. Quite out of the question. You must stop here, of course. I'll clear out and intercept Judson when he gets back and take him off somewhere." "But where?" "Oh, I know dozens of places where we can go." "It's awfully kind of you," said Flick, hesitating. "Not a bit of it. We've got an old woman who comes in by the day and does the cooking and so on. When you hear her in the morning, pop your head out and shout at her to bring you breakfast." "It will probably scare her into a fit." "Oh, no, she's a hearty old soul. Well, I'll be saying good night." "Good night, Mr. West." Bill hesitated. "I wish you wouldn't call me Mr. West," he said. Surely, when you were staying at my uncle's, you used to call me Bill." "I believe I did." She stooped and patted Bob, who rolled an eye up at her but did not discontinue his meal. "And you called me Flick." "Flick!" exclaimed Bill. "So I did. Isn't it funny how one forgets things?" "I'm rather good at remembering things," said Flick. "Well, good night, Flick." "Good night, Bill." "I'll be round in the morning sometime, and then we can discuss what you're going to do." He paused at the door. "By the way," he added, "you've got—" He looked at her suitcase and decided that she probably had. "Good night," he said. "See you tomorrow." "Good night, Bill, and thank you a million times for being so wonderful." "Not at all," said Bill modestly. Bill went downstairs and out into Prince of Wales Road. He began to regret the necessity of having to wait here to intercept Judson. It was a very open question whether Judson, having money in his pocket, would revisit the home many minutes in advance of the morning milk. And meanwhile it was infernally cold. To keep himself warm, Bill began presently to pace up and down the pavement outside the block of flats, and he was still doing this when there slouched through the pool of light cast by a street lamp near the door a wretched, shambling, travel-stained creature with dusty shoes and the beginnings of a cold in its head. It was a heart-rending sneeze, indeed, that first attracted Bill's attention. "Judson!" The figure stopped and leaned wearily against the railings. "Hello, Bill, old man." A groan blended with another sneeze. "Oh, gosh, Bill, I've had one rotten time." "What happened?" Judson mopped his forehead with his handkerchief and spoke for a while of blisters on the soles of his feet. "When you left me," he said, "I sat in the cab for ages, wondering what the deuce you were up to. And then the cabby shoved his head in and wanted to know what the game was. I said, 'Stick around, George. We've got to wait for the gentleman.' Upon which the fellow got very nasty, insisted on having his fare, and I had to cough up. Darn it! Took all the money I had and left me, owing him 3d. He said it didn't matter about the 3d, and drove off with a cheery good night, and I had to hoof it all the way home. All the way home, Bill, old man. Gosh, I don't suppose I've walked that far before in my life. I'm all in. Besides having blisters. Well, thank goodness I've got here at last. Now I'm going to tumble into my little bed." "No, you're not," said Bill. "There's a girl in it." Judson gaped. "A girl?" "I'll explain as we go. You and I are going to sleep at the Jermyn Street Turkish Baths tonight." "A girl in my bed?" repeated Judson blankly. "Well, she may be in mine. Anyway, I've given her the flat for the night, and we've got to go elsewhere. I'll tell you all about her on the way." Judson sighed. "I might have expected something like this," he said resignedly. "Everything's on the fritz nowadays. I haven't had a bit of luck since I lost that lucky pig of mine. Never did find that pig. Oh, by the way, Bill." "Now what?" "That cab. It cost me 13 shillings and something. Call it £1, round numbers. I'd be glad to have that." "I suppose you would." "You're surely going to refund it, aren't you?" Bill turned astounded. "Refund it?" he cried incredulously. "Who, me? Why, it was your cab." The night closed in upon them. End of chapter 5. Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. Horace changes his mind. Mr. Cooley Paradine's pleasant domain at Westbury, Long Island, dozed in the April sunshine. It was the sort of day when any ordinary man would have been out in God's air. But Mr. Paradine, being a book collector, was spending the afternoon in his library. In front of him, as he sat at his desk, lay the most recent additions to his collection. The necessity of glancing at, dipping into, blowing spots of dust off, and fondling these, was interfering very much with the task he had on hand at the moment, to wit, the writing of a letter to his old friend Sinclair Hammond of Holly House, Wimbledon, England. At the point where we discover him, he had indeed got no further than the words, "My dear Hammond." He now assumed an expression of resolution, and dipping his pen in the ink-pot, began to tackle his task squarely. "My dear Hammond, thank you for your letter, which reached me a week ago, and many thanks for again inviting me to pay you a visit. I am glad to say that at last I am able to accept your very kind hospitality. Unless anything occurs to alter my plans, I propose to sail for England about the middle of next month. I'm looking forward with the greatest eagerness to seeing you again. I shall have one or two nice little things to show you. At the sale of the Mortimer collection, I was lucky enough to secure quite cheap, only $8,000, Browning's own copy of Pauline, Saunders and Otley, 1833. Also, Browning's own copy of Paracelsus, E. Wilson, 1835, and of Strafford, Longman's, 1837. I am sure, too, you will appreciate another capture of mine, the autograph manuscript of Don Juan, Canto 9. This is entirely in Byron's handwriting, and is the only canto lacking in Pierpont Morgan's collection. I would not take $20,000 for it. I have also a few other good things which I will show you when we meet. Since writing to you last, I have, you may be interested to hear, adopted a son, a splendid little fellow." A knock at the door interrupted his writing. Mr. Paradine looked up. "Come in." The English language is so nicely adapted to the expression of delicate shades of meaning that it is perhaps slovenly to be satisfied with describing the noise that had broken in on Mr. Paradine's composition as a knock. The word bang more nearly fits it, and Mr. Paradine frowned with quick displeasure. He was not accustomed to having his hermit's cell battered upon in this fashion. His surprise when the opening door revealed Roberts, the butler, was extreme. If there is one class of the community that has reduced knocking on doors to a nice art, it is butlers. Robert's discreet tap had been until this moment a thing that blended with rather than disturbed the thoughts. Only some great emotion, felt Mr. Paradine, could have caused him to slam the panel with such vehement impetuosity, and the next moment the sunlight, falling on the butler's face as he moved forward, showed that his suspicion had been correct. Roberts was foaming at the mouth. The expression "foaming at the mouth" is so often used to suggest a merely mental condition that it must be stated that in the present instance it is employed perfectly literally. A bubbly, yellowish-white froth covered the lower part of the butler's face, and when he removed this with a vicious dab of his handkerchief, other bubbles immediately presented themselves. Had Roberts been a dog, Mr. Paradine would undoubtedly have been justified in shooting him on sight. As he was a man, and a trusted employee at that, he simply stared dumbly.
"Might I speak to you, sir?"
said Roberts thickly. "What on earth—" began Mr. Paradine.
"I would like to be informed, sir, if Master Horace is to be a permanency in this household."
Mr. Paradine, hearing these words, felt like one who sees looming above the horizon a cloud no bigger than a man's hand. They struck him as significant and sinister. for there was that in the butler's tone that suggested disapproval of that splendid little fellow, his adopted son. Mr. Paradine's mouth tightened. He was an obstinate man. Disapproval of Horace affected him personally. It implied criticism of his action in bringing him into the home, and he resented criticism of his actions, whether implied or spoken. "He most certainly is," he replied curtly.
"Then,"
said the butler, blowing bubbles,
"I must ask you to accept my resignation, sir."
It speaks well for the benevolence of Mr. Paradine's domestic rule that this kind of announcement was an astonishing rarity in his life. Once in his house, servants were as a rule only too glad to stay. He had had only 2 cooks in 14 years, while as for Roberts, that excellent man had joined up nearly 8 summers ago, and had looked until this moment as solid a fixture as the pillars that upheld the front porch. To see this devoted retainer blowing bubbles at him and talking of resigning his position afflicted Mr. Paradine with a horrible sense of being in the toils of some disordered dream. "What?" was all he could find to say. The sadness of this parting after so long and happy a union seemed to affect the butler too. His manner became less severe, and his voice took on a tone of pathos.
"I regret this, sir, deeply," he said. "Nobody could have been more comfortable in a situation than I have been in your service, sir. But remain in the house, if Master Horace is to continue here. I cannot and will not."
The hasty and imperious side of Mr. Paradine's nature urged him to close this interview at once by withering the man with a few well-chosen words and sending him about his business. But curiosity was too strong for him. If he allowed Roberts to leave him without explaining the bubbles, he would worry himself into a premature grave. The thing would become one of those great historic mysteries which fret the souls of men through the ages. "What's your objection to Master Horace?" he forced himself to inquire. Roberts plied his handkerchief daintily for a few moments.
"My objection, sir, is both general and particular."
"What the devil do you mean by that?" demanded Mr. Paradine, bewildered.
"If I might explain, sir."
"Go ahead."
"Downstairs, sir, we do not like Master Horace's manner. One of the lower servants summed it up in a happy phrase not many days ago when he described a young gentleman as too darned fresh. We have so much affection, if I may take the liberty of saying so, for yourself, sir, that we have endeavored hitherto to bear this without complaint. But now things have gone too far."
Mr. Paradine leaned forward in his chair. Imperiousness had vanished, and curiosity occupied his mind to the exclusion of every other emotion. At last he felt Roberts was about to speak freely of the bubbles.
"A few days ago I refused to permit Master Horace to raid the larder for food."
"Quite right," agreed Mr. Paradine. "Makes him fat."
"He appeared at the time to take this in a mutinous spirit. He called me 1 or 2 names which," said Roberts, brooding coldly, "I have not forgotten. But this afternoon, just before he went out for his walk with Mr. Bastable, he approached me with an apology so amiable and apparently sincere that I had no alternative but to accept it. He then offered me an attractive-looking piece of candy, sir. This I also accepted. I have a sweet tooth. I did not immediately eat it, partly because I had only recently finished a hearty meal, and partly because Master Horace specifically urged me to save it up. But when I—"
Mr. Paradine was an oldish man, but he had been a boy once. A dazzling light shone on his darkness. "Good gad!" he exclaimed. "You don't mean there was soap in it?"
"Exactly, sir," foamed the butler.
There was a pregnant silence. For a moment Mr. Paradine was, curiously enough, not so much shocked and horrified as filled with a sort of subtle melancholy, the feeling which the ancient Romans used to call desiderium. "It must be 50 years," he murmured wistfully, "since I played that trick on anyone."
"I,"
said the butler with austerity,
"have never played it, nor had it played on me. It came as a complete surprise."
"Too bad," said Mr. Paradine, returning from the past, and overcoming with some difficulty a desire to give way to a mirth which would obviously be ill-timed. "Too bad. Young rascal! I'll have a talk with him. Of course one can see the thing from his viewpoint."
"I fear I am unable to do so, sir,"
said Roberts stiffly. "I mean, boys will be boys." The butler expressed his disapproval of this too tolerant philosophy with a lift of the eyebrow so chilling that Mr. Paradine continued hastily. "Don't think I'm excusing him. Nothing of the kind. Can't have that sort of thing. Certainly not. But, good gracious, Roberts, you don't want to throw up an excellent situation simply because—"
"I'm leaving with the greatest regret, sir, I assure you."
"Nonsense, nonsense! You aren't leaving at all. Of course you aren't. I couldn't get on for a day without you."
"It is very kind of you to say so, sir,"
said the butler, beginning to melt. "I'll see the boy and make him apologize. Apologize humbly. That will make everything all right, eh?"
"Well, sir—"
"And you'll give up all this nonsense about leaving?"
"Well, if you wish it, sir."
"Wish it? Of course I wish it. Good heavens, you've been with me 8 years. You go back to the pantry and get yourself a good drink."
"You're very kind, sir."
"And listen, Roberts, it's only fair that I should pay some sort of indemnity, like a nation does when one of its subjects starts something in another country, eh? There'll be an extra $10 in the monthly envelope from now on. Leave me, indeed! I never heard such nonsense." The butler, who, like the month of March, had come in like a lion, went out like a lamb, leaving his employer chewing his pen. Mr. Paradine was worried. He hated to confess it, even in the privacy of self-communion, but he was disappointed in Horace. He had not yet actually adopted the boy with full formality of legal papers, but the fact that he had proclaimed him as his adopted son made it impossible for a man of his obstinacy to draw back, and it was beginning to come home to him that the whole business had been a blunder. A magnificent gesture, true, and one that had most satisfactorily stunned brother-in-law Jasper and the rest of those grasping sycophants, but nevertheless a blunder. Yes, he feared he had been too impulsive. Impulsiveness had always been his besetting fault from boyhood up. He was trying to divert his thoughts from this unpleasant matter by finishing his letter to Sinclair Hammond, when they were jerked back to their original channel by the sight through the open window of Horace himself returning from his afternoon walk with Mr. Sherman Bastable, his tutor. He watched the couple cross the lawn and disappear round the corner of the house. Horace, he noted, had a weary and sullen mien, in marked contrast to Mr. Bastable's buoyant freshness. The tutor was a lean and enthusiastic young man, just down from the university, who preferred brisk walking to any other method of locomotion. Horace, to judge from his expression and his drooping slouch, did not share his views. It had frequently annoyed Mr. Paradine that his son by adoption, though of a chunky and athletic build, seemed to like to spend his time lolling in easy-chairs. This, he felt, was not the spirit that makes supermen, and quick irritation gripped him once more. He was still brooding fretfully on the boy's shortcomings when there was a sudden rushing noise without, and Mr. Bastable burst into the room. "Mr. Paradine!" shouted the tutor in a high, impassioned tenor, "I will not put up with it." Mr. Paradine was dumbfounded. Hitherto he had always found Sherman Bastable an exceptionally civil and soft-spoken young fellow, but now the man was transformed. His tone was one that would have excited comment in the forecastle if used by the second mate of a tramp steamer. His face was flushed and contorted, and as he spoke he thumped the desk violently. "I've had enough of it," he bellowed. Mr. Paradine stared at him, and staring became aware of something which in his first astonishment he had overlooked. He had felt vaguely, right from the start, that there was an oddness about the tutor's appearance, and now he realized what had given him this impression. Sherman Bastable, in his employer's private and sacred library, was wearing his hat. The spectacle brought Mr. Paradine, already simmering, to the boiling point. "It has got to stop!" cried the tutor. "Take off your hat!" said Mr. Paradine. The words, designed to bring the young man to himself in a rush of shamed embarrassment, had the odd effect of amusing him. At least he laughed, but it was a hideous, hollow laugh that seemed wrenched from his very vitals. "I like that!" he cried. "That's good. Take off my hat. Yes, that's rich." "You're drunk," said Mr. Paradine, purpling. "I'm not." "You must be. You rush in here with your hat on." "Yes," said Mr. Bastable bitterly, "I do, and perhaps you'd like to know why. Because I can't get the thing off without skinning my forehead. That little brute of a boy has gone and rubbed glue all round the inside band, and now it's melted. And I want to tell you, Mr. Paradine—" The things Mr. Bastable wanted to and did tell his employer were so numerous, and couched in language so harsh and unguarded, that one is forced to omit them. His final utterance, spoken a brief instant before he slammed the door, is the only one that need be recorded. "I'm through," said Mr. Bastable. "You can accept my resignation. I wouldn't stay here another day if you paid me $1,000,000. The bang of the door died away, leaving a quivering silence. Mr. Paradine stood for a moment plunged in thought. Then, going to a closet, he took out a long, slim cane, and having swished this musically through the air once or twice, strode rapidly from the room. Out in the garden, meanwhile, in the shade of a large locust tree that stood near a handsome shrubbery of rhododendrons, the cause of all these upheavals in the home was relaxing after the fatigues of his afternoon walk. His young body at ease in a deck-chair, and his feet restfully supported by a small rustic table, the boy Horace lay with closed eyes, restoring his tissues. Beside him on the turf a glass, empty except for a fragment of ice, spoke pleasantly of past lemonade, and a close observer might have detected cake crumbs on the lad's waistcoat. Everything was Jake with Horace. The warm sunshine invited slumber, and it was not immediately that the soft whistling from the shrubbery succeeded in penetrating to his consciousness. For some time the boy had attributed the sound to one of the birds that ranged the garden, But presently it became so persistent as to interfere with sleep. He opened his eyes and gazed drowsily in the direction from which it seemed to proceed. Having done this, he became aware of a face peering at him out of the rhododendrons. One uses the word face in a loose sense. What met Horace's eyes was a mere congeries of features, apparently carelessly assembled by an inexpert hand, few of them making any pretense of matching one another. The nose appeared to have been designed for a far smaller man, whereas the chin, which jutted out like the cow-catcher of a train, would have caught the eye if attached to the body of a giant. The forehead, a narrow strip of territory separating the eyebrows from the fringe, was flanked by enormous ears that stood out at a majestic right angle. To see this strange facial hash protruding from a rhododendron bush might have startled many people. Horace bore the spectacle with calm, almost with indifference. He yawned. "Hello, Joe," he said. "It's you, is it?" "Yes, it's me," replied the other in a voice of marked surliness. "I've come to find out what you're doing, and I find you doing what I might have expected I'd find you doing nothing." "I'm concentrating," said Horace casually. Joe the Dip, for the visitor was none other, looked up and down the quiet garden, and satisfied that it was empty, emerged cautiously from his bush. Now that the whole of him had become visible, his social status was even more obvious than before. A criminal, evidently, and belonging, one would have said, to the executive rather than the organizing branch of his particular gang. If you wanted a man to scheme out some subtle confidence game, you would pass over Joe. But if, on the other hand, the task on the program involved the sandbagging of somebody down a dark alley, then you would beckon to Joe with an immediate Eureka! In build he was a solid man of medium height, with thick and stooping shoulders. His feet were large and flat.
"Concentratin', eh?"
he observed bitterly.
"That's about the best thing you do, ain't it? See here, kid, I've made a long trip out to this joint to get next to yous, and what I want to know is, how about it? The boss is getting worried."
"Yeah," said Horace.
"We're all getting worried. You got it soft, ain't you? Sitting pretty in this swell home, living off the fat of the land."
"I don't eat fat."
"It's about all you don't eat. I know yous. Lazy, that's what you are. If I'd been here instead of you, I'd have got action long ago."
"You would, eh?"
"Yes, I would. What's keeping yous? What's the snag?"
Horace settled down more deeply into his deck chair and eyed his interrogator calmly. "I've been thinking," he said.
"You've got no time for that sort of thing,"
said Joe the Dip reprovingly.
"We got to get a move on."
"Thinking," proceeded Horace, "whether we really want to rob Mr. Paradine."
"What?"
gasped Joe.
"Thinking what?"
"I've been going to the movie house down in the village, and it seems to me it don't pay to be a crook. No, sir, every crook that reforms always turns up in a dress suit in the last reel." Joe licked his lips feverishly. He seemed to be feeling that a stricter censorship was needed for the motion picture industry. "There was one I saw last night," continued Horace dreamily, "where an ugly, bad-tempered crook puts a kid up to stealing from an old gentleman. Kind of coincidence, wasn't it?"
"Yeah."
"Well, the fellow he's robbing catches him and says that he's a big crook himself, and he wants the kid to go to some town and get the reputation of being the honestest young man in the place, and then he'll come and spring something really big,
And the kid goes and he does, and the big crook comes and says, "Now's the time." And the kid says, "No, I'm honest, and I like it, because I'm president of the bank and everything." And the big crook says, "Thank God I only did the whole thing to try and make you an honest man. What do you think of that?"
"I think it's terrible," said Joe with emotion. He stared at his young friend, breathing heavily.
"Well, if you really want to know," said Horace, chuckling unfeelingly, "I was only kidding when I said that was why I didn't want to rob old Paradine."
Joe heaved a sigh of relief.
"Oh, if you was only kidding." "The real reason why I'm not going to—"
"Eh?" cried Joe, starting violently.
"I say, the real reason why I'm not going to is what you said yourself just now. You said I was sitting pretty, and so I am. Gee, I should be a fine chump, I should, doing anything that'd make me have to duck out of a swell joint like this. This is my dish. You've got me adopted by this rich millionaire, and I'm going to stay adopted. Why, you poor simp, you've got about as much chance of having me sneak those books for you as—well, I don't know what. I'm here, and I'm going to stay here. And if you want those books, you come and break in and pinch 'em for yourself. As far as I'm concerned, the thing's cold."
Joe the Dip, as has been pointed out, was not a man of swift intelligence. The problems created by this appalling treachery on the part of his young ally were altogether too much for him. The situation made him dizzy. He was still wondering how this news was to be broken to the boss, and what the boss, a man who disliked having his schemes go wrong, would say about it, when the sight of a figure coming out of the house drove him quickly back into the shelter of the rhododendrons. He crouched there, an unhappy man. The figure that had interrupted Joe the Dip's train of thought was that of Mr. Paradine, with cane complete. The walk down the stairs and out into the garden had served only to intensify the wrath of that injured man. His eyes, as he stalked across the lawn, were gleaming fiercely, and his mouth was tightly clamped. Mr. Paradine was on the war-path. Horace, snuggling contentedly in his deck-chair, watched his approach without qualms. No sense of coming peril disturbed his peace. The conscience of youth is not tender, and Horace's spoke no word of warning now. "Hello, Pop!" he said amiably. Mr. Paradine was a man of action. "I'll teach you to feed my butler soap and put glue in your tutor's hat," he said, and with this brief preamble embarked forthwith on the lesson. It was not a simple task to try to inject sweetness and light into a boy of Horace's hard-boiled temperament. But what one man armed with a springy whangy could do, Mr. Paradine did. A stranger, passing Cooley Paradine with a casual glance in the street, might have thought his physique too slight for any violent muscular effort. Horace, after the first few moments, could have corrected this impression, but then he was getting first-hand information. "There," said Mr. Paradine, at length desisting. It shows how diametrically opposed two persons' views can be on any given point that Horace's new father was dissatisfied with his work. He chafed at the inroads made by advancing years on a once wiry frame, and considered that heaviness of arm and scantiness of breath had caused him to stop much too soon. Horace was not seeing eye to eye with him in this matter. Whatever his views on Mr. Paradine's lesson in deportment, and he had many, he certainly did not think that there had not been enough of it. "There," said Mr. Paradine again, breathing heavily, and turning on his heel, he stalked back to the house. Not until he was out of sight did Joe the Dip venture to leave the shelter of the rhododendrons. But when it was plain that the intruder had definitely withdrawn,
He came out of his retirement, his face wreathed with unwonted smiles. His young friend's yelps of anguish had been music to the ears of Joe the Dip. He had only regretted that the social convenances should have rendered it inadvisable for him to emerge and lend a hand in the good work. He surveyed Horace contentedly.
"Laugh that off,"
observed Joe with quiet relish.
"Serves you right for being a little double-crosser."
Horace gritted his teeth. He was still somewhat stunned by the dreadful unexpectedness of the recent massacre. Deceived by the benevolent exterior of Mr. Paradine, he had not suspected the existence of these hidden fires beneath the surface.
"Who's a double-crosser?"
he demanded warmly.
"You are,"
said Joe the Dip.
"And say, listen, if it had have been me behind that stick, you wouldn't have got off with a few taps like that. If there's one bozo in this world I got no use for, it's a little squite that double-crosses his pals."
Horace glared. This censure stung him, for now he felt that it was unjust. In the last few minutes his views on existence in the Paradine home had undergone a striking alteration. He had mistaken it, after a too superficial inspection, for an earthly paradise. He now realized that there were attached to it drawbacks of the most pronounced kind.
"Double-cross nothing!" he exclaimed heatedly. "You can go back and tell the boss that I'll have those books he's so crazy about if I have to dig 'em out with a chisel. Leave it to me. I'm in this game now to get action."
"Atta boy!"
cried Joe the Dip enthusiastically.
"That's the way I like to hear yous talk."
End of chapter 6.